Date: May 3rd, 177 of the Federation. Location: Yuanliao City, Huaxiao Region. Su Chen was suddenly jolted awake, lifting his head from the desk, his gaze bewildered and frantic as he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. What met his eyes was a spacious yet sparsely furnished bedroom, the surface of the desk cluttered with scattered papers and a neutral pen. Had he traversed through time? Indeed, he had been in an accident. A wave of dizziness washed over Su Chen as he grasped a small mirror nearby to inspect his visage. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, possessing a decent countenance, albeit with a pallid complexion. However, this was not the face he once knew. Suppressing the rising panic within, Su Chen furrowed his brow, endeavoring to recollect all memories associated with this new identity. Fragmented recollections surged forth, revealing glimpses of a local individual who had returned from university to join a state-owned enterprise. Though the memories were disjointed and lacking in detail, and Su Chen's perspective felt like that of an observer, he could piece together that this world was devoid of numerous nations. Humanity was unified under a federal system, yet the technological and cultural landscape bore a striking resemblance to the 21st century from which he had come. The original owner of this body also bore the name Su Chen, leading a remarkably ordinary life until this morning. This morning, he had not gone to work. Instead, he had resorted to borrowing from loan sharks. A phone call in the afternoon had led to the abrupt end of his relationship with a girlfriend who persistently clamored for a car and handbag. Then he had turned around to profess his love to an ex-girlfriend who had long since relocated to North America. After borrowing from loan sharks and severing ties with his girlfriend, instead of returning home, he had rented a luxury car and sought out a presidential suite in the city center. What absurdity was this? Su Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He felt as though he had inherited the life of a lunatic. With his life in such disarray, how was he to navigate this new existence? It was only when he lowered his gaze to the first line of text on the paper sprawled across the desk that he found clarity. I have been reborn. I have truly been reborn. His pupils constricted slightly as he picked up the paper to scrutinize it closely. The contents were listed in bullet points, resembling a memorandum or a checklist, yet the implications were chilling. 1. Enjoy life thoroughly before disaster strikes. 2. Stockpile a modest but essential supply of resources. 3. Prepare weapons and tools. Acquiring a firearm would be ideal. On May 4th, at the Far East Mansion auction, be sure to seize the Ono Val ring. 5. 3 days hence, calamity will descend, a great disaster, a terrifying ordeal this time. I must survive. I must survive. Beneath the paper lay a quietly resting invitation to the auction. Su Chen grasped the black invitation, yet no recollections associated with it surfaced in his mind. He was oblivious to how this item had come into his possession or how he had acquired it. The fragmented memories exhibited significant gaps. Even the most recent recollections were no exception. Nevertheless, the information at hand was already substantial. The actions taken by Su Chen in this world today are surely the result of his rebirth as he returns from a future 3 days hence, or even further, where significant upheaval may be imminent, perhaps an apocalyptic event or something equally catastrophic. The contents of this list represent the preparations meticulously crafted by this reincarnated individual. Even through the mere barrier of paper, Su Chen can feel the ecstatic thrill of this reborn soul, eager for a second chance at life. Contemplating this notion, Su Chen cannot help but feel a peculiar sense of irony. The reborn individual has scarcely settled into his new existence when he, Su Chen, has inadvertently usurped that life. Indeed, rebirth has occurred, yet the irony lies in the fact that this individual has been supplanted by my arrival. But wait, I never desired to traverse realms. Life on my side was rather agreeable until that fateful accident. That a brief flash of absurdity crossed his mind, but soon after, a weight settled in his heart. Though fortunate to have been granted a second chance, Su Chen's circumstances are far from favorable. That a great calamity looms, a grave threat, and it would be prudent to possess arms. While the specifics of this impending disaster remain shrouded in uncertainty, the scant information at hand speaks volumes. In his previous life, Su Chen was merely an ordinary office worker, at best a member of the lower echelon of the elite. How could he possibly confront a catastrophe that demands the use of firearms? He strained to recall any memories relating to the concept of rebirth. But alas, those recollections seemed to have vanished along with the life of the reincarnated person he had supplanted. The only remnants are the details inscribed on this paper. No, This is not merely a clue, it constitutes the strategies and perhaps the legacy left behind by the reborn Chen. As a reincarnate, his immediate thoughts would undoubtedly revolve around means to ensure his survival. Stockpiling resources and preparing weapons are conventional methods, yet this brazen oval ring, an auction that he must act swiftly to secure it. The words on oval ring have been circled emphatically multiple times. This item must be pivotal for the reborn individual in facing this looming catastrophe. It appears that attending this auction is imperative as Chen inhaled deeply. While he still harbors a shred of unrealistic disbelief regarding his transmigration, he has always been a pragmatic individual, half an elite for a reason. Regardless, acceptance and preparation are necessary. Having faced death once, Chen comprehends its terrifying nature. He does not wish to encounter it again. Just then, the doorbell of the luxurious presidential suite he inhabits rang unexpectedly. Furrowing his brow, Chen crossed the living room to the door and inquired, "Who is it?" A delicate voice responded from the other side. "Sir, your dinner has arrived. That is this reborn individual truly indulging in the pleasures of life? Living in a presidential suite on borrowed money while ordering dinner for himself? Now that he thinks about it, he is indeed feeling a bit hungry." As Chen inwardly scoffed, he opened the door, only to find no food cart or meals awaiting him. Instead, a voluptuous young woman stood playfully before him, her attire revealing a delicate shoulder as she coyly adjusted her sheer garment upon his arrival. Initially taken aback, Chen inquired, "Where's the dinner?" "I am your dinner, sir. The one you ordered." The young woman pressed herself against the door, inching into the room while casting sultry glances his way. In an instant, Chen comprehended the situation. This was undoubtedly a part of the reborn individual's notion of enjoying life. Having just traversed realms and experienced death, he now faced the impending catastrophe, with an auction for the potentially valuable on-oval ring looming the very next day. Chen lacked both the inclination and the habit of indulging in such encounters, particularly when preserving his funds was paramount for the auction. Therefore, he promptly shut the door, declaring, "I am no longer interested." Outside, the escort stared at the firmly closed door, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. What was happening? Was it truly over with just those words? Gazing at the grand presidential suite door, she bit her lip, reluctant yet ultimately turning away. In the presence of someone residing in such opulence, she dared not voice her disappointment. Perhaps it was simply a case of genuine disinterest. Meanwhile, Chen retreated to his bedroom, intending to delve into the intricacies of this federal system and glean any insights regarding the forthcoming catastrophe. His online research yielded scant results. The world had diverged from its historical path during the medieval era, gradually unifying under autonomous regions, overseen by a federal government. Apart from that, cultural and technological aspects bore little deviation from the world he once knew. Concerning the calamity documented by the reborn individual, there seemed to be no forewarning, as if the impending disaster had arisen without any prior signs. The only detail that piqued Chen's interest was the recent surge of claims from individuals asserting they possessed superhuman abilities. Reports of a young man in the African region transforming into a fire-breathing entity, or a burly man in the Russian territory, resembling a bear, emerged frequently. The most recent incident occurred in the very city where Chen resided, involving a 6 to 7-year-old man who miraculously halted an oncoming SUV with his bare hands. Nonetheless, these news articles largely stood alone, lacking further coverage, and their presentation bore a striking resemblance to advertisements for male enhancement products, thus failing to make a significant impact. Unable to ascertain any concrete information, Chen rummaged through his phone, hoping to find something useful within his notes, contacts, or WeChat. However, this phone had also been newly acquired. Aside from the clothes on his back, the reborn individual had replaced nearly all personal belongings. As Chen sat there, a throbbing headache began to cloud his thoughts. Recalling the chaotic actions of the reborn individual from earlier that day, this person had rambled nonsensically in the company group chat and then called the management to complain about his meager salary. Following a series of frenzied decisions, he had mortgaged his home and car, securing over $1 million in loans. After enduring a scolding from his girlfriend, he had promptly purchased a brand new smartphone, discarding his old, dilapidated device that he had used for 3 to 4 years. Along with the SIM card, into the depths of the sea. Such antics were truly bewildering. Ultimately, Chen had put an end to the reborn individual's escapades. Cursing inwardly, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of panic that he contemplated seeking assistance from the federal police, but realized he could not substantiate any significant calamity. If he were to report it, he might either be dismissed as a lunatic or detained for questioning, which could lead to days of investigation. In the event of an actual disaster, he could find himself trapped in a holding cell. In the stillness of the night, Chen found himself in the presidential suite, contemplating the absurdity of being one of the most bewildered time travelers in history. He could only prepare as best as he could. The following day, Chen left early to procure supplies and tools. He had aspirations of acquiring more formidable items, yet lacked the necessary channels. Under the federal system, the Huaxia district maintains stringent regulations on firearms, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain even a powerful crossbow. With limited funds, Chen refrained from extravagance, purchasing merely enough medication, food, and drinking water to last approximately half a month, which he stacked in the presidential suite. As night fell, he followed the information provided on the black invitation to the banquet hall on the 17th floor of the Far East building. The auction was scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock. Arriving at 7:30, Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, despite possessing a car containing 1 million. Observing the lavishly dressed attendees, even the shoes worn by the service staff appeared to cost more than his entire outfit, he was filled with apprehension. What if this amount was insufficient to secure the Unearth ring? That artifact was the only item he had encountered thus far that was directly linked to the impending catastrophe. Chen approached the banquet hall. The receptionist greeted him with a bright smile, registering him with a brief glance that seemed to convey surprise at the presence of a man dressed in clothing that cost no more than $200. However, she refrained from comment, maintaining her impeccable, courteous smile as she guided him to his designated seat. The auction was not particularly grand, with only a modest turnout. Even by 8 o'clock, merely 20 or so individuals had arrived in the spacious banquet hall, far from filling the seats. Nevertheless, their attire and demeanor suggested that most were accomplished professionals, urban elites, or business owners. Chen's presence felt conspicuous amidst the gathering. Fortunately, no one approached him to provoke a confrontation. Instead, the attendees tended to cluster in familiar groups, leaving Chen to occupy a corner alone, further accentuating his isolation. At precisely 8 o'clock, the auction commenced. The specifications of this auction were rather modest, primarily featuring works by contemporary renowned artists and unique crafts. The bidding for the initial items was not particularly high. The most expensive painting among the first 3 pieces fetched merely 1,200,000, purchased by a cheerful young proprietor. Nevertheless, Chen felt a surge of anxiety, his heart racing. Was the 3rd item already valued at over $1 million? At that moment, the 4th item was unveiled. Our 4th exhibit is a bracelet, known as the Unearth ring. It is said to originate from the private collection of a medieval noble family. Crafted from bronze, the starting bid is set at 300,000 federal coins, as we have been unable to accurately verify its provenance. With the auctioneer's sweet voice, Chen's eyes began to sparkle. At last, his target had appeared. However, the others exhibited a general lack of interest. On one hand, the item was an unverifiable piece of art. Its authenticity is subject of debate. On the other, the Unearth ring itself had an unremarkable design, appearing overly new and quite unattractive. Many attendees shook their heads, expressing no intention to bid, feeling that the item did not merit its price. Whoever purchased it would be at a disadvantage. To Chen's surprise, he was quite pleased and decided to make a bid. Yet before he could raise his paddle, someone else preemptively made a move. 600,000. Chen turned to see the cheerful young proprietor, who seemed quite taken with the Unearth ring. Although Chen understood this was a tactic to inflate the price, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. The auction began at 300,000, and in an instant he had doubled the bid call. Then he at least haggled a bit. Was this what they called extravagance? After waiting a few seconds, Chen finally raised his paddle. 70,000 from this gentleman. Due to the aforementioned reasons, Chen's position was rather isolated, and being the only one to raise his paddle drew many curious glances. Many people regarded him with skepticism. This item was clearly underwhelming, and this bidder, who appeared to be less affluent, puzzled them as to why he would choose to bid on it. Previously, some had speculated that Chen might be a genuine wealthy individual masquerading in humble attire, but based on the preceding 3 items, it was evident that he was likely financially constrained, perhaps having acquired an invitation from an unknown source merely to witness the spectacle. Perhaps he was an ordinary individual, naively believing he could procure something extraordinary. Several attendees shook their heads slightly, whispering among themselves. Boss Chen has a penchant for these peculiar items, but that young man. He hardly seems to have a substantial background. Participating in this, he might end up losing everything. Did you not notice no one else raised their paddles? That item isn't worth much at all at that moment. The cheerful young proprietor raised his paddle again, and the price of the Unearth ring soared to 800,000. Su Chen's lips twitched. However, from the looks of it, the proprietor seemed oblivious to the item's connection to any significant calamity. He merely appeared to have an affinity for the piece, willing to spend a little money for his enjoyment. Observing the situation from a distance of 2 rows, a young and beautiful girl quietly remarked, "That item is not worth much." She was evidently concerned that this seemingly less affluent young man might unwittingly incur a loss. 800,000 is by no means a trifling sum for an ordinary person. What she did not realize, however, was that this was far more than a mere amount. It was money that Su Chen had borrowed at exorbitant interest rates to participate in the auction. He had resorted to online loans, usurious lending, and even predatory loans, all to amass such a substantial sum in a short period. Understanding her well-meaning intentions, Su Chen politely nodded in her direction, yet he showed no inclination to withdraw. Instead, he boldly announced a bid of 1 million, raising the price by a staggering 200,000. With no alternative, having only this sum in hand, he thought it wiser to elevate the bid significantly rather than incrementally, hoping to dissuade others from continuing. 1 million from this gentleman. The young woman who had just cautioned Su Chen appeared somewhat taken aback, her expression stiffening. With a sigh, she averted her gaze, clearly believing that Su Chen was beyond redemption in his folly and was unwilling to heed her advice. At this point, the young proprietor seemed surprised. He glanced at Su Chen, while his female companion leaned in to whisper something to him. It appeared they too thought that spending over 1 million on such an item was unwarranted. The young man, driven purely by a fondness for such eccentricities, hesitated momentarily before shaking his head slowly, opting not to continue the bidding. A wave of relief washed over Su Chen, but he quickly scanned the room anxiously, fearing that some affluent bidder might suddenly offer 110,000, leaving him utterly astonished. Fortunately, no such foolhardy contender emerged to bid over 1 million for this item, and the only individual with an eccentric taste, the young boss, also withdrew. Thus, the Unearth ring was ultimately secured for 1 million, falling into Su Chen's possession. Many onlookers frowned slightly, perceiving the young man as a gullible fool who had purchased a worthless item. Yet, no one dared voice their thoughts aloud. They merely harbored secret mockeries in their minds, reducing him to a subject of ridicule. Under the scrutiny of bemused gazes, Su Chen promptly rose and approached the staff to find the manager, expressing his desire to make an immediate payment and retrieve the Unearth ring. Such requests were not uncommon, and the manager readily acquiesced, soon presenting the ring in an elegant storage box. After settling the payment and completing the necessary formalities, Su Chen hurriedly exited the venue. He had no interest in the subsequent items, nor could he afford them. Having secured the Unearth ring for 1 million, with a few thousand remaining, Su Chen felt a sense of calm wash over him as he hailed a cab back to his residence at the Tianjin International Hotel. Although the reincarnated individual had committed many reprehensible acts, his instinct for survival was genuine. Su Chen surmised that the choice of the presidential suite on the 23rd floor of the Tianjin International Hotel was not merely for enjoyment. It must harbor a deeper significance. That in the taxi, clutching the ring he had just acquired for 1 million, Su Chen's heart still raced. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if the great catastrophe never occurred? This notion flitted through his mind momentarily, but he quickly cast it aside. Having commenced preparations and acquired the items, there is no point in looking back. Returning to his presidential suite, Su Chen, with more money than he knew how to spend, indulged in a lavish presidential meal, expending over 20,000 in one go, leaving him utterly broke. After the sumptuous feast, Su Chen opened the storage box in his possession. Nestled within the sponge padding lay a bronze bracelet, pristine yet mottled, inscribed with what appeared to be a haphazard collection of characters, reminiscent of an apprentice's practice work. Gazing at it for a moment, Su Chen extended his hand and grasped it. The bracelet felt icy to the touch, devoid of any sensation or change. A slight heaviness settled in Su Chen's heart. Could this truly be a scam? He donned the bracelet on his wrist, hoping to elicit a biological response. Yet still, nothing transpired. In that instant, an ancient method crossed his mind-blood binding. Acting on impulse, Su Chen carefully pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Yet, Still no change occurred. Skeptical, he squeezed his finger, letting a second and third drop of blood fall. As the blood increased, an uncanny phenomenon began to unfold, gradually seeping into the bracelet. Holding the Unearth ring, Su Chen felt an inexplicable bond form between him and the bracelet, as if it had become a part of his very being. Suddenly, a loud ringing echoed in his mind, and he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, it was now the stroke of midnight. He had been unconscious for approximately 2 hours. Rubbing his head, Su Chen furrowed his brow, but when he lifted his gaze, he noticed ethereal white threads weaving through the air around him, translucent, yet undeniably present. They did not obstruct his vision that he blinked, and they remained. Then he perceived something amiss, lowering his gaze to find that the Unearth ring on his left wrist had inexplicably fused with his flesh, as if it had grown from his hand. Astonishingly, the white threads surrounding the ring began to shift direction and flow into it, and Su Chen could feel a refreshing chill as they entered his body. What was happening? Startled, Su Chen realized the Unearth ring could not be removed. He waved his left hand, and to his astonishment, the delicate threads swirled and surged into him, intertwining with his being. As their numbers increased, the chill intensified, and Su Chen distinctly felt an unfamiliar energy coursing through his arm. Amidst this phenomenon, he noticed his left hand becoming a touch more robust. Su Chen fell into contemplation. After a prolonged period of investigation and experimentation, he began to grasp the nature of this unfolding mystery. Firstly, the delicate white threads permeating the space appeared to be a form of errant energy, while the existence of the Unearth ring facilitated Su Chen in activating a certain switch, enabling him to perceive and absorb this energy, which then transformed and entered his being through the Unearth ring. Furthermore, Su Chen discovered that absorbing this energy could enhance his physical constitution. The energy, after circulating several times within his body, would eventually dissipate, leaving behind a corresponding enhancement in the specific area, albeit at a rather slow pace. It took him an hour and a half of fervently waving his arms to accumulate enough white energy to transform his left hand. He attempted to effortlessly crush a glass cup with his bare hands, leaving only faint white imprints on his palm from the shattered fragments. Strikingly, this white energy seemed invisible to others. When Su Chen employed his smartphone camera to observe, the white threads visible to his naked eye were rendered invisible through the lens. Moreover, he sensed that this energy could not only fortify his physique, but also potentially externalize and transform other objects. However, the amount he had accumulated was insufficient. The energy he had transformed and absorbed was far too meager to leave his body, let alone alter other items. This energy may very well be a form of dark energy, only perceivable, absorbable, and usable through the Unearth ring. Su Chen felt a mixture of surprise and complexity within him. It was as if the heavens were playing one jest after another upon him. Nevertheless, he resolved to strive for survival, having met an untimely demise in a car accident in his previous life. He could hardly react in time. This world seemed perilous, yet at the very least, he wished to take charge of his own fate. That moment, Su Chen ceased all other activities and immediately sought out the area within the presidential suite that exhibited the most white errant energy. He began to wave his left hand, moving chaotically in the air, determined to accumulate more power and further comprehend his abilities before the impending calamity struck. This scene appeared somewhat comical. Clad in pajamas, Su Chen sat in the luxurious bathtub of the restroom, earnestly waving his left hand, flailing it about in the air with unabashed enthusiasm, resembling someone quite eccentric. As time progressed, Su Chen's arm grew fatigued, yet the accumulation of energy remained surprisingly sluggish. Despite his extensive research, he had not discovered any alternative methods. Trusting the vast resources of the internet, he searched for how to expedite the absorption of energy from the space, only to be bombarded with a plethora of advertisements for male enhancement products. Resigned, Su Chen abandoned that avenue, continuing to experiment with new techniques while primitively waving his arms to absorb energy. The white energy seemed to adhere to a certain conservation law. As he waved his arms to draw it in, energy would invariably flow from elsewhere to this spot. However, as time wore on, the energy in the bathtub began to dwindle, prompting him to relocate to the vantage window, where he resumed his animated arm movements, resembling a large man whimsically gesturing in the air. The emergence of this capability further convinced Su Chen of the reality of the cataclysm. He was fervently eager to amass power. Thus, sleeping merely 2 hours throughout the night, tirelessly employing primitive methods to gather energy. Among his endeavors, Chen attempted to manipulate the great circulation techniques he had encountered in fantasy novels, however. These efforts proved fruitless. Nevertheless, he discovered that allowing the white energy to circulate within his body would deplete it to enhance his physique, while remaining stationary would lead to its continual accumulation. At T6:11 a.m. on May 6th, Chen, engrossed in his training, felt a flicker of joy as he finally amassed a sufficient quantity of white energy, enough to manifest externally. After being transformed through the Onoval ring and accumulating within his physique, Chen guided this energy outward, resulting in a palm-sized orb of black energy pulsating gently at his fingertips. It possessed no temperature, no physical form, nor any destructive capability, seemingly capable only of infusing objects for transformation. Just as Chen intended to experiment with this unit of energy to alter an object, his phone unexpectedly rang. The caller ID revealed an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, "Hello, is this Mr. Su? Your loan has come due. I checked, and you borrowed 200,000 from us the day before yesterday. If you repay today, you need only settle 400,000, but if you fail to do so, it will rise to 430,000 tomorrow." A predatory loan shark was pursuing him. Such escalating debt could drive an ordinary person to madness. Yet Chen remained remarkably composed. "I understand. I will repay next week." The caller attempted to say more, but Chen promptly ended the call. Who was deceiving whom in this predatory lending scheme? Clearly, the original owner of this body had no intention of repaying the borrowed funds, and neither did Chen. However, this phone call jolted Chen back to reality as he gazed out the window. He had noticed certain anomalies since earlier. For instance, in May, at 6 in the morning, the sky showed no sign of dawn. It was still shrouded in darkness, with neither stars nor moon in sight, as if a dark curtain had been drawn across the heavens. This was already the third day recorded. The cataclysm was upon them today. Staring at the darkened sky, an unsettling feeling crept into Chen's heart. He retrieved a slender bone knife he had prepared, slowly infusing it with the unit of energy he had distilled throughout the night. This process unfolded far more slowly than he had anticipated, with energy gradually seeping into the narrow blade. The white blade was progressively engulfed by the deepening blackness. As Chen noticed the knife beginning to emit a slight tremor and resonance, its shape and appearance were subtly transforming. Eventually, it stabilized, its length reduced, adopting a form akin to a throwing knife, yet becoming denser and more substantial, seemingly brimming with explosive power. A force that would detonate upon release. As Chen's expression grew peculiar, the black energy bone-slicing knife, the explosive flying dagger. Is this a marvel of technological innovation or a product of rudimentary alchemy, or perhaps a synthesis of both? What transformations and modifications might occur if other objects were involved? Firearms, smartphones, might the alterations of items be contingent upon their size, material, precision, and other such factors? A cascade of thoughts surged through Chen's mind, each suggesting that he must engage in relentless experimentation and exploration to uncover the answers. Yet at that moment, he was abruptly jolted by a deafening roar emanating from outside the window. A cataclysm. Chen sprang to his feet, casting his gaze outward. Chapter 4. Cataclysm. A terrifying rumble echoed through the sky, prompting Chen to turn his gaze. In the dim expanse of the heavens, a crimson lightning seemed to unfurl, not as a natural phenomenon, but as if the very fabric of space had been torn asunder, cascading from an unfathomable distance. It was evident that this destruction was not confined to the city of Unearth. Rather, it surged onward towards the horizon, ever expanding. In the blink of an eye, the ominous flash traversed the entirety of his field of vision, dominating the sky above Unearth, as if the stars and moon had been consumed, leaving an impenetrable darkness where the sun could no longer rise. Only that blood-red fissure emitted a chilling, oppressive glow. Amidst the city, a subtle chaos erupted. Positioned on the 23rd floor, Chen struggled to discern the unfolding scene below. In a moment of urgency, he reached for his phone to connect to the internet, only to find himself devoid of signal. The anticipated dawn failed to grace the sky. Instead, he observed the flickering lights of the city below, uncertain if he were mistaken. Yet he noted figures darting through the streets like wild beasts among the throngs of people. Some were knocked down, the ground stained with pools of crimson. Even the lights in the presidential suite began to flicker uncontrollably, and despite Chen's attempts to extinguish them, the phenomenon persisted. Just then, a piercing scream pierced the air. He dashed toward the door, hesitating momentarily as he grasped the handle. It was only upon nearing the door that he discerned not only the scream, but also a slow, heavy footfall that followed it, echoing through the corridor on the 23rd floor. The Tianjin International Hotel boasted 2 presidential suites, both situated on this very floor. At such an elevation, the sound of a scream, coupled with the ominous shadows below, filled him with dread. He believed that a reborn individual would choose such a residence not only for its luxury, but also for a sense of security or other considerations, which explained his decision to remain. However, he was not a true reborn. He was unaware of what horrors awaited him, and thus he felt compelled to uncover the truth lurking outside. This floor was not vast. If there were indeed a monster, no matter how well he concealed himself, escape would be futile. Su Chen gently turned the door, striving for silence as he eased it open, peering into the semicircular corridor beyond. The elongated passageway was awash in frenetic strobe lights. A hotel cleaning cart had toppled to the ground, at the far end of his vision. Within the arching structure of the corridor, a distorted, slender monstrosity drove a blade-like appendage into the body of a fallen, terrified janitor. This ghastly figure stood approximately 2 meters tall, its form twisted and cloaked in darkness. Its visage surged with an enigmatic black substance, within which writhed 2 murky yellow orbs radiating a chilling glow. Its body was adorned with elongated, blade-like arms, while the surrounding environment seemed to succumb to a malignant influence. Beginning to rot and contort, the floor appeared dilapidated, reminiscent of long neglect, and even the luxurious carpet was sprouting dark fungal growths, spreading intricately in the flickering light. Blood seeped into the crimson floor, the struggles of the custodian's form growing increasingly feeble until, at last, the slender specter enveloped her entirely within its shell. In the next instant, it seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head towards the end of the corridor. However, the door remained tightly shut, enveloped in silence. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed. The gaunt specter, illuminated by the flickering light, drew closer, seemingly intent on investigating the area. Within the presidential suite, Su Chen gradually distanced himself from the door, retreating into the living room as the footsteps grew nearer. He backed away 3 meters, fixating on the door, listening intently to the increasingly distinct footsteps, his grip tightening around the newly modified explosive dagger, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What manner of creature is that? Are those shadows upon the ground manifestations of this monster? The heavy footsteps, accompanied by the sound of some viscous substance sliding, approached like the harbinger of death, as if it had yet to discover the living soul concealed within the room, merely prowling. Su Chen thought to himself that he, too, possessed a weapon. A thrown dagger might suffice to annihilate it. It was time to take a chance. Yet, he had but one opportunity. If he could strike its head. It was a gamble, but perhaps that was the creature's vital point. The moment the door swung open would be his prime opportunity for a surprise attack. Just then, the footsteps outside suddenly halted. It had arrived at the threshold. Su Chen silently retreated another half-meter, the plush carpet of the suite muffling his movements, while he gradually held his breath, gripping the explosive dagger tightly. In his mind, he recalibrated the height and dimensions of the slender specter he had glimpsed, contemplating the posture and state it might assume upon entering, and how he should position himself to aim accurately. His heart raced. Then he heard an unusual sound. The roiling black substance oozed from the electronic lock's aperture, swiftly corroding it, and soon after, the door creaked open with a soft click. The distorted, elongated specter materialized within Su Chen's line of sight. At that very moment, with his nerves taut from prolonged anticipation, Su Chen seized the opportunity and swiftly hurled his explosive throwing knife. The dark-hued blade sliced through the air, striking the specter squarely in the distorted face at the doorway. In the next heartbeat, the dagger detonated with a resounding thud, akin to a muffled thunderclap, its brief yet intense brilliance flaring and fading. The specter's head was violently propelled into the air, its form collapsing heavily backward, crashing onto the ground, twitching momentarily before lying still. Su Chen hesitated for approximately 5 seconds before daring to grasp the machete he had purchased and step forward to ascertain whether the creature was truly lifeless. The answer was unequivocal. Su Chen's throw had been a resounding success, shattering half of its skull, resulting in an instant kill. The modified throwing knife exhibited extraordinary power, delivering a fatal blow in one strike. With his heart steadied, Su Chen cautiously scanned the corridor, fearful of any lurking monstrosities, particularly since he had just expended his sole explosive dagger, leaving him at a disadvantage. However, his gaze revealed an empty expanse, the corridor enveloped in an eerie silence. The transient threat had been vanquished. It was only then that he realized his clothing was dampened by cold sweat. In the realm of the game, slaying monsters felt effortless. Yet in reality, who could remain unafraid? As death took its toll, the creature's body began to decompose rapidly. Observing this, Chen grew apprehensive about potential unknown viruses and prepared to retreat, yet at that moment, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible tugging force. It felt akin to the subtle attraction between two magnets. It was then that Chen discerned that the Anavar ring was drawing energy from the corpse. Frowning slightly, he hesitated before extending his left hand. Upon nearing the elongated specter's remains, he swiftly withdrew. In that instant, a remarkable scene unfolded before him. Strands of black and white energy were extracted from the elongated specter's body, intertwining like silk threads, and were drawn directly into his own being through the ring. It amounted to a substantial unit of energy. As the absorption concluded, the mutual attraction dissipated, and the creature's form deteriorated rapidly, akin to a deflating balloon, transforming into a puddle of viscous fluid and shredded flesh. Overwhelmed by nausea at the grotesque sight, Chen hurriedly shut the door, sealing the elongated specter's remains outside. Just after he closed the door, a shadowy figure stealthily peeked around the corner of the corridor, eyes wide with horror, aghast at the unfolding scene. Yet, overwhelmed by the stench of blood and decay in the air, it dared not linger and swiftly retreated to the suite on the opposite side, vanishing without a trace. Chen returned to his room, reassured by the explosive dagger's decisive kill. The reincarnated individual indeed possessed formidable skills. His inheritance had saved his life. However, he soon noticed that in the brief interval since, the external world had descended into chaos. The lights that had flickered moments before were now extinguished, power was cut off. Though water remained, and amidst the darkened city, flames erupted. Distantly, the sounds of gunfire and the terrifying wails of unknown creatures reverberated through the tumultuous streets, painting a picture of apocalyptic despair. Chen even witnessed a military helicopter ascend into the sky, seemingly attempting to approach the Crimson Rift. But from the darkness emerged a colossal, bat-like creature, resembling a black dragon, which swiftly ensnared the helicopter, sending it plummeting to the ground, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The helicopter transformed into a grand spectacle of fireworks at the horizon of the city. A massive fireball surged between the buildings. The cataclysm had indeed arrived. Yet, where did these monsters emerge from? Why is this world suddenly transformed in such a manner? What is the root of this cataclysm? Has the entire globe succumbed to this fate? Moreover, how could he extract power from the elongated specter? What exactly is this energy? Chen is beset with myriad questions and fears, yet he has no time to deliberate on them now. Strength and survival are the paramount concerns he must focus on at this juncture. In the short term, residing on the 23rd floor may offer him relative safety. But this is merely a temporary reprieve. Should a horde of monsters descend upon him, he would be akin to a fish in a barrel. And in the event of a fire or collapse of the building, his elevated position would only serve to hinder his escape. It is imperative that he utilizes this fleeting moment of safety to rapidly enhance his strength. At the very least, he must attain a modicum of self-defense before pursuing his ambitions. Returning to his bedroom, Chen hastily piled up the tools he had procured: bone saws, kitchen knives, machetes, hammers, and anxiously commenced preparations for the next round of modifications and experimentation. If a magically altered bone saw possesses such formidable power, what might be the potential of the others? This capability signifies boundless possibilities. With disaster looming, Chen must swiftly acclimate himself to his abilities and arm himself with these technologically advanced modifications. Of course, having just absorbed a unit of energy, Chen is currently limited to altering a single item. Which should he choose to enhance first? The machete, the bone saw, or the fully metallic replica of Thor's hammer he had previously acquired? Chapter 5. The Gravity Warhammer in the end. Chen resolved to modify the high-quality replica of Thor's hammer. This magnificent artifact, crafted from alloy, was worth several thousand coins and felt substantial and powerful in his grasp. However, instead of immediately embarking on the transformation, Chen first approached the window to survey the unfolding situation outside. The city of Liao was descending into chaos, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Plumes of flames erupted in the distance, while on the nearby streets, throngs of people scurried about like ants. Vehicles veered onto sidewalks, crashing into buildings on either side, and shadowy, twisted figures wove through the panicked crowd. The asphalt was gradually being stained crimson with blood. Further away, intermittent gunfire echoed ominously. The creatures on the ground appeared to differ somewhat from the ones Chen had encountered earlier, but the distance prevented him from discerning any details. What he could ascertain was that their numbers seemed limited. Amidst the chaos, more individuals managed to flee successfully. The Tianjing Hotel, situated in the city center, was frequented primarily by office workers, and at this moment, people were dispersing to safer areas, drawing the dark figures away with them. From within the hotel, Chen discerned faint screams, yet the building remained intact, with no signs of collapse or fire from his vantage point. It was possible that one or two monsters had infiltrated the hotel, but they remained far from his position, given that it was not peak tourist season. The occupancy was low, rendering the sparsely populated environment a potential advantage during such turmoil. The Tianjing Hotel could still serve as a temporary refuge. After observing for a while longer, Chen returned to his bed and commenced the process of modifying the replica hammer. His abilities were still in the exploratory stage, lacking finesse. With one hand grasping the rectangular steel hammer, he carefully injected an energy unit he had recently acquired into it. This time, Chen moved with heightened slowness, meticulousness, and caution, intent on observing and experiencing the transformation process. His goal was not merely to modify, but to test and study his own capabilities. The deeper his understanding, the more effectively he could wield this enigmatic power of transformation. As the swirling black flame-like energy infused the hammer, he distinctly felt a peculiar sensation. It was as if he were becoming one with the steel, a profound connection coursing through him. He even sensed that he could manipulate the black energy according to his will to autonomously reshape the hammer. Yet, when he attempted to distort and transform it as he envisioned, he encountered immediate resistance. It felt akin to reaching through a gossamer veil. He could glimpse the possibilities, but could not yet grasp them. He sensed he was close, yet there remained an elusive distance, one that was critically significant. What precisely was missing? This thought flickered through Chen's mind, but he had no answers. His understanding of the Anivaral ring and the powers it bestowed upon him remained superficial. He needed to undertake the journey of exploration and discovery himself. After the failure of his self-transformation, Chen relinquished his control over the black energy, allowing it to flow freely, much like the earlier transformation of the bone-cutting knife. However, he soon encountered a second dilemma. The energy unit was rapidly depleting, and the imitation Thor's hammer, enveloped in black, had yet to complete its modification, instead demanding even more black energy from Chen. This may have been due to the imitation Thor's hammer possessing a greater mass and a more intricate structure compared to the bone-cutting knife, thus requiring a larger amount of energy for its transformation. With an exploratory mindset, Chen decided to halt the modification process. At that moment, the imitation Thor's hammer had undergone a visible change. Its size had diminished, its exterior resembling a fluid-like black substance that, while not actually flowing, seemed to be in a state of metamorphosis, halted midway due to the lack of energy supply. After assessing the situation and confirming that his building was still secure, he resumed his frenzied search for energy throughout the room, comically absorbing what he could. This process was exceedingly protracted, and while his erratic movements did aid in energy absorption, the effect was minimal. The energy was omnipresent, saturating the space like air, and as he absorbed some, it was quickly replenished by the surrounding energy, though certain areas contained denser concentrations than others. However, with practice comes proficiency. This time, in less than 5 hours, Chen accumulated 2 energy units. Neglecting his hunger, he immediately resumed the modification. This time, he succeeded. The imitation Thor's hammer consumed 1.5 of Chen's energy units, returning nearly half a unit back to him. Its form finally solidified, it became entirely black, and the sensation of wielding it felt considerably lighter. This transformation lasted about 5 minutes. Chen realized that perhaps only 2 energy units were necessary for the modification of the imitation Thor's hammer. But due to his earlier pause, some energy was lost, leading to a total consumption of 2.5 units for completion. Taking a deep breath, he approached the central coffee table in the living room and attempted to swing the now entirely black rectangular hammer. With a dull thud, the modified imitation Thor's hammer struck the center of the glass coffee table, triggering a chain reaction that caused the table to emit a mournful creak before suddenly collapsing with a thunderous crash. Chen quickly stepped back to avoid the shower of glass shards. His next target was the exquisite wooden chairs in the room. After shattering 2 chairs in a similar manner, Chen finally discerned the functionality of the modified war hammer. Upon impact, it exerted a directional pressure multiple times, even dozens of times, greater than the norm, directly crushing anything it struck. The imitation Thor's hammer had transformed into a gravitational weapon. Furthermore, Chen noticed that each time he wielded the modified hammer, a portion of the absorbed energy seemed to actively detach from his body and feed into the weapon, as if this minute energy was what activated its formidable capabilities post-transformation. This fragment of energy serves as both a fingerprint lock and the source that activates this gravity war hammer. Observing the chaos surrounding him, Chen mused that without the apocalypse, he would surely have lost even his undergarments. However, through this testing, Chen has begun to grasp the nature of his ability. The black energy that transforms objects appears to be intricately linked to the structure and quality of the items themselves. The more complex and finely crafted the object, the greater the demand for black energy, resulting in a longer transformation period and ultimately a more potent outcome. For instance, the previously modified bone knife merely became a grenade-like explosive dagger, while the more exquisitely crafted replica of Thor's hammer, after modification, transformed into a gravity warhammer. Moreover, these items, already bearing weapon characteristics, exhibit enhanced aggressiveness post-modification. This led him to ponder the potential of transforming non-weaponry items. Clothing. Could it be converted into battle armor? The prospect of donning a multifunctional, Iron Man-esque suit of high-tech armor filled Su Chen's mind just as a sudden resounding knock echoed through the door of his presidential suite. Chapter 6. Do you have a gun? A wave of anxiety washed over Su Chen. The outside world had transformed into a somber apocalyptic scene. The echoes of screams and gunfire, though not yet overwhelming, persisted in the background. Who could be knocking at the door at such a time? He sprang to his feet, gripping a gravity war hammer in one hand and a slender dagger in the other, positioning himself by the entrance. The lock on his door had been compromised, and to facilitate a potential escape, he had previously piled a sofa chair against it. Should a monster breach his sanctuary, it would serve as a minor impediment, allowing him a chance to flee without excessive obstruction. As he approached the door, Su Chen devised possible strategies for confrontation. Should it be the same elongated specter as before, he would wield the gravity war hammer as a projectile, aiming to either crush it outright or at least suppress it. Following that, he would charge forth with the dagger. Aiming for a decapitation, his prior experience with the flying knives had taught him that such a blow could severely incapacitate that type of creature. However, Su Chen's apprehensions proved unwarranted. On the other side of the door stood 3 humans. One man stepped forward, flanked by 2 others, establishing a clear hierarchy. Upon seeing Su Chen, the central figure was taken aback. "It's you." As Su Chen recognized the face before him, he too felt a surge of surprise. The man was clad in fine attire, exuding an air of youthfulness and refinement. He was none other than the young proprietor who had bid on the Unearth ring at the auction. Initially, Su Chen was stunned, but he quickly processed the implications, a peculiar expression crossing his face. So, the reincarnated individual he had dispatched had chosen the Tianjing Hotel not merely for leisure, but was fully aware that this young owner resided here as well. It seemed he had anticipated a failed auction and was prepared to resort to violence. The reincarnated individual he had defeated may have acted in eccentric ways, yet there was a methodical precision to his actions. The young owner, residing in a different presidential suite on the same floor, had sent his 2 bodyguards to survey the situation. They had witnessed Su Chen vanquish the elongated specter, and after deliberation, the young owner resolved to seek out this formidable figure next door. Little did he expect that the person before him was the same one who had acquired the bracelet at the auction. Moreover, he too occupied a presidential suite. Thoughts raced through the young owner's mind as he pondered the implications of his misjudgment. Although Su Chen appeared unassuming in his attire and demeanor, he seemed to possess substantial wealth and the extraordinary ability to slay such monsters. The bronze bracelet might indeed be of significant value. Furthermore, Su Chen's combination of war hammer and dagger left the young owner with a sense of astonishment. Who exactly was this individual? Su Chen, maintaining his composure, inquired. "What do you want?" "I am Xiao Ming, president of the Shihuan Group. I happened to be on a business trip to Yuanliao City and did not anticipate encountering such a situation." The young owner introduced himself. "I heard there were individuals living here, so I came to investigate. I never expected it would be you." "Shihuan Group?" Su Chen furrowed his brow. He had no recollection of this matter. However, engrossed in cultivating his energy unit and striving for survival, he had little time to engage in idle chatter with this prominent figure. He replied directly, "What do you want?" Xiao Ming slightly parted his lips, feeling a tinge of displeasure at Su Chen's response. Yet, due to the stark contrast in Su Chen's demeanor, he was unable to ascertain his identity and dared not express his frustration. Instead, he said, "Given the current state of affairs outside, perhaps we could band together for mutual support." Su Chen promptly shook his head. "Not necessary." As he spoke, he made to close the door. Possessing the Unearth ring and the ability to transform, he was currently focused solely on self-preservation. Partnering with ordinary individuals would only hinder him. Although he might feel a flicker of pity for Xiao Ming, who believed that Su Chen should assist him due to the Unearth ring he had acquired, he would not act on it. Having faced the gaunt specter of death firsthand, the haunting fear of mortality and the unknown urged him to refrain from undertaking futile endeavors, especially when his own survival was at stake. Of course, this was not an absolute stance. It would depend on whether the other party possessed compelling conditions or advantages that could sway him. As Su Chen was about to shut the door, Xiao Ming, in a sudden surge of urgency, stepped forward and grasped the doorknob tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, "I actually need your help. My security guard, Xiao Song, witnessed you slay a monster. The thick fluid on the ground is the creature's remains. Therefore," he produced an item wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket and unveiled it before Su Chen. Inside lay a dark-hued pure gold ingot. emanating a captivating luster even in the dim light. I hope you will protect us. This is your reward. Xiaoming raised his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Su Chen. This gold ingot could fetch at least 500,000. Considering Xiaoming's apparent wealth, he added, this is just a down payment. As long as you ensure my survival, the Shihuan Group can offer you 100 million federal credits. Despite the chaos engulfing Yuanliao City, Xiaoming had yet to fully grasp the magnitude of the changes outside. His experiences were limited, leading him to optimistically believe that this could not possibly be the apocalypse, that the Federation would not collapse, and that everything would eventually return to normal, with money retaining its value. However, Su Chen merely cast a silent glance at the gold ingot before resolutely continuing to close the door. His thoughts were in stark contrast to Xiaoming's. Had this been before his rebirth or in a world untainted by catastrophe, the gold ingot would have undoubtedly stirred his heart. But now, in this apocalyptic reality, 100 million federal credits held no significance. Moreover, Xiaoming's late revelation left Su Chen feeling somewhat displeased. Had he been a person overflowing with compassion, he might have acquiesced to the idea of banding together from the outset, and Xiaoming would have had a bodyguard without any cost. Xiaoming, witnessing this scene, felt momentarily dazed, pondering how such a sum could fail to entice the other party. Could he truly be a top-tier billionaire? Gritting his teeth, he quickly extended his hand to block the door once more, saying, Sir, what do you desire? I can offer you payment. Su Chen, with a cold expression, initially intended to retort that he required nothing. However, upon gazing at the young proprietor, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, do you possess a firearm? Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. If you possess a gun and ammunition, I am willing to offer you protection, albeit for a mere 3 days. Su Chen articulated. He mused that a man of such stature, especially one entrenched in the federal system, would likely have access to firearms, even in the strictly regulated realm of Huaxia. Having recently traversed into this new world, Su Chen, constrained by both connections and time, had been unable to procure a firearm and had settled for less effective weapons such as a bone-removing knife, a Miao knife, or a Thor's hammer. The prospect of acquiring a gun for modification was undoubtedly enticing for his advancement. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiaoming's face as he replied, 3 days is insufficient. In that moment, Su Chen comprehended that this young entrepreneur indeed possessed a firearm. While Xiaoming had the capacity to act violently, Su Chen refrained from such measures, for his heart was not yet so callous. Moreover, at the onset of the apocalypse, Xiaoming had not anticipated such a layer of threat. His calculations were rooted in profit, and the notion of readily resorting to murder was far from his modus operandi. Su Chen engaged in negotiation, at most, 3 days. He began to close the door. In truth, he was already fervently desirous of that firearm, yet maintained a facade of feigned indifference. This was not without reason. Xiaoming had previously exhibited considerable cunning, and Su Chen aimed to retain the upper hand. Chapter 7. The screams in the dark. The negotiation ultimately concluded with mutual concessions. Su Chen's protection period remained 3 days. However, if he chose to linger beyond that time, he would still be obligated to offer assistance and protection. Demonstrating his formidable prowess, he showcased the might of the gravity hammer, which astonished Xiaoming and solidified his decision to hire Su Chen. Exchanging a firearm and a portion of ammunition for the safeguard of a man who had vanquished monsters, Su Chen discerned that Xiaoming harbored considerable trust in the military and federal government. For someone of his stature, such trust was founded on a different dimension compared to the general populace. Yet, Su Chen felt no inclination towards this. His interest lay solely in Xiaoming's handgun, a standard-issue pistol from the federal era, chambered for 9mm bullets, with a capacity of 15 rounds. Xiaoming provided him with 2 magazines, totaling 30 rounds, weighing approximately 1 pound. In contrast, Xiaoming and his entourage settled into Su Chen's presidential suite. He delineated their areas. Aside from his own room, they were free to roam the other spaces. There were few individuals with Xiaoming, 2 security personnel, and a female secretary, the same woman who had sat beside him during the auction. The two exuded a subtle intimacy in their interactions. Su Chen, with a mindset typical of an ordinary citizen, mused that their relationship likely danced between professional duties and personal affairs. Despite his reservations towards Xiaoming, Su Chen was committed to the spirit of the agreement. He may not have particularly liked the man, but the provision of a firearm in his time of need compelled him to protect these individuals, at least to the extent of fulfilling his promise. Whether in a post-apocalyptic world or a structured society, the world has transformed, and so too must humanity. Yet, certain principles, what ought to be done and how, should remain unwavering in one's heart. These are the principles and boundaries of being human, independent of societal norms and moralities. Reflecting one's true character, Of course, were a horde of gaunt, spectral figures to descend upon him, Chen would not hesitate to flee. His relationship with Xia Ming had not yet reached the point of risking his life for another. His protective instincts were confined to the limits of his own capabilities. He could only express gratitude for the fortuitous arrival of a neighbor who provided both a golden opportunity and equipment. Xia Ming approached, attempting to engage Chen in conversation. But upon revealing his name, Chen's enthusiasm waned. Grasping the pistol and ammunition, he retreated into his room, locking the door behind him to commence his training. The high-quality replica of the Thor hammer required a full 2 energy units for modification, while this mechanical handgun was not as heavy as the hammer. Its intricate structure might necessitate even more energy for its enhancement. To avoid the unwarranted depletion of precious energy units, Chen resolved to accumulate a greater reserve before embarking on any modifications. However, just as he returned to his sanctuary, a piercing shriek erupted from a location almost within arm's reach. Chen abruptly lifted his gaze, witnessing a colossal shadow sweep past the expansive windows of the 23rd floor. A colossal, shadowy form with vast, outstretched bat-like wings and blood-red eyes loomed ominously, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Instinctively, Chen held his breath. Fortunately, it seemed oblivious to the presence of humans within the dark presidential suite, and, like a bolt of lightning, it swept past the window, vanishing into the higher heavens in the blink of an eye. Once it had completely disappeared, Chen exhaled in relief, only then realizing that his back was drenched. The monstrous black bird, upon closer inspection, was even larger than he had previously estimated, boasting a wingspan of at least 13 meters and a body length of around 7 meters. Had it shattered the floor-to-ceiling glass and crashed inside, his demise would have been inevitable. That single pane of glass offered little more protection than an unguarded threshold. The living room of the presidential suite was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if all occupants had been rendered speechless by terror. From whence did these creatures emerge? Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Chen immediately commenced his cultivation, drawing upon the ambient energy in the surroundings, converting it through the Unearth ring and channeling it into his own being. Aside from consuming 2 packets of biscuits in between, he continued uninterrupted. During this process, he periodically leaned against the window every half hour to survey the area below, ensuring his environment remained secure. Time trickled by. The vicinity around the Tianjin Hotel had nearly emptied. From his high vantage point, he could discern the scattered vehicles and the flickering flames from burning shops, revealing a scene of utter chaos in the nearby streets, where dark silhouettes roamed aimlessly like phantoms. The city had seemingly transformed into a hellish realm, devoid of the living. With only specters wandering endlessly, it appeared that the populace had retreated into hiding, relying on their scant supplies of food and resources to evade the monsters, biding their time for a shift in circumstances. Before their provisions dwindled, no one dared venture outdoors. Chen could not shake the feeling that each time he peered out, he noticed an increase in the number of shadowy figures on the streets, though the distance made it impossible for him to ascertain the truth. In the further distance, gunfire echoed incessantly. Yet, around the Tianjin Hotel, there was no sign of military presence, only a battered police car lay abandoned at the roadside. May 7th, for 17 p.m. Chen lowered his slightly aching arms. Only the hand adorned with the Unearth ring could absorb energy, and he had discovered through experience that actively waving his arm to attract energy from the space around him could enhance his absorption efficiency by approximately 15%. Thus, he had been fervently shaking his hand in his room. Were Xia Ming to witness this scene, he would likely be struck with terror, perceiving Chen as another deranged monstrosity. In truth, even now, Xia Ming regarded Chen as peculiar, for he could not help but notice that the sofas, chairs, and coffee tables in the presidential suite were all in a state of destruction, evidently the result of Chen's bizarre weapon. Moreover, a considerable stockpile of canned goods, compressed biscuits, and drinking water had accumulated in the corners of the room, as if preparations were underway. Could it be that Chen had foreseen the impending disaster? Xia Ming's curiosity was piqued by the weapon in Chen's hand. He suspected it to be some sort of advanced technological device that had yet to be circulated. However, Chen refused to reveal it, and Xia Ming harbored no ulterior motives. He recognized Chen as a shrewd businessman, albeit not a malicious one, devoid of any thoughts about killing him to seize his possessions. The more he observed, the more he felt that this seemingly ordinary individual was shrouded in mystery. Certainly not an ordinary person. He even speculated that perhaps this man was a member of a clandestine special forces unit within the Federation. Xia Ming was aware that the Federation possessed certain elite units equipped with next-generation weaponry, tasked with executing specialized missions while masquerading as ordinary citizens. Yet, he pondered, Why would a member of such a unit be without a firearm? The more he contemplated, the more perplexed he became. Little did he know, Su Chen's entire arsenal had been inexplicably acquired from him without cost. With the internet and utilities cut off, and nothing else to occupy his mind, Xiaoming fell into a spiral of wild imaginings, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the military while speculating about Su Chen's true identity, who had remained hidden in his room except to use the restroom. Unable to unravel the mystery, he repeatedly reminded those around him to interact amicably with Mr. Su Chen, while also having given Su Chen a firearm, though he himself still possessed another. Meanwhile, Su Chen had no time for such musings. After the ominous black bird had swept by, he was in a state of panic, unwilling to waste a moment. He hastened to accumulate energy points, having barely slept, and finally gathered a total of 7 units of mysterious energy to begin modifying the handgun in his possession. The transformation of the firearm took nearly 20 minutes and consumed 6 energy units. Upon completion, the gun appeared almost unchanged, yet it emanated a palpable vitality when held. However, the pace of such modifications felt excruciatingly slow. It took several hours to cultivate even a single energy unit. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside. The sound did not originate from the presidential suite, but rather from a location further out. Following the scream was a cacophony of terrified shrieks, reverberating through the darkness. Additionally, there were hurried footsteps rapidly approaching, breaking the eerie silence of the 23rd floor, accompanied by a distant, haunting wail that suggested the presence of something otherworldly. A group of individuals was fleeing from the lower floors, pursued by a monstrous entity, their panic rendering them directionless as they ascended in desperation. The sounds drew ever closer to the 23rd floor. Chapter 8. How Poised He Appears. The harrowing cries and frantic escapes from outside were drawing ever closer to the top floor. Within the presidential suite, Xiaoming and his companions were already fraught with anxiety. Xiaoming, in a moment of trepidation, drew his second handgun, clutching it tightly in his palm. The 4 of them were at the pinnacle of their tension. The attractive female secretary frequently cast anxious glances toward the locked room of Su Chen, murmuring, "Xiao Song. Do you think it's true that Su Chen eliminated a monster in an instant? With such a commotion outside, why hasn't he shown his face? Are we being deceived? Those wretched individuals, why are they rushing upstairs?" At that moment, Su Chen emerged from his room. In his left hand, he wielded a gravity hammer, while his right clutched a handgun that appeared nearly unchanged. His dagger was sheathed in a somewhat awkward manner at his waist. Su Chen was fully armed. He glanced at Xiaoming and opened his mouth, intending to utter a few calming words to reassure the evidently nervous group. However, overwhelmed by his own anxiety, he ultimately remained silent, fearing that any misstep might exacerbate their tension and lead to chaos. He thus endeavored to suppress his frantic gaze, steadying his mind, and stepped resolutely into the corridor. Su Chen could not afford to wait until those fleeing individuals brought the monster to him. Such a delay would be catastrophic, leaving him no room for maneuver. Therefore, despite the turmoil within him, reason dictated that he must venture forth, utilizing the more complex and expansive hallway to ascertain the nature and number of the approaching monsters. Before he had even crossed the threshold of his door, his hand gripping the gun was already slick with cold sweat. To Xiaoming and the others, however, Su Chen's fully armed yet silent stride outward appeared to exude confidence and strength. The female secretary seemed to have completely misjudged Su Chen's frantic expression. Excitedly seizing Xiaoming's hand, "There's no doubt, he is a formidable character. Did you see how calm he looked at us just now?" Meanwhile, Su Chen had already arrived in the corridor. The sounds of chaos emanated from the adjacent safety passage, a cacophony of screams intermingling with cries of despair. Drawing ever closer to the top floor, Su Chen observed that the lock on the safety passage had long been damaged, likely a consequence of the first monster's earlier ascent through it. He proceeded to the staircase of the safety passage, illuminating the descent with his flashlight. The flickering lights below revealed a corridor filled with panicked individuals, their own flashlights illuminating their frantic flight. At that moment, they had reached the 22nd floor, where a woman in the lead caught sight of Su Chen. Her face, streaked with tears of desperation, momentarily transformed into one of wild joy as she shouted, "Save me! Save me!" Alongside her, 3 other individuals, equally disheveled, were desperately fleeing upward. Yet, Su Chen paid her no heed, for the beam of his flashlight revealed 2 monstrous figures lurking closely behind them, twisted shadows of elongated shapes. As they ascended the stairs, their limbs sprawled out like beasts in a frantic dash. The black, twisted, fluid substance writhed upon their forms like living insects. The flickering beam of the flashlight cast their shadows upon the walls, distorting them into grotesque and terrifying shapes. A deep, oppressive growl reverberated through the corridor. Humans could scarcely outrun them. Their survival depended solely on the brief moments gained while these creatures hunted down other living souls. For these individuals, it was truly a matter of running faster than the rest to survive. Two gaunt, shadowy figures tightened the knot of anxiety in Su Chen's heart. Yet he soon realized that his elevated position afforded him a prime vantage point for shooting. As the two elongated specters charged forth, Su Ran swiftly raised his handgun. Recalling the experiences from the shooting games he had played, steadying his weapon against the handrail at the corner of the corridor, he aimed at the head of the first gaunt figure ascending the 22nd floor landing, gritted his teeth, and fired. The deafening gunshot echoed, and a brilliant tongue of flame flickered momentarily. The bullet, propelled from the modified pistol's chamber, emerged with a dark red hue akin to a laser. A few fleeing individuals clasped their heads and screamed in terror. However, he missed. The disparity between shooting in a game and in reality was staggering. This shot veered wildly off target, intended for the head but instead detonating against the wall approximately 2 meters above the first gaunt figure, creating a considerable crater. 3 of the fleeing individuals had already dashed to the 23rd floor. A woman in the lead rushed past Su Chen, disregarding the others, desperately attempting to lock the door behind her, her anxiety and fear rendering her oblivious even to the fact that the lock was broken. The plaster from the wall crumbled down, and the first gaunt figure had now reached the center of the 22nd floor landing. A sudden dread enveloped Su Chen. He paid no mind to the panicked woman. He understood that if he could not neutralize these 2 elongated figures, the height of the 23rd floor would mean certain death for everyone once they ascended. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted his aim and fired a second shot at the gaunt figure in a position more conducive to hitting it. This shot struck the leading gaunt figure squarely in its body, the terrifying force of the modified pistol momentarily halting its advance, a gaping wound erupting on its back, black blood gushing forth like thick liquid. Yet, the dark material upon its body flowed as if alive, swiftly filling the gap in its flesh. Within mere seconds, it appeared on the verge of healing, all the while continuing its rapid ascent. Su Chen had no time to deliberate. He immediately fired a third and fourth shot, determined to halt its momentum. The gaunt figure remained alive, but its speed had significantly slowed, its distorted, elongated arms clutching its head tightly while its body continued to regenerate at an alarming rate. Only a shot to the head could truly kill it. But I have neither the time nor the opportunity to aim for its head. In a moment of sheer tension, an absurd and foolish regret flickered through Su Chen's blank mind. Why had he not practiced shooting at the range back in those days? At that moment, the frantic woman continued to slam the door shut, while the other 2 survivors found themselves in a desperate struggle. One was terrifiedly trying to prevent her from closing the door, and the other, a portly man, had collapsed against the wall, horrified as he witnessed the heavily armed man, leaning against the staircase railing, firing shot after shot at the monstrous horrors below. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, and Su Chen barely had time to catch his breath before preparing to fire his 5th shot. However, at that very instant, his pupils abruptly contracted, for a second elongated specter suddenly accelerated, trampling over its fallen companion's body and leaping more than 3 meters high, surging directly towards the 23rd floor. Its 4 blade-like arms raised to strike at Su Chen. Death. The 2 syllables surged into his heart, plunging him into an icy abyss, rendering his mind a blank slate. It was reminiscent of his previous demise, when a runaway truck barreled toward him, leaving him powerless to act, forced to watch as death approached. No, I had prepared for this. I occupied the advantageous terrain. If I cannot eliminate these 2 elongated specters today, what hope is there for the future? I must not be governed by fear. The solution lies before me. This time is different. This time, I am prepared. Su Chen gritted his teeth. In that critical final moment, he summoned all his strength and hurled the gravity warhammer from his grasp, sending it crashing toward the creature. The seemingly weightless, dark square hammer hurtled toward the elongated specter with the force of 1,000 tons. Chapter 9. The Pursuer of Monsters. The stout man against the wall stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The terrifying, elongated specter was struck by the diminutive black warhammer, and in that instant, it seemed as if it had been dealt a crushing blow. With a wail akin to that of someone receiving a resounding slap, it plummeted from the air, smashing through the escalator, leaving a trail of black substance as it fell to the lower level. What manner of hammer was this, so small yet possessing such formidable power? The 2 other survivors nearby, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless, instinctively halting their actions. In a more distant position, the security guard Xiao Song, sent by Xia Ming to assess the situation, was utterly aghast. His perspective differed from Su Chen's. To him, Su Chen appeared as a cold silhouette, firing continuously. And as the monster charged, he effortlessly swung the warhammer, shattering it with fluid grace. At that moment, the 2 elongated specters were not yet vanquished. But Xiao Song felt the battle had concluded. He hurried back to report to Xiao Ming how Su Chun had decisively dispatched the two creatures. Xiao Ming, upon hearing this, wore an expression of both surprise and delight, yet his curiosity deepened. Who was this individual, and what brought him to this place? Meanwhile, in the safety corridor, the battle was far from over. The two elongated specters found themselves suppressed, and Su Chun dared not be complacent. He immediately intensified his firepower. With the monsters unable to provide mutual cover, Su Chun seized the opportunity and swiftly eliminated the one that was cradling its head in a futile attempt to recover. Maintaining a relatively safe distance, he fired twice before obliterating its skull. The modified handgun unleashed bullets with tremendous force. Each round, nearly as powerful as an explosive throwing knife, could send the specter's head flying. It was at this juncture that Su Chun belatedly recognized that the activation of the bullets seemed to deplete his own energy units. In a brief span, after firing 7 shots, he found his last energy unit nearly exhausted. The modified handgun appeared to rely solely on its mechanical prowess. Yet to imbue ordinary bullets with astonishing might required not only the enhancements of the weapon itself, but also his own energy to activate it. However, the energy drawn was significantly greater than that consumed by the gravity hammer. Su Chun estimated that 10 rounds would drain one of his energy units completely. On the 22nd floor landing, Su Chun swiftly absorbed the energy from the fallen, elongated specter, replenishing one energy unit in an instant before hastily pursuing the other specter that had tumbled down to the 21st floor. The creature's body was nearly crushed by the weight of the gravity hammer, yet it still clung to life. Its twisted form writhed and contorted, slowly mending itself with the blade-like appendages supporting its frame. Upon noticing Su Chun's approach, it unexpectedly turned to flee. This turn of events took Su Chun by surprise. He could not allow this monster to escape. Its capacity for flight suggested an understanding of retribution, and to let it slip away would spell endless trouble in the future. Thus, Su Chun did not hastily seek the gravity war hammer, which had been flung to an unknown location, but instead pursued the slender, ghostly figure. After all, without the energy from its original form, no one could wield his modified weapon, and he could always return to search for it later. The rotund man, crouching at the 23rd floor staircase and peering down, could hardly believe his eyes. What madness was this? The once formidable slender ghost was now retreating in panic from a mere human, even turning to flee. To add to the absurdity, the human was relentlessly pursuing it with fierce determination. Just then, a disheveled woman, resembling a madwoman, hurried past him, descending the stairs in a rush. Su Chun feared that the slender ghost might escape and return with a horde of its kind to exact vengeance. Thus he relentlessly chased after it, cornering the fleeing specter in the hallway of the 21st floor. He aimed his weapon at its distorted form and coldly commanded, "Do not move." He did not fire immediately, for other thoughts stirred in his mind. If this creature possessed the instinct to flee, might it also possess a semblance of intelligence? Perhaps it could divulge some useful information. At times, knowledge might outweigh brute force. However, the slender ghost merely twisted its body, casting a cold glance at Su Chun. Recognizing its impending doom, it howled, enveloping itself in a shroud of darkness as it lunged at Su Chun, a tempest of blood and chaos surging toward him. Su Chun was compelled to abandon his initial plan and fired without hesitation. The creature, already wounded and recovering sluggishly, had diminished speed and defense. The first shot interrupted its charge, significantly slowing it down, while the second struck between its neck and head, severing it. Yet it clung to life with its murky yellow eyes fixed on Su Chun, its half-formed mouth uttering a curse. "My God, descends, you shall die." What did this phrase signify? Su Chun's question went unanswered as the slender ghost's life flickered out in that moment. The fluid-like black substance that composed its body gradually lost vitality, and Su Chun activated the Arnavar ring, siphoning away all its energy. 2 monsters, 2 energy units. Perhaps this was the most effective means of acquiring energy units. Hunting slender ghosts yielded energy at a pace far surpassing his own arduous endeavors and training. Moreover, while he had felt a surge of anxiety and fear upon his first kill of a slender ghost, this time, as he dispatched the 2 creatures, an unusual calm enveloped him, even igniting a desire to hunt more slender ghosts to amass greater energy units. Yet, he knew that haste would not serve him well. He turned back to retrieve the gravity warhammer. The weapon was formidable, yet it had a distinct limitation. It was too small, lacking superhuman stature. Charging at a slender ghost with the hammer would likely result in his own demise. Thus, for the time being, it would serve only as a throwing weapon. However, enhancing his own strength or creating a suit of Iron Man-like armor had become increasingly vital. Surviving was the prerequisite for any output. As Su Chun returned to the safety stairwell on the 21st floor, he beheld the previously deranged woman brandishing a gravity warhammer. her disheveled black hair framing a face twisted with madness. "Hand over your gun, or you shall meet your demise," she declared, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied intensity. Having witnessed the formidable power of Su Chen's weapon firsthand, she had rushed down, seizing the opportunity to retrieve the warhammer while he pursued the gaunt specter. Greedily coveting the firearm in his possession, sensing it was unlike any ordinary weapon. With these two items in her grasp, she believed she could ensure her survival. She could endure. As for others, what concern was that of hers? If only this man would relinquish his gun, she would eliminate him. Eliminate him. The woman's mind was consumed by a bloodthirsty fervor, her twisted smile emerging from beneath her tangled hair. Utterly selfish and avaricious. She had become grotesquely distorted by the terror and peril surrounding her. Su Chen observed her, the corridor rife with the stench of blood and decay. The scattered remnants of deceased humanity illuminated by flickering flashlights, casting an even more chilling aura upon the stairwell. He recalled that it was this very woman who, upon reaching the top floor, had attempted to lock the door while others still lingered in the hallway. Yet, Su Chen felt no trepidation in her hands. The gravity warhammer was no different from an ordinary steel hammer, posing no threat to him whatsoever. "Just give me your gun," the woman shrieked, seemingly driven to madness. Su Chen silently sighed and queried, "Do you believe you are faster than my bullet? What do you mean by that?" The woman paused momentarily, only to quickly realize that this man dismissed her threat entirely, inciting her rage and anxiety further. In a desperate attempt to intimidate him, she struck the wall with her gravity warhammer. However, in her grasp, the hammer lacked energy, failing to activate its gravitational crushing capability, rendering it indistinguishable from a common hammer. Her expression turned vacant. Su Chen shook his head, a fleeting moment of hesitation crossing his mind, but he swiftly resolved to act. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out. The frenzied woman, caught off guard, was struck. Her face frozen in disbelief as her body collapsed backward with a thud, lifeless. Blood pooled upon the ground. A precious bullet, the first to claim a life, had served as a costly lesson. He had 20 rounds remaining. Su Chen slowly approached, retrieving his gravity warhammer and stepping over the woman's corpse, his expression growing increasingly somber. The tension and fear in his eyes gradually dissipated. He realized he bore little psychological burden. After enduring such trials, he found himself more afraid of death than of the act itself. Yet certain matters appeared clearer to him. In this world, some reveal their monstrous sides amid adversity. Others adhere to their principles, while some strive desperately to save others. Humanity is inherently complex. The world does not strictly delineate right from wrong or good from evil. It is merely a matter of perceived duties and acceptable behaviors. Perhaps in the future, he will slay countless beings and creatures, far exceeding the number he must confront today. Yet, he shall steadfastly adhere to the boundaries he has set for himself. He seeks to survive, not to be transformed into a grotesque entity by the apocalypse. In this tumultuous environment and world, Su Chen is rapidly evolving and adapting. At this moment, the hunt for the gaunt specters is imperative. Chapter 10, The Mysterious Mr. As Su Chen ascended the stairs, the portly figure remained seated on the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Su Chen. Upon noticing Su Chen's scrutinizing glance, he hastily retreated, desperately waving his hands in a gesture of disavowal. "I never intended to steal from you. Truly. Su Chen offered no response, silently continuing his ascent. The rotund man, his eyes agog, watched as Su Chen nearly vanished down the corridor before hesitantly muttering, "Thank you for saving me." Upon returning to the presidential suite, Su Chen discovered that the third middle-aged survivor had also arrived. Seated alongside Xiao Ming and others on opposite sides, the atmosphere rife with awkwardness and an unsettling tension. It was only upon Su Chen's arrival that Xiao Ming sprang to his feet and inquired, "Mr. Su, how did it go?" At that moment, his address had elevated in reverence. The middle-aged man gazed eagerly at Su Chen, trailing closely behind Xiao Ming, yearning to clasp Su Chen's hand. Yet Su Chen deftly evaded the gesture. The man exclaimed, "You are from the military, aren't you? You will protect me, right? You will ensure our safety, won't you?" Su Chen disregarded him entirely, addressing Xiao Ming instead. "It's mostly resolved. You all should take some time to rest." With that, he said no more and promptly retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. He had no time to tend to others who wished to linger. His pact was solely with Xiao Ming. In the face of peril, his priority was to safeguard this young proprietor. Any additional assistance might be offered, but nothing beyond that. Xiao Ming and the others felt a sense of reassurance, while the attractive female secretary curiously inquired, "What do you think, Mr. Su is locked away in his room all day?" "I have no idea," Xiao Ming replied, shaking his head. "But what I do know is that our investment this time is undoubtedly astute. Your earlier advice to abandon our pursuit of that antiquities venture was indeed wise. Otherwise, How could we have encountered such an extraordinary individual? Upon returning to his chamber, Chen retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits and water to nourish himself, along with a couple of chocolate bars. He then stood by the window, silently igniting a cigarette, squinting as he surveyed the scene below. The sun had vanished, leaving only the crimson fissures in the sky as a meager source of illumination, insufficient for clarity yet sufficient to discern shapes in the encroaching darkness. The flames in the street below had nearly extinguished, and the slowly moving, swaying shadows were no longer discernible, save for the sporadic figures of monsters darting in the night. The presence of living beings on the street would attract their attention, inciting countless creatures to pursue, the sounds echoing sharply in the desolate silence. Fortunately, Chen had just emerged from a battle on the 20-something floor, the echoes of which had not yet reached this far. In the distance, gunfire could still be heard, though it seemed to remain a considerable distance from the city center. The residential areas were sparse, and the priority for rescue operations was likely low. The military would not arrive swiftly. After a moment of silent contemplation, Chen finished his cigarette and returned to the bed, removing his jacket and attempting to infuse it with a unit of energy. Clothing undoubtedly possesses attributes of concealment and defense. The infusion of black energy may alter it towards the realm of armor. This particular item is merely an ordinary leather jacket, albeit slightly larger in size. Chen injected just a single unit of energy to complete its transformation. The jacket turned black and took on a texture resembling that of silk, becoming lighter and imparting an exceptionally cool sensation when worn, yet it appeared to lack any significant defensive capacity. With a slight frown, Chen summoned the remaining unit of energy within him, eager to see if an excess infusion would yield further changes. However, this additional unit was swiftly absorbed. The jacket had consumed a total of 2 energy units without notable alteration, becoming increasingly lighter. Moreover, Chen observed wisps of energy emanating from the garment, indicating it was overflowing. He retrieved a fruit knife, tentatively prodding the magically modified jacket, only to encounter a slight resistance, followed by the sound of tearing. Damn! Chen groaned in frustration, lamenting the waste of 2 energy units. Although he felt regret, he did not harbor remorse. Familiarization with his abilities was a process. If he did not experiment during moments of safety, would he wait until battle to explore? Tuition must be paid. No one can achieve greatness in a single leap. And Chen understood this principle well. Now that the jacket was damaged, he decided to test its fire resistance, if it could withstand flames. The energy units would not be wasted. Then, the group gathered in the living room, including Xiaoming, watched in stunned silence as Chen rushed out, clutching a flaming garment, and hurried into the bathroom. By then, the water had long been turned off, and he could only toss the jacket into the bathtub to extinguish the fire by eliminating the source of combustion. Afterward, he passed through the living room with a dark and sullen demeanor, offering no explanation as he retreated to his room and closed the door behind him. Xiaoming and the others exchanged bewildered glances. What was Mr. Su doing in there? At that moment, the chubby boy who had followed him chimed in. I think he might be one of those cultivators. What? Xiaoming furrowed his brow, incredulous. That's absurd. How is it absurd? He is like one of those practitioners from the era of spiritual awakening, the boy insisted. Just look at the state of the world now. The sky has split open. Monsters beyond scientific explanation are emerging. Doesn't that resemble a resurgence of spiritual energy in the onset of terror? Mr. Su just happens to possess some method to harness this power, to cultivate and grow stronger. You weren't there, but I witnessed it in the stairwell. His hammer, while seemingly unimpressive, sent that gaunt specter plummeting down 2 floors, from the 23rd to the 21st. And that gun of his, when it struck those creatures, it left a significant crater. Is that the kind of power a pistol should wield? Moreover, these monsters have only recently appeared, striking fear into the hearts of many. However, he not only exhibits no fear of these creatures, but I witnessed the monsters themselves fleeing in terror upon encountering Mr. Su. As Xiaoming listened to this initial account, he thought the chubby man must be rambling in sheer fright. He had seen that hammer before. It was merely a form of advanced technology. Yet, as he continued to listen, a sense of unease began to settle in. The gun was one he had given to Chen, and Xiaoming knew it all too well. It was simply an ordinary firearm. How could it possess such formidable power? Perhaps the transformation of the weapon truly stemmed from Chen himself. Furthermore, the incident of the fire in Chen's room was peculiar. Who in their right mind would start a fire to burn clothing at such a time? What idleness! Could it be that he indeed possesses some extraordinary ability? Xiaoming's mind was rife with suspicion, yet his social standing and experiences would not allow him to draw conclusions solely based on the chubby man's conjectures. He remained ambivalent, increasingly convinced of Chen's enigmatic strength. In any case, such an individual should not be trifled with lightly. Indeed, refraining from contesting that bracelet at the auction proved prudent. Had he incurred Mr. Su's animosity, not only would their safety be compromised, but they might also find themselves in dire straits. The more he pondered, the more Xia Ming felt that his previous choices had been remarkably sagacious, having neither lost $1 million nor offended such a mysterious figure. Chapter 11. The Hunt for the Elongated Spectre. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Chen quietly lit a cigarette. Although the garments forged from 2 units of energy had been incinerated, the destruction process had inadvertently released a substantial amount of energy, allowing him to recover half a unit. With a sense of whimsical optimism, he thought it was not too great a loss. This iteration of modification had undoubtedly failed. The attire lacked any protective characteristics, transforming only from an ordinary leather jacket into a pleasantly cool, temperature-regulating jacket. Su Chen surmised that this might be attributed to the material itself, despite its considerable surface area. It could only absorb a single unit of black energy, indicating its quality was comparable to that of a mere bone-cutting knife. In light of this, to craft an Iron Man-esque suit of armor, one would ideally need to locate a genuine suit that inherently possesses a degree of defensive capability and intricate structure for modification. By infusing it with substantial black energy, one could undoubtedly forge a true battle armor, achieving an arsenal fit for a warrior. This contemplation led to 2 potential avenues. The first, and most desirable, was undoubtedly the exoskeletons utilized by the military. In the Earth he hailed from, such technology was already in existence. And given that the technological advancements of this era mirrored those of his original world, exoskeletons must exist here as well. However, the challenge lay in the fact that he might not encounter the military in the near future, let alone exoskeletons. Even if he did, their numbers would likely be scarce, and he could not ascertain their location in the vast distance of Unearth City. By the time he traversed the miles to seek them out, he might very well fall prey to monsters along the way. The second, more feasible option, would be to seek out high-quality cosplay outfits or large models available in commercial venues for modification. The existence of high-fidelity replicas of Thor's hammer indicated that this world also featured Marvel and other cinematic universes familiar to Su Chen. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that related models and cosplay outfits were available. Situated in the Tianjing building at the city's heart, albeit on the periphery, Su Chen's pre-prepared map suggested that he was not too distant from major shopping centers. If anywhere in the city housed wearable models and cosplay outfits, it would undoubtedly be there. However, the efficacy of modifying cosplay outfits or models remained uncertain due to material constraints. Yet as long as they exhibited armor-like characteristics and could be enhanced with black energy, they should suffice. Naturally, with monsters lurking everywhere, it would be prudent to consult a knowledgeable local to confirm the best course of action. Otherwise, hasty endeavors could lead to considerable losses. Thus, Su Chen chose not to rush. His recent battle had revealed a significant shortcoming. His physical constitution was still inadequate. Even if he acquired a modified suit of armor, he would need the physical ability to don and maneuver in it. Consequently, his current plan remained focused on accumulating energy units while prioritizing the enhancement of his physical attributes. Although the cost-effectiveness of energy units for physical improvement was not particularly high, such modifications were essential and could not be neglected. Yet, Su Chen had no intention of enduring prolonged training sessions, as the time investment was excessive. After all, only a short while had passed since he had directly confronted 3 elongated specters on the 23rd floor of a hotel that was scarcely occupied. This city was becoming increasingly perilous, and the military presence seemed insufficient to restore order. The future will only become more perilous. There is no time to gradually accumulate energy and develop. He must choose a more efficient method to acquire energy units. After taking a brief respite to adjust his state and ensuring that he retained a single unit of energy within him, Su Chen donned all his equipment and stepped through the door. By this time, it was already past 7 in the evening, yet, regardless of day or night, the outside world remained enveloped in darkness. The blood-red fissure coldly gazed down upon the earth, casting the only faint glimmer of light, which instead imparted an oppressive chill. Seeing Su Chen fully armed, the individuals in the living room were taken aback. Xia Ming rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, are you about to?" Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I intend to cleanse this building of its monsters. You all stay here and wait for me." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming and the others were utterly astonished, with some even believing they had misheard. Cleansing the building of its monsters. In truth, they had never confronted those gaunt specters directly. Their current feelings were still somewhat abstract. The middle-aged man and the stout individual, however, were visibly agitated, recalling how those 2 slender phantoms had mercilessly hunted down more than 10 of them, forcing them to flee in despair without daring to look back. Now, this Mr. Su was preparing to venture forth to slay those monsters. The stout man was initially struck with disbelief, but soon his excitement surged. He was certain that this individual must be the kind of practitioner from the era of spiritual revival he had envisioned. The powerful war hammer and pistol he wielded could very well be modern-day artifacts. Yet, Chen did not immediately take a step forward. Instead, he inquired of the stout man and the middle-aged individual, "Do you know where there are still monsters in this building?" Acquiring information about the monsters' locations from these two was the impetus for Chen's declaration of his intent to exterminate them. Knowing the monsters' positions and activity zones would undoubtedly aid in his hunt. The stout man exchanged glances with the middle-aged man before speaking up. "The 6th floor. There seems to be one there, and in the lobby on the 1st floor, there are 3 or 4 blocking the exits. As for the others, I am unaware." The middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly. Chen nodded slightly, deducing that the presence of monsters on the 1st floor was likely what drove these survivors to retreat upstairs. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Do you know if there are any Iron Man or Transformer cosplay outfits or life-sized wearable models nearby?" At this question, the group was left in silent bewilderment. Xiaoming and the others, being outsiders, could not possibly know. And the stout man and middle-aged man also appeared to lack such interests and were uninformed. They were more intrigued by why this mysterious and formidable Mr. Su would express interest in such items amidst the current predicament. After a pause, the stout man hesitantly replied, "If you were asking about good clubs, I might know a thing or two. But this I do recall that there was a life-sized model of Iron Armor Little Treasure at the entrance of the New Summer International Market. But that show has since flopped, and it was dismantled last year." Chen nodded slightly to indicate his understanding and then turned to depart. At this moment, Xiaoming stepped forward and said, "Mr. Su, our food has been depleted. Would it be possible for us to?" Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped his intent, responding, "No problem. You are welcome to consume the supplies I have stockpiled in this living room." He felt that his stay on the 23rd floor would not be prolonged, and the provisions he had gathered were intended as a precautionary measure. In truth, he had amassed an excess. Now, seeing that he could neither transport nor consume them, sharing with Xiaoming and the others would effectively prevent waste. Moreover, he still possessed a considerable amount in his locked bedroom, sufficient for his own needs. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming and the others expressed their delight, while the middle-aged man fixated on the room filled with food, even swallowing hard. This was still in the early days of the disaster. People had not yet reached a point of desperation, and Chen's formidable demeanor had kept them at bay. Otherwise, they would have already devoured the abundant supplies in the living room. Chen then proceeded downstairs. The elevator was no longer operational, so he approached the 6th floor, where the presence of monsters had been reported by the portly individual through the blood-scented emergency exit. Throughout this process, Chen remained exceedingly cautious and vigilant, apprehensive that someone or something might unexpectedly emerge from the other floors. In this world, many deaths occur without warning, and one could perish without ever comprehending how it happened if one does not remain alert. Fortunately, during this time, the number of people in the hotel was already minimal. Those on the higher floors had long since fled downwards, resulting in fewer individuals and, consequently, fewer monsters. Chen navigated the path without incident until he reached the 6th floor. Entering through the emergency exit, he walked on the plush carpet, and shortly thereafter, he heard the distinctive cold wail of a gaunt specter emanating from one of the guest rooms. Instantly, Chen tightened his grip on the firearm in his hand. Chapter 12. Incubation. Chen held his breath. Despite having hunted 3 slender specters before, he understood that in a real confrontation, even a single slender specter could prove fatal if he made a significant misstep. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, wielding a war hammer in one hand and a pistol in the other, minimizing his footsteps as he stealthily approached the doorway, ensuring he did not disturb the creature within. He peeked inside. What he beheld startled him. The room, approximately 30 square meters, was a typical large bedroom, yet it was besmeared with blood on the doorframe, the walls, the television, and the air conditioner. At the entrance lay a severed arm, and at the far end of the room, the slender specter lay prostrate on the ground. Its dark, fluidic form was grotesquely expanding, and from this swelling mass, another slender specter, roughly half the height of a human, was being birthed. As Chen observed, the process seemed already halfway complete. The nascent specter had emerged partially from its progenitor, which emitted a chilling, mournful growl. This horrifying scene caused Chen's complexion to shift. Yet he realized this was an extraordinary opportunity. Without hesitation, he charged forth from his concealed position, abandoning stealth to execute the strategy he had meticulously devised. He hurled his gravity warhammer first. The slender specter, ensnared in its bizarre reproductive state, struggled to evade him, moving sluggishly, and was consequently crushed to the ground by his blow. To conserve precious ammunition and bolster his lackluster shooting skills, Chen swiftly closed the distance and aimed his modified pistol directly at its head, pulling the trigger. At that moment, a tearing sound echoed as the half-formed slender specter writhed and broke free from its mother, yet it remained tenacious, lunging towards Chen with a fierce shriek. In response, a heavy gunshot rang out. The creature's blade-like appendage was mere centimeters from Chen's face when he steadied his aim and dispatched it with a single shot. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the overwhelming stench of blood and the unique foul odor of the slender specter, crouching down to extract the energy units. The half-specter provided him with 1.5 energy units. Clearly, hunting slender specters was far more effective than his gradual training. After a brief moment of recuperation, Chen set forth, determined to explore the first floor. He would inevitably have to confront the slender specters there, whether to accumulate energy units or to make his escape. As he exited the room, he noticed a figure lurking deeper on the 6th floor, observing him. Upon meeting Chen's gaze, the figure scurried away like a startled rabbit, likely another survivor in hiding. Disregarding the fleeting shadow, Chen tightened his grip on the pistol end. Guided by the faint light from outside and the soft green glow of the emergency exit in the corridor, made his way downstairs. The slender specters were sensitive to light. By the time he reached the first floor with his flashlight, he might find himself surrounded by them. As one descends further down the stairs, an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings, as if both humans and monsters have vanished into thin air. This only serves to imply that the monsters lurk just below, instilling a profound fear in the hiding humans, rendering them incapable of uttering even the faintest sound. The doors of the emergency exit on the first floor stand ajar, with large, congealed stains of blood marking the door handles. Chen gently nudged the door, and as it slowly swung open under the influence of inertia, he instinctively stepped back, holding his breath and preparing for any eventuality. The threshold revealed nothing but an abyss of darkness, and the light on the first floor seemed even dimmer. After a moment's hesitation, Chen cautiously ventured into the shadows. Traversing a long corridor, he approached the grand lobby, the main entrance of the hotel. The spacious lobby, covering several hundred square meters, remained relatively well-lit, faintly illuminated by the flickering flames outside. He could discern 3 elongated, ghostly figures meandering within, each maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters from one another. Recalling the speed at which these gaunt specters had previously attacked him, Chen calculated that, given their explosive agility, this 10-meter gap posed little challenge. He contemplated the possibility of stealthily eliminating one of the specters, thereby reducing the number of adversaries he would face to 2. With a gravity hammer to temporarily incapacitate one while he fired upon the other, he could swiftly dispatch one foe before turning to the next, ensuring he only contended with a single monster at any given time. However, this strategy hinged on the precision of his hammer throw and his marksmanship. Weighing the 18 bullets nestled within his weapon, he refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to retreat quietly and explore other areas of the first floor. Soon, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him for his prior restraint, as he discovered 2 more gaunt figures lurking just beyond the lobby and the restroom. Had he acted rashly, the situation would have escalated from 1 against 3 to 1 against 5 in an instant. A shiver of dread coursed through him, and he silently acknowledged his gratitude for the information provided by the corpulent informant, which had fostered a more cautious and deliberative approach. He discreetly veered away from the frontal assault, making his way to the rear of the hotel, where he found the back door. This door was merely a small iron gate, intended for single-file passage. At that moment, it stood wide open, revealing a tall, elongated figure lingering at the threshold, moving with a muted thud, as a plethora of corpses and remnants lay scattered around, evidence of many who had attempted to break through this less guarded entry. A sprawl of decaying fungal growth crept across the floor. Chen observed that these slender specters killed not merely to hunt, but to satiate their hunger. Their numerous, razor-sharp appendages could easily slice a person into several pieces, yet they seemed to prefer feasting on human entrails, tearing apart torsos to extract the bloodied organs, as if driven by a frenzied need for that which their bizarre forms lacked. Before its blade-like appendages, no armor or weapon can provide any defense. An ordinary person stands no chance in combat. Conventional knives and tools are rendered futile in the face of its astonishing regenerative abilities. Unless one could dash forth and sever its head in a single stroke, a feat that remains utterly impossible, any attempt would be met with a swift demise, as its blade-like limbs would shred one to pieces before they could even approach. Surrounding them are monsters, as Chen had previously observed. The windows on the first floor appear to be reinforced with security grills, perhaps the reason why the chubby individuals had no choice but to flee upstairs. At this moment, Chen had resolved to take action. The solitary, elongated specter was a prime opportunity, almost a banquet laid before him. However, before he could make his move, a chaotic throng of people suddenly burst forth from the corridor on the opposite side, brandishing flashlights and moving in disarray. They rushed towards the slender specter, attempting to escape through the rear exit of the hotel. Chapter 13. I shall never suffer loss. This unexpected turn of events left Chen momentarily stunned. A group of 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, armed with an array of weapons suddenly emerged, immediately capturing the attention of the slender, ghastly figure at the entrance. With a piercing howl, it lunged directly towards them. In that instant, the foremost man did not retreat. Instead, he boldly advanced. Clutching a makeshift shield fashioned from a metal tray in one hand and a slender fruit knife in the other, he charged into the darkness illuminated by flickering flashlight beams. Exuding a semblance of heroic valor, Chen squinted, and through the beams of the survivors' flashlights, he distinctly observed a metallic sheen manifesting upon the man's body. Then, in a sudden clash, he collided with the elongated specter. A blade-like appendage swung down with ferocity, slicing through the iron tray as if it were mere paper. Yet, at the moment it struck the man's arm, a cacophony of metallic clashing erupted. Astonishingly, the lethal appendage that could sever the tray failed to sever the man's arm. In an instant, Chen comprehended this man might be some sort of awakened being. Seizing the opportunity, the man displayed remarkable bravery, charging headlong into the ghastly figure. His dagger ascended from below, piercing through the specter's chin with deadly precision. However, just as the man reveled in his triumph, the slender specter lowered its head, its murky eyes mocking as they fixed upon the human so near. A grotesque smile twisted upon its lips. Then, with a swift motion, its blade-like appendages rose. Chen observed faint glimmers coalescing upon the edges of those blades as they advanced. With a sickening sound, one of the appendages thrust forward, penetrating the metallic man's chest after a brief pause, lifting him as if he were a mere skewer. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he instinctively turned to his companions, but none dared to approach. They shrieked in terror, fleeing towards the scarcely available rear exit. Half of them having vanished in the blink of an eye. His eyes, blood-red with despair, cried out, "Wife, save me." Among the fleeing crowd, the last woman glanced back. A flicker of hesitation flitting across her eyes, but ultimately, fear triumphed, and she fled without a backward glance. The entire episode unfolded with such swiftness that Chen scarcely had time to process it. The man lay defeated, and in that moment, he sprang from the shadows, raising his weapon and firing. 2 shots rang out, shattering the creature's skull, causing its towering form to collapse with a thunderous crash. Yet, even as the man teetered on the brink of death, the specter's frenzied blade danced, severing one of his hands and inflicting a deep, gaping wound across his metallic head, cleaving his brow and eyes apart. The enhanced vitality conferred by his metallic form still held him tethered to life, his eyes wide with despair and disbelief, until gradually, silence enveloped him. Chen sighed softly and reached out to close the man's eyes. However, he was suddenly taken aback to discover that the corpse exuded a faint energy, which flowed from its body and merged into the Unearth ring. When Chen had slain the woman earlier, such a phenomenon had not occurred. Was it due to the man's metallic embodiment? Nonetheless, the energy emanating from this man was scant, barely half a unit. There was no time for further contemplation. The commotion they had caused was too pronounced, and the low growls were drawing near. Having absorbed the energy of the elongated specter he had just vanquished, Chen swiftly retreated through the safety passage, ascending to the 23rd floor. Though the elongated specter had seemingly failed to breach the man's metallic form, it appeared to have utilized some form of energy to penetrate it effortlessly. This was an experience Chen had never encountered before, and he surmised it might be related to the distance advantage he had maintained during their confrontations. The specter's abilities could perhaps be more terrifying and enigmatic than he had initially imagined. He resolved to hasten his own strengthening. His body must be fortified and armor crafted. A surge of determination welled up within him, accompanied by curiosity about the form that armor, forged from black energy, would take. This venture had not been in vain. Chen had managed to reclaim 3 units of energy in just under 40 minutes. In contrast, accumulating 3 units through personal cultivation and absorption would typically require 7 to 10 hours. Upon returning to the presidential suite, he had no time for pleasantries with Xia Ming and immediately retreated to his room to enhance his physique with the 3 units of energy. As 3 units were insufficient to strengthen his entire body, he prioritized fortifying his head and limbs. It was imperative that his limbs were robust and his senses acute, enabling him to detect danger swiftly and, if overwhelmed, to escape. However, before Chen could complete his enhancements, he was startled by the sounds of approaching vehicles and gunfire. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window to observe, and saw 2 military infantry fighting vehicles leading a convoy, flanked by 3 nearly full buses and followed by 4 military off-road vehicles mounted with heavy machine guns, all racing towards him. It was a military convoy. The army had arrived. How fortuitous. We are safe. Even from his room, Chen could hear the excited shouts of the others. His spirits lifted. If he could join the military, he might gain access to superior weaponry and even have the opportunity to scavenge the corpses of the monsters hunted by the armed forces. Yet, he quickly realized that the situation was not as optimistic as it seemed. This contingent of soldiers appeared not to be a rescue team, but rather was on a different mission, moving at a swift pace without actively searching for survivors, likely only willing to assist those who emerged voluntarily. As Chen observed. Before this contingent of troops could approach the Tianjin hotel, a group of survivors burst forth from the roadside, screaming as they dashed towards the heart of the convoy. The military vehicles immediately slowed and came to a halt, unleashing a barrage of heavy fire to fend off the shadowy figures emerging from all directions, ensuring the safety of those attempting to board. Meanwhile, another group of survivors, situated at a considerable distance from the military convoy, cried out for help. Yet the convoy did not wait for them and swiftly departed. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, an increasing number of monsters, numbering in the hundreds, began to close in from the flanks and rear. Among them were creatures resembling elongated specters, as well as the swift black shadows Chen had encountered before, their bodies encased in peculiar black scales. Alarmingly, even the 12.7mm heavy machine gun struggled to pierce their hides. It appeared that conventional weaponry was woefully inadequate against these monsters. Chen realized that his own assaults might pose a threat to these abominations, possibly due to the unique energy he had absorbed. Thus, while the cacophony of gunfire echoed around them, the military convoy could only rely on its distance and the deterrent of its firepower to maintain a semblance of safety. Witnessing this scene, Chen's fleeting thoughts of joining the military began to fade. The appearance of this military convoy might herald the arrival of a larger force into the city center, offering a glimmer of hope for ordinary people to escape. However, for him, the situation was less clear. At such speed, if he were to board the convoy, he would face two choices: either reveal his combat prowess and fight alongside the military against the monsters, or blend in as an ordinary person, joining the survivors as they regrouped with the larger military force. The former option, given the current speed of the convoy, would afford him no opportunity to reclaim the energy from the corpses of the monsters. He would merely become a pawn, risking his life in the fray. With his current frail strength, he would likely not receive the attention or resources he desired, even if he were to disclose his abilities in the chaos. Who would heed his words? As for the latter option, even if he successfully joined the army's main body, he would likely find himself herded with the other survivors, fleeing in a disorganized mass, far removed from the monster corpses the military was dispatching. Furthermore, the creation of battle armor would still necessitate his own search for materials. And should he choose to reveal his strength to fight alongside the military, he would again fall into the dilemmas of the first choice. Moreover, the number of monsters was steadily increasing, while the sound of the military's gunfire was growing ever more sparse. What had the world become? Did the military truly possess the strength to safeguard itself? Those questions lingered unanswered. Given his current weakness, joining this force would render him a mere leaf afloat on the currents of fate, beyond his control. In such a scenario, would he not be forfeiting his chance for growth? Chen was unwilling to merely run away, eternally ensnared in fear and shadow. Armed with such abilities, even amidst a world transformed, he yearned to seize control of his own destiny and truly grow stronger. Joining the military and collaborating with them might seem a prudent choice, yet not when devoid of his own strength in alliance with this enigmatic force that would only invite disaster and trouble. It would be far better to simply wait for the military convoy to pass, drawing away the monsters, and then collect the energy units from the corpses of the slain creatures, akin to serendipitously reaping a fortune. At that moment, a rapid knock echoed at his door. It was none other than Xia Ming and his companions, their faces illuminated with joy, clearly indicating their desire to seize the opportunity to accompany the military and seek protection from Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Chen replied, "Very well. I will ensure your safe rendezvous with the military, but in return, I require the other gun you possess along with all its ammunition. Moreover, as part of our agreement, you may also take any surplus food from the living room." Although a horde of monsters guarded the entrance below, he believed that once the military vehicles arrived, those creatures would inevitably be lured away. His only task was to guarantee Xia Ming and his companions safe passage from the building to the convoy, a risk that seemed minimal. Exchanging a mere handgun and 45 bullets for the opportunity to board the military convoy was an exceedingly worthwhile bargain. Xia Ming paused momentarily, then readily acquiesced. Agreed. In that fleeting instant, he weighed his options. He had initially thought his handgun could suffice against potential threats, but he had just witnessed that even heavy machine guns struggled against the monsters. His handgun was practically useless in his hands. And with the military convoy racing behind a throng of creatures, the window for boarding was likely no more than half a minute. Fearing that a moment's hesitation could result in the convoy departing without him, He recalled that Chen was not the type to sever ties once the bridge was crossed. Given the man's enigmatic abilities, capable of vanquishing creatures that even heavy military firepower could scarcely handle, Xiaoming trusted that he would indeed fulfill his promise of safely escorting them down to the vehicles. Thus, exchanging his comparatively insignificant handgun and bullets for a chance to board the convoy was an opportunity too valuable to pass up. Without further delay, he made his decision and handed over his gun along with the remaining 45 rounds to Chen. "Let us depart immediately," Chen declared. Chapter 14. What kind of weapon is that? The military convoy was rapidly approaching. At their current speed and the remaining distance, they would pass by the main entrance of Tianjin Hotel within 10 minutes at the latest. Therefore, Xiaoming and his companions dared not delay. Taking only a few belongings as they hurriedly raced downstairs, Chen followed closely behind them, clearly stating along the way that he would not leave with the military. Although the others were surprised, their focus remained on escaping, leaving no room for concern about each other's choices. Only the stout man gazed at Chen with conviction, asserting that it was more sensible for a cultivator to act independently rather than merge with the military. Chen reminded him not to speak of his intentions to others. Perhaps due to the energy he had absorbed, his relatively frail body felt surprisingly invigorated as he sprinted down the stairs without much fatigue. As they neared the lobby, Chen halted the group behind him, peering towards the entrance. The military convoy was closing in, and the creatures in the first-floor lobby had been drawn out. The elongated, twisted silhouettes swayed their tall, eerie forms as they emerged outside, their murky eyes uniformly fixated on the approaching convoy. Their bodies began to arch, and as the military vehicles rounded the final corner, revealing themselves on the main road in front of Tianjin Hotel, these ominous figures emitted terrifying howls, their bodies coiling and launching forth like panthers, transforming into streaks of dark shadows racing towards the convoy. Now is the moment. Chen urged Xiaoming and the others forward, seizing the opportunity created by the departure of the lanky specters, allowing them to dash safely out of the hotel. The street outside was a scene of devastation, with wrecked vehicles, pools of blood, and lingering flames in the corners, all manifesting the desolation and despair of a post-apocalyptic world. Chen did not follow them out but remained at the entrance, positioned to observe everyone rushing towards the military convoy. Listening to the gunfire and witnessing the convoy spewing flames of death, clearing a path through the elongated specters, even the stout man, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, felt a surge of exhilaration. However, from the blind spot outside the hotel entrance, a slender specter suddenly lunged forth, moving with incredible speed. Taking cover behind a few wrecked cars, it swiftly closed in on Xiaoming and the others, its blade-like appendages raised, piercing directly through the stout man. One by one, the razor-sharp limbs impaled his corpulent body like a hedgehog, then yanked and tore in multiple directions, gruesomely dismembering him in midair. Immediately after, it pivoted, casting a shadow over the remaining 5 individuals. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, and a piercing scream echoed down the street. Even the 2 security guards collapsed in shock, their faces pale, while the beautiful secretary turned ashen, casting a final desperate glance towards the military, hoping that the federal soldiers would come to her rescue. Only Xiaoming remained inexplicably composed, not even glancing at the military. His gaze fixed intently on Chen beyond the twisted monstrosity. The speed with which the elongated specter lunged forth confirmed to Xiaoming that escape was utterly futile. The military, armed with heavy artillery, would indiscriminately open fire, ensuring the demise of those human beings perilously close to the monster. Their sole glimmer of hope lay in the promise of rescue from Chen. Yet, Chen had acquired everything he desired and had no imperative to risk his safety or life amidst the hail of bullets at this moment. Meanwhile, within the armored vehicle, the team leader responsible for this unit observed the unfolding scene. Although he had embarked on a different mission, aiding survivors was still part of their mandate, especially since they were in possession of a critical database of information pertaining to a high-profile individual. Just moments ago, he had confirmed that among those fleeing from the Tianjin Hotel was none other than Xiaoming, the president of Shiwang Group, designated by the military as a priority for rescue. However, before the team leader and his soldiers could revel in this revelation, the apparition that emerged from the shadows nearly extinguished their hopes. Their vehicles were equipped with heavy machine guns and autocannons capable of repelling the menacing specters. Yet the proximity of Xiaoming and his companions to the creature posed a grave dilemma. Firing their weapons could result in the death of the very individuals they sought to save without guaranteeing the monster's defeat. Cursed be this predicament. The leader cursed under his breath, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had witnessed far too much death on this journey. Although tasked with other objectives, the sight of survivors compelled them to act when possible. Yet, on numerous occasions, those very survivors seemed on the verge of reaching them only to be thwarted by various misfortunes or ultimately slaughtered by the monsters. Was this fate to befall them once more? Turning away, unable to bear the sight, The leader's deputy suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" What transpired next astonished the team leader beyond measure. The elongated specter, poised to pounce upon the humans, suddenly had its shoulder explode, half of it obliterated. The creature faltered. Its assault momentarily halted, and it turned its head in a furious search for its assailant. Just then, another muffled gunshot resonated, and its head erupted violently, causing its body to sway before collapsing in a heap. The occupants of the vehicle, seasoned in their experience, quickly deduced that the source of the attack was within the hotel itself. What manner of weapon was that? It appeared to possess the power of a low-caliber grenade. Yet the trajectory and sound suggested otherwise, resembling some form of large-caliber handgun. The deputies scanned the hotel's entrance, seeking the silhouette of the savior, but found none. The leader was equally astonished, understanding that even a large-caliber handgun could not slay such a formidable specter with a mere shot to the head. What weapon had been employed? Was it the product of a research corporation's innovative development? How could it dispatch a creature renowned for its formidable regenerative abilities with such efficiency? And why did the wielder not reveal themselves? Did they harbor no desire to collaborate with the military? Moreover, given the formidable power of the adversary's weapon, which could undoubtedly deliver a fatal shot to the head, why fire twice? The convoy gradually decelerated and came to a brief halt, allowing Xiaoming and his companions to be swiftly ushered onto the bus by the soldiers assigned for their extraction. Notably, the captain observed that the last to board, Xiaoming, offered a deep bow towards the vacant hotel building, filled with gratitude and respect, and perhaps even a hint of anticipation for a future reunion. What manner of individual could evoke such reverence from the young president of the Western Wilderness Group amidst a crisis? The assailant concealed in the shadows did not appear to be affiliated with the Western Wilderness Group. Who, then, among those within that hotel wielded such advanced weaponry? The captain felt compelled to inquire of Mr. Xia, yet the moment was not opportune. The monsters were closing in from all directions. His deputy suggested, "Should we send someone to investigate?" "No," the captain replied, shaking his head. "Our mission remains incomplete, and the number of monsters we have attracted is far too great. We must maintain our speed to ensure everyone's survival and fulfill our objective. That is our priority at this juncture." The monsters were gathering in swarms on the streets, and the military convoy could not afford any further delays. They accelerated slightly, charging through the oncoming horde of monsters, heading deeper into the urban core. Chapter 15. The Flesh and Blood Giant. After vanquishing the gaunt specter, completing his mission, Chen swiftly retreated deep into the hotel. With so many monsters lurking outside, the slightest detection of his presence could unleash a horde upon him, leaving him with nowhere to lament his fate. Consequently, he missed the bow of gratitude from Xiaoming entirely. Concealed in the shadows, Chen felt a twinge of frustration at having wasted a bullet. He had aimed for the head, yet somehow, the shot struck the shoulder instead. As the cacophony of gunfire and howls faded into the distance, he cautiously emerged once more. Ideally, he should have waited a little longer for safety, but he was concerned that the corpses of the slain monsters would dissolve into viscous fluids, their energy dissipating, compelling him to act swiftly. The gaunt specter seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, yet its instincts appeared to take precedence. Lured by the caravan of vehicles and the living, the monsters surrounding Tianjing Hotel were nearly all drawn away, leaving only a few swaying shadows at the end of the street, wailing as they meandered through the desolate darkness. Observing their tall, elongated forms from a distance, Chen felt they resembled the malevolent spirits echoing through a horror film. He began to approach the corpses of the monsters. Near the entrance of the Tianjing Hotel lay the remains of 3 gaunt specters, one slain by Chen, the other 2 riddled with bullets, their skulls shattered. Perhaps due to the time elapsed since their demise, the 3 specters yielded a mere 2 units of energy. Using the faint glow of his phone screen, he hunched low, navigating among the abandoned vehicles strewn along the street. This marked Chen's first true departure from the hotel since the calamity erupted. The street resembled a microcosm of the city itself. Wrecked vehicles lay haphazardly. A few crashed against lampposts, others collided into one another, while some had ignited, reduced to mere skeletal frames. Blood painted the ground, and the storefronts were in disarray. Yet, there were few corpses. Most had presumably been dragged away and consumed by the monsters, the only harrowing testament to death being the dried black-red blood that pooled upon the asphalt. He even spotted a faint glow emanating from the second floor of a building across the street. The light illuminated a pale face pressed against the window, as haunting as a water ghost. Yet, it was a living person, staring in terror at the chaos below. They had failed to catch up with the military convoy and possibly dared not step out of their room. After a fleeting glance, Chen diverted his gaze, continuing his search for the next corpse amidst the debris-laden street. He avoided the area where the gaunt specters lingered, opting instead to advance towards the seemingly monster-free direction. After several minutes, he discovered 4 more specter corpses. However, their time of death had been longer, yielding only 2 energy units in total. The speed of the military convoy was astonishing, primarily relying on suppressive fire, resulting in far fewer monsters actually killed. At that moment, as Chen turned a corner, he stumbled upon the lifeless form of a creature he had never encountered before. It measures over 2 meters in length, entirely cloaked in a deep obsidian hue. Its skin resembles a dense layer of pure black scales, and it drags behind it a long, scythe-like tail. From its neck to the tip of its tail, its body is adorned with densely clustered, backward-facing spines, and it lacks conventional eyes and nostrils, possessing only a gaping maw at its center, from which protrude menacing fangs. Alas, it lies dead. Unlike the elongated specters that dissolve upon death, this creature remains intact, astonishing Chen as he discovers it yields a remarkable 3 units of energy. Giving it a long, contemplative glance, Chen continues his cautious advance. As he scours nearly half a street, he encounters numerous corpses of the slender specters and yet another black-scaled beast. In less than 20 minutes, without firing a single shot, he has stealthily traversed the street in a nearly crawling manner, accumulating a staggering total of 15 energy units. He feels as though fortune has smiled upon him, akin to stumbling upon a $100 bill with every step he takes. With renewed fervor, he turns his gaze toward another street, eager to continue his search. However, he is suddenly doused with a chilling realization, as if cold water has been thrown upon him. Upon rounding the corner, he beholds a terrifying figure approaching from the end of an adjacent street engulfed in flickering flames. The ground trembles slightly underfoot. This entity towers at least 2 stories high. Its humanoid form, crafted from large chunks of flesh, interspersed with dense bones, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of stitched-together sinew. Its head, akin to a colossal mass of flesh, features a single, enormous eye at its center, beneath which lies a cavernous maw. As it advances, its gaze sweeps across the ground, occasionally seizing the remains of humans. Slender specters, or black-scaled creatures, voraciously swallowing them whole. It moves slowly, yet astonishingly, there is not a single shadow of another creature in its vicinity. An aura of palpable darkness envelopes it, instilling a primal fear in all who behold it. As it traverses the wreckage of abandoned vehicles, it crushes them effortlessly beneath its foot, shattering glass scattering in all directions. At that moment, Chen notices a group of furtive figures emerging from a nearby building behind the monstrous entity. Having missed the military convoy, they seem to hope to escape while the street remains devoid of other creatures, trusting the lumbering flesh giant's sluggish pace. However, misfortune befalls one of them, who stumbles over a severed human leg, emitting a sharp gasp. Instantly, the flesh giant stiffens and turns its massive eye toward the insignificant human below. "Run!" someone shouts. And the previously concealed survivors scatter in panic, fleeing desperately in the opposite direction. Yet the colossal titan did not hastily pursue. Instead, it gradually arched its massive form, assuming a starting position reminiscent of an athlete poised for a race. Then, with an astonishing transformation, this lumbering behemoth surged forward. In that moment, its immense and unwieldy body unleashed a speed that was utterly breathtaking, akin to a crimson bolt of lightning, as it dashed towards the hapless survivors. A scene of utter despair unfolded, marked by a merciless slaughter. Individuals trampled underfoot, skulls crushed, and bodies torn asunder. Thus, the grim spectacle commenced, with blood and screams reigning supreme over the entire street. Chapter 16. The Scene of Doom. How could this world come to such a state? A wave of dread coursed through Chen's mind as he swiftly turned and retreated into the Tianjin International Hotel. The colossal figure of flesh and blood was far beyond what he could contend with at this stage. He could only bide his time and avoid confrontation. The monstrous entity lumbered along the path cleared by the military, passing right by the entrance of the hotel, its thunderous footsteps reverberating through the ground. Having witnessed its astonishing speed, Chen dared not observe it from the front entrance. Instead, he chose to wait near the back door, patiently anticipating its departure. It remained oblivious to his presence, its heavy footfalls fading into the distance amidst the crackling sounds of fire. Listening to the ominous sounds outside, Chen felt a surge of trepidation. Where did these creatures originate? Was it an invasion by an extraterrestrial civilization, or something else entirely? Moreover, why had the sky turned completely dark? What was the meaning behind the crimson lightning fissures? No one could provide Chen with answers to his questions. Once he confirmed it was safe, he promptly returned to the 23rd floor, equipping himself with weapons and essential supplies, which he packed into a backpack he had prepared beforehand. Back on the first floor, he pried open the door to an office and took possession of the space. Previously, Chen, armed with a detailed city map he had purchased, had identified 3 large shopping centers marked with cosplay and anime stores, one located in the Western District and 2 nestled deep within the central urban area, which became his targets. However, the nearest one was still 2 kilometers away in a straight line, and it was improbable to traverse this distance without encountering a monster. Therefore, he needed to enhance his physique first, having also modified his machete for combat. Only after that would he set off in search of materials to transform into armor. Yet, this process was incredibly slow and tedious, mechanical and repetitive. Su Chen's endeavor resembled the cultivation practices in martial arts novels. As he meticulously circulated the absorbed energy within his body, gradually reinforcing himself. Initially, he felt he was progressing towards becoming a martial arts master, but as the repetitions continued, he increasingly felt like some sort of digestive organ, endlessly processing energy through constant motion, devoid of grace, and filled with frustration. This lengthy process consumed 3 whole days, during which he hardly paused for meals or sleep, as he relentlessly fortified his body, ultimately managing to digest 10 units of energy. Along the way, he wasted a bit of energy experimenting with other objects, such as a glass water cup. After a successful modification, it astonishingly transformed into a self-heating cup that could boil cold water in about half an hour. This might be useful for those who infused goji berries into their thermoses. But for Su Chen, it proved utterly useless. Perhaps due to insufficient dark energy input or the inferior quality of the glass, after 7 or 8 uses, it completely lost its efficacy. In the course of these 3 days, the vicinity of the Tianjing Hotel has exhibited an extraordinary tranquility. Aside from the fleeting presence of 2 dark-scaled beasts, no other monsters have approached, and the flesh and blood giant that had arrived on that day departed with heavy steps. This rare calm provided a number of survivors the opportunity to venture out from their hiding places in small groups, seeking the approaching army. It appeared that the military had drawn nearer to the central district, as Su Chen could distinctly hear the sounds of gunfire echoing through the night. Though the army seemed to have halted at the periphery of the central area, showing no inclination to advance deeper into the city. This left Su Chen slightly disheartened, as he had hoped to accompany the military into the heart of the central district. Nevertheless, the absorption of 10 energy units had engendered a notable transformation in Su Chen's physique. His strength, explosiveness, speed, and overall physical condition had all experienced significant enhancement. Although he still appeared somewhat slender, he now possessed an extraordinarily robust physique. Su Chen conducted a personal test, discovering that his limit for a 100-meter dash was an astounding 8.9 seconds, a feat that had surpassed the Guinness World Record. Furthermore, his senses had sharpened considerably, granting him clearer vision even in the dark. Yet, despite these advancements, Su Chen's overall constitution had not reached the extraordinary levels of heroes like Captain America or Thor. While his physical strength had improved, he was not yet impervious to blades or bullets. The dark energy's transformation of external objects was swift and immediate, but its effects on his own body were markedly gradual. Nevertheless, Su Chen could no longer afford to wait. In recent days, he had frequently heard the monstrous howls reverberating through the city like the roar of a tsunami, and the skies were occasionally pierced by the shadows of massive creatures soaring above. Various signs indicated that, although few monsters had congregated in his immediate vicinity, the city was becoming increasingly perilous. Su Chen could not continue to develop at such a leisurely pace. It was far too slow. Therefore, he modified the machete in his possession, infusing it with 2 energy units. The once gleaming blade transformed into a subdued, heavy black. Yet it became capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere clay. Su Chen personally tested it, finding that a single strike could effortlessly cleave through the hotel's security door. Moreover, he discovered that he could continue to channel energy into the machete, enveloping it in a radiant crimson glow, akin to a laser sword. Not stopping there, Su Chen also modified the remaining 2 bone knives, transforming them into explosive flying daggers. With approximately 4 units of energy remaining and a backpack filled with essentials, he set forth, donning the long coat he had prepared before the apocalypse, concealing his extravagant equipment as he made his way to his first designated destination, Yunqing Market, located 2 kilometers away in a straight line. In the distance, the thunderous roar of military gunfire resonated through the skies of Liao City. Su Chen proceeded with utmost caution, advancing along the edge of the road, ever vigilant of his surroundings, fearful of a monster suddenly lunging from the shadows. However, the first encounters he had were with a few scattered survivors rummaging through a disheveled convenience store. Upon noticing Su Chen, the unfamiliar face, they exchanged wary glances before hastily departing with their gathered belongings. Su Chen wished to inquire about the original materials for the battle armor he sought, but ultimately decided against it. He traversed the 2 kilometers at a remarkably slow pace, taking over 20 minutes to cover less than half the distance. The desolation along the way was palpable. Monstrous beings were carriers of virulent strains that proliferated everywhere. Some trees had succumbed to parasitism, withering and decaying into breeding grounds, while many convenience stores lay either completely looted or had been previously invaded by elongated specters, their interiors now teeming with these pathogens, rendering everything inedible. The air was thick with the noxious mingling of smoke, putrefaction, and the metallic tang of blood, evoking a sense of nausea. At that moment, as he passed a devastated intersection, he spotted a solitary, gaunt specter swaying slightly by the entrance of a street. Intrigued, Chen resolved to stealthily approach and eliminate it. However, as he drew nearer, his enhanced vision, a result of his augmented physique, revealed a multitude of similar elongated specters silently maneuvering deeper into the street. Resembling a ghostly battalion in formation, their grotesque visages reminiscent of a horde of demons. A cursory glance suggested their numbers exceeded 100. Furthermore, he discerned a dark, desiccated figure atop a distant building, seemingly orchestrating this ghastly army. A chill ran down Chen's spine, prompting him to evade the gathering and divert through an alternate route. Upon entering this area, the presence of monsters was markedly heightened. In addition to the phalanx of elongated specters, he encountered them lurking amidst the streets and buildings, including a particularly horrifying sight. 6 living humans hung from an awning like desiccated meat, their anguished cries echoing through the streets as a throng of gaunt specters encircled them, preparing to feast upon one of their own. With the army of elongated specters looming behind and monsters prowling the streets, Chen felt no compulsion to rescue these unfortunate souls. Instead, he retreated in silent horror. Until now, in the vicinity of the relatively monster-free Tianjing Hotel, he had yet to grasp the full extent of this calamity's terror. As he backtracked, circumventing a street and abandoning the notion of advancing along the main thoroughfare, he slipped into a nearby clothing store, intending to pass through unnoticed. To his astonishment, he discovered a group of survivors within. Chapter 17. I alone have slain 6 elongated shadows. As Chen entered the clothing store, a cautious whisper echoed from the dim recesses of the darkened hall. Don't move. It was a soldier of the Federation, his uniform stained with blood, clutching an automatic rifle, gazing at Chen with a mixture of tension and vigilance. Surprised yet compliant, Chen raised his hands in surrender. The distinction between ordinary individuals and monsters was stark. The soldier inquired, "You haven't been targeted by any monsters, have you?" Chen shook his head. The soldier, seemingly in his early 20s, exhibited a palpable nervousness. Upon realizing Chen posed no threat, he visibly relaxed and beckoned him closer. As Chen approached, he noticed a somewhat disheveled young man hiding behind the bar, also watching him with caution. Behind the two, the back section of the store appeared to harbor several people, the door slightly ajar. "You are the military?" Chen asked, somewhat astonished. The young soldier's expression darkened as he replied, "I am Wu Guodong, a soldier from the 3rd Team of the Central District Rescue Brigade. Our mission is to locate survivors in the Central District and escort them to safety. However, we were ambushed by black-scaled monsters and elongated shadows, and all my comrades perished. I am the sole survivor, forced to hide with these survivors. But fret not, reinforcements will arrive. You are safe now." With that, he opened the door behind him, intending to usher Chen inside. Peering through, Chen was taken aback to see at least a dozen individuals huddled together. The soldiers had fallen, yet these survivors remained alive, undoubtedly at the cost of their protectors' lives. Initially, he had thought it a delusion for this solitary soldier to safeguard so many, but in that moment, he felt a surge of respect. Most of those present were undoubtedly older than the anxious young soldier. Chen took a tentative step forward, perhaps among these survivors. Someone possessed knowledge of the whereabouts of what he sought, or even its precise location. They appeared to have been trapped for several days, engulfed in despair. Many with bowed heads, staring blankly at a spot on the floor. A middle-aged man near the entrance, noticing Chen's bulging backpack, could not restrain himself from asking, "What do you have in your backpack? Is there food?" His query immediately drew the attention of everyone present. In a corner, a young girl sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Your backpack is so full, it must contain food. Hurry, Zhengguo." Chen furrowed his brow as he noticed the disheveled young man hiding behind the bar, standing up in response. Perhaps he was indeed this Zhengguo. He frowned and grasped Chen's arm, seemingly attempting to dissuade him from entering the back area, saying, "Brother, if you wish for us to protect you, it would be best to share some of your provisions. We haven't eaten in almost 2 days." The young man reached out to pull Chen back, seemingly to prevent him from entering the cramped room filled with people, which they perceived as a sanctuary. However, Chen had no intention of seeking refuge within. If a monster were to invade, would it not be more perilous to huddle together in such a confined space? Feeling somewhat irritated by the restraint, he retorted, "Why should I share my belongings with you? Furthermore, what abilities do you possess to protect me?" Chen held a certain respect for the military, thus refraining from voicing his true thoughts directly. After all, if a monster were to attack, even a slender, ghostly figure might be beyond their capacity to confront. The young man, Zhengguo, chuckled at this, confidently proclaiming, "I am a talented individual." Talented individual? What on earth is that? Chen's expression reflected his bewilderment. suddenly reminded of the metallic figure he had witnessed in the Tianjing hotel, abandoned by companions and tragically slain by the slender ghostly figure's blade. Zheng Gu, realizing his pretentiousness had fallen flat, felt somewhat embarrassed as it became evident that others were unfamiliar with the term talented individual. At this moment, a young girl spoke disdainfully. You don't even know what a talented individual is? It was then that Wu Guodong interjected to clarify. A talented individual is a term used by our military to describe individuals who have emerged post-catastrophe with certain extraordinary abilities. I am not entirely well-versed in the specifics, but Mr. Qiao Zheng is indeed a talented individual, capable of providing us with a degree of protection. However, sir, these people have gone nearly 2 days without food. If you do possess any provisions, I hope you can share some with everyone. I assure you, once we return to the base, I will repay you. Immediately, the girl, with an air of superiority, chimed in, My Zheng Gu is formidable. He has slain a slender ghostly figure. If you wish for our protection, you must share your food. So, these two were a couple? Su Chen furrowed his brow and turned to Qiao Zheng, inquiring, You can kill a slender ghostly figure? Is your ability truly that formidable? If that is the case, I too am a talented individual, having slain 6 of those ghostly figures myself. Su Chen's statement was a deliberate provocation, as he was genuinely intrigued by the powers attributed to these so-called talented individuals. Given the flamboyant demeanor of the young couple, it seemed that goading them would be more effective than any other approach. His claim of having slain 6 slender ghostly figures was not entirely an exaggeration either. The girl burst into laughter, derisively stating, If you're selfish, just admit it. If you don't want to share food with everyone, don't boast. With his girlfriend present, Qiao Zheng took the bait, responding with a measure of arrogance. My ability allows me to emit beams of various colors and focus them to amplify their power akin to lasers. If I concentrate for just 13 seconds, I can incinerate a slender ghostly figure. Su Chen's assertion of having killed 6 slender ghostly figures only ignited Qiao Zheng's irritation. How could this person boast so brazenly, demanding protection while refusing to share his food? Yet, upon hearing Qiao Zheng's claim, Su Chen displayed a look of astonishment. What kind of ability was this? Is it truly necessary to accumulate energy for 13 seconds to vanquish a slender specter? Given the swiftness of the specter, 13 seconds would afford it the opportunity to strike him a dozen times. Yet, Su Chen swiftly comprehended that military assistance must be at play, granting his abilities a chance to manifest. He merely shook his head, neither affirming nor denying, and remarked, I can share food with you, but not without compensation. For I do not require your protection. You are overestimating your significance. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared momentarily taken aback. Wu Guodong was somewhat dumbfounded, to be candid. He possessed no experience in managing such situations and instinctively refrained from coercing others with his firearm. He believed that his weapon was meant to safeguard individuals, not to compel compliance through intimidation. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, If you do not wish to share your food, that is your prerogative. The outside world is perilous. You should accompany us. No, thank you. I am neither jesting nor deranged. I do not require your protection. My arrival here was purely coincidental, and I did not seek refuge. However, I do indeed have a matter for which I require your assistance. Su Chen shook his head, then pulled back a corner of his backpack, retrieving 2 packets of biscuits. For these 2 packets of biscuits, I require a piece of information. At this pronouncement, the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of astonishment. Many believed they had misheard. Although food was not exceedingly scarce at present, the presence of monsters rendered its value remarkably high, as possessing food meant avoiding the risks of venturing outside, thereby diminishing the likelihood of encountering dangers. What kind of information could possibly be deemed equivalent to such precious sustenance? A young girl, emboldened by her boyfriend's abilities, blurted out, 2 packets of biscuits for a piece of information? Can information be consumed or help you evade monsters? Have you lost your mind? You don't even need our help. How far can an ordinary person go? However, Qiao began to harbor doubts. The tone and demeanor of this individual did not betray any pretense, and he appeared remarkably composed. Perhaps he truly possessed some latent abilities? The information he sought might pertain to locating friends or allies. Yet, the majority of the group did not ponder such subtleties. Their eyes gleamed with avarice, and they began to perceive Su Chen as potentially naive, perhaps ripe for plunder. Nonetheless, with a soldier present, the survivors hesitated, their instincts curbing immediate action. In response to the provocation, Su Chen merely reached into his coat, drawing forth a pistol concealed at his waist. With a gun in one hand and biscuits in the other, he reiterated, 2 packets of biscuits for 1 piece of information. If it proves useful, the biscuits are yours. I will verify the accuracy of your claims. Should I uncover any deceit, the perpetrator shall be executed on the spot. An iron fist and a carrot. Young warrior Wu Guodong was momentarily stunned and hastily raised his weapon, exclaiming, "Let us discuss this civilly." Chapter 18. An inconceivable request. Chen drew his pistol, causing a palpable tension among the onlookers, yet the earlier reckless thoughts gradually faded. The mention of executing someone on the spot startled Wu Guodong, who hurriedly tightened his grip on his weapon. The young girl fell silent, aware that her boyfriend's ability required a 13-second charge, while Chen could fire in but a mere second. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had first spoken inquired, "What do you wish to know?" "In Zhongqing district. Where can one find costumes?" Chen slowly articulated, leaving everyone in the room in a state of bewilderment. The young girl, taken aback, asked, "What did you say?" "I seek costumes or models that one can wear entirely, such as Iron Man, Spartan, or anything else, preferably made of metal and intricately crafted," he elaborated. The survivors exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. In the face of calamity, with monsters roaming freely and death looming everywhere, this individual not only refused to hide alongside the soldiers, but instead sought out costumes in this hellish world. What a bizarre train of thought. Wu Guodong scratched his head. A look of confusion plastered on his honest face, while Qiao Zheng stood gaping, struggling to comprehend the situation. Perhaps this person, whom they had initially considered a potential gifted individual, was merely a fool. Chen, undeterred, pushed the biscuits forward, stating, 2 packs of biscuits. Provide me with a detailed and specific answer to my inquiry, revealing the precise location and individuals associated with what I seek, and you will receive a pack of biscuits. There are only 2 packs, so please be swift." His words jolted the group back to reality. The presence of biscuits alongside the weapon, coupled with a soldier at their side, rendered them hesitant to act against Chen, even if they deemed him foolish. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun. In light of the tantalizing prospect of biscuits, despite their inner skepticism, the survivors found themselves genuinely contemplating Chen's question, soon engaging in a spirited discussion. To Chen's delight, these survivors provided him with valuable information. Their chaotic yet confirming chatter ultimately led him to ascertain that on the second public display platform, located near the escalators on the east side of the 3rd floor of the Yun City Shopping Center, there lay a wearable Iron Man suit model. It appeared to be made of a combination of metal and hardened plastic, designed primarily for exhibition. Due to its weight, the staff who donned it could only maneuver in place, waving their arms rather than walking about. These survivors could not fathom why Chen would inquire about such a cumbersome item. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of excitement. To him, what they deemed a useless piece of metal could very well transform into a precious treasure in this desolate world. Moreover, Chen did not hand the biscuits to a designated individual. Instead, he entrusted them to Wu Guodong, saying, "You may distribute them." Wu Guodong was uncertain whether to feel elated, disheartened, or simply astonished. However, with 2 packets of biscuits divided among them, each person received merely a morsel. A meager offering indeed. After pondering for a moment, he could not restrain himself from gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "This is far too little. Do you require any additional information or items? We could arrange a trade." Chen cast a silent glance at him. If there was anything else of value, it would be weaponry. Yet, Wu Guodong's garments were already stained with blood, and his ammunition appeared to be dwindling. There was nothing that could possibly entice Chen. The lack of bullets rendered Wu Guodong hesitant to venture out in search of food, fearing he might deplete the scant ammunition he possessed. The rifle he held was the sole beacon of hope for these individuals under his protection. It was not something to be bartered away. Chen merely shook his head, retrieving 2 or 3 pieces of Dove chocolate from his pocket. He handed them to the earnest, somewhat simple-minded soldier, saying, "Keep these for yourself. Do not share them with others. To protect others, you must first possess strength." With that, he inquired about the location of the back door of the clothing store. Following the original route, he politely declined Wu Guodong's repeated invitations and exited through the back door without delay. Chen harbored no fondness for the survivors. Yet he held a deep respect for this young soldier who, amidst such profound upheaval, steadfastly shielded a group of survivors. However, Chen could only extend his assistance to a certain extent. Although his backpack contained ample provisions, he needed to preserve them for the future and could not afford to sacrifice himself in this moment. The 2 pieces of chocolate were his tribute to the soldier's valor. Behind him, the room full of survivors gazed at the 2 packets of biscuits and the chocolate, exchanging bewildered glances. After a brief pause, someone murmured, "Has he lost his mind?" Who could say? Trading 2 packets of biscuits for such a seemingly trivial piece of information was either the act of a madman or a fool. In any case, we finally have something to eat. Could he possibly be a merchant of the apocalypse? Qiao Zheng observed the 2 pieces of chocolate in Wu Guodong's hand and reflected on Chen's recent words, feeling a sudden wave of shame wash over him. Upon departing from the clothing store, Chen hastened towards the Yun City marketplace. Once he had distanced himself from the location where he had encountered the large group of elongated phantoms, he would actively hunt down the sporadic slender specters he spotted. However, should their numbers exceed 2, or if he were to encounter the black-scaled monstrosity, he would prudently avoid engagement, lest he become ensnared in a dire conflict. His method of dispatching the slender phantoms was remarkably brutal and direct. He would swiftly approach, drawing their attention, and at the instant the specter lunged at him with ferocious speed, he would hurl his war hammer to deliver a crushing blow. He would then follow up with a shot to finish the job. With each encounter, his technique became increasingly refined. This strategy was sufficient to keep the solitary slender phantoms at bay, executing a flawless combination that incapacitated them swiftly and effectively. He traversed the path with intermittent pauses, encountering numerous hordes of monsters that he could only evade. The state of the city was even more dire than he had imagined. However, Chen discerned a pattern. In a specific direction, seemingly towards the vicinity of the broadcast television tower of Unearth City, the density and size of the monsters were remarkably vast, compelling him to circumvent the area. The further he ventured from this location, the fewer the monsters became. During his journey, he passed through an area that appeared to be a battleground between the military and the monsters, strewn with debris. Yet, the creatures had already departed. He initially hoped to salvage some weapons or equipment from the wreckage, but it seemed that everything that had engaged in battle had been thoroughly consumed. The elongated specter's terrifying decaying power, akin to a superbacteria, had nearly overrun the firearms that had fallen during the conflict, rendering them virtually useless. Nonetheless, Chen was not entirely devoid of fortune. Amidst the desolate battlefield, he astonishingly unearthed an intact fragmentary grenade. Furthermore, as he continued onward, he encountered several panicked survivors. One group had even witnessed the entirety of Chen's hunt for the elongated specter, their expressions a mixture of awe and fear. A female survivor, emboldened by her proximity to Chen, deliberately lowered her neckline, exposing a glimpse of her alluring figure, her face adorned with a radiant smile. The slightly tattered designer clothing she wore suggested that she had once belonged to the upper echelons of society, a fact that likely left many affluent admirers yearning for what they could not attain. In this moment of desperation, she implored, "Hello. Could you possibly take me with you? I can do anything for you if you just let me accompany you." Chen cast a glance her way, momentarily entranced by her porcelain skin and the depths of her allure. However, that was where his interest waned. At that moment, his thoughts were consumed by the singular goal of survival. He had successfully hunted down 5 solitary elongated specters, garnering 5 units of energy, and had no need for a woman offering to do anything for him. To avoid further entanglement, he responded curtly and decisively, "You are beautiful, but it is not possible. What you could offer me would provide no benefit. Rather, it would only drain my stamina." Chapter 19. A moment between life and death. The beautiful woman stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Chen swiftly retracted his energy unit and departed from the scene. Observing that the striking woman failed to recruit the formidable entity capable of dispatching the elongated specter with such ease, the other survivors displayed expressions of disappointment. Chen steadily approached the Unearth City marketplace, a 5-story edifice with an elongated structure, encircled by a vast plaza. Yet, within this bleak and desolate world, tendrils of dense smoke rose ominously from the depths of the marketplace, vanishing into the boundless darkness. As he drew nearer, a slight pang tugged at Chen's heart. For at the main entrance of the marketplace, a vehicle was engulfed in flames, and several figures staggered and screamed as they fled, some even bearing unextinguished flames upon their bodies. 2 terrifying black-scaled beasts pursued them with the predatory grace of a cat toying with its prey. Their speed surpassed that of the elongated specter, darting over the scattered embers, leaving humanity with no avenue of escape. Typically, such marketplaces are rife with various resources, making them prime targets for survivors in search of supplies. However, it is equally true that where there are many people, monsters are not far behind. Nonetheless, for Chen, this presented an opportune moment. These unfortunate survivors had drawn the monster's attention away from him. He circumvented the main entrance and successfully entered the marketplace through the side entrance. Gate 3. The first floor housed jewelry, watches, and a limited selection of clothing. Numerous glass display cases lay shattered, with priceless high-end jewelry and exquisite timepieces strewn across the floor. Elongated specters drifted like phantoms, their movement slow. Enhanced vision allowed Chen to discern the situation within. In the eastern half of the first floor, 3 elongated specters lingered, separated by a distance of approximately 7 to 8 meters. Seizing the opportunity presented by their wandering, he aimed to slip through undetected. He could see the faint glow of the green exit sign not far from him. After a brief wait, Chen seized the moment, deftly maneuvering between the 2 elongated specters, using a support column as cover, and stealthily entering the safety passage. The passage was saturated with a pungent metallic scent of blood, and large pools of crimson marked the floor, yet no monsters lurked within. Gradually, he inched closer to his objective. Upon reaching the third floor, he pushed the iron door of the safety passage ajar and squinted ahead, searching for the escalator and the Iron Man model position nearby. Its sleek structure and vibrant red paint. It was the Mark 45 that had made an appearance in Avengers: Age of Ultron. It stood proudly on the official display platform of the Uncity marketplace. However, before he could revel in his discovery, his pupils constricted. For beside it lingered an elongated specter, its body moving with the stiffness of a marionette, circling the armored figure. Damn it! Chen gritted his teeth, immediately scanning his surroundings. He noticed, on the opposite side, a distance of over 20 meters away, another elongated specter loitering at the entrance of a children's clothing store. His energy units were limited, and he lacked the resources necessary to undergo a significant transformation of the battle armor. Time and circumstances did not permit him to approach the monsters directly to complete the modifications. He had to first neutralize the threat and then transport the armor to a secure location for gradual enhancement. Thus, before he could drag away such a heavy piece of equipment, he needed to eliminate the two monsters. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen resolved to act. But he did so with caution, observing intently. He discerned a terrifying, towering figure swaying in the depths of a nearby clothing store. A third elongated specter. A slight heaviness settled in Chen's heart, yet the Mark 45 was tantalizingly close, and he could not afford to abandon it. He mentally strategized and immediately sprang into action. He boldly emerged from his hiding spot and approached the monster circling the Mark 45 display. It quickly sensed his presence. Its murky eyes turned, and its previously slow form surged forward, grotesquely adorned with twisted, knife-like appendages, bearing down on him. However, awaiting it was a hammer. The Mjolnir had been transformed by Chen into a formidable throwing weapon. With a single, powerful strike, he sent the creature crashing to the ground, its body contorting under the sudden shift in gravitational force. Meanwhile, the elongated specter from the children's clothing store was drawn by the commotion. The third elongated specter, lurking in the depths of another clothing store, lunged forth, flanking Chen and trapping him in the center. Chen suppressed the flicker of panic that threatened to rise within him. Adhering to his premeditated plan, he seized the initiative and fired a shot at the nearest specter, dispatching it. In that fleeting moment, the two encroaching specters were now less than 3 meters away from him. Their knife-like appendages carved through the hard epoxy flooring with a sound reminiscent of slicing through tofu, the abrasive friction drawing ever closer. In a swift motion, Chen hurled a pre-prepared explosive dagger, striking the flank of one elongated specter. A thunderous detonation followed, and thick blood sprayed forth as half of the specter's torso and a leg were obliterated, the surging energy tearing apart the dark, twisted material that enveloped its form. It faltered momentarily, collapsing to the ground with a wail. Were an army to witness this scene, they would be left in stunned disbelief. The bizarre black substance offered protection that seemed impervious even to a grenade, and yet this knife, akin to a mere fruit knife, wielded such devastating power. Yet, Chen had no time to deliver a finishing blow, for the third elongated specter was nearly upon him. However, everything was proceeding according to plan. He swiftly retreated, harnessing the enhanced speed and explosive force of his body to position himself in the atrium of the third floor, his back against the glass railing, and immediately raised his weapon. Wait, why was there a fourth roar? On the third floor, there were only 3 elongated specters. In an instant, the true answer surged through Chen's mind. At that moment, Chen rigidly turned his head, catching sight of the fourth elongated specter traversing the courtyard, its blade-like appendages scaling the walls. It ultimately leaped from the central position on the second floor, its murky dim eyes fixated intently on Chen. The multitude of blade-like limbs descended upon him like a chaotic barrage of death. From the western side of the third floor, a cry of alarm echoed. Be careful. It was a woman, armed with a bow and arrow procured from an unknown source, seemingly intent on aiding Chen. She dashed from the west, releasing an arrow with remarkable precision from 20 meters away, striking the torso of the fourth specter. However, the force was insufficient, as the dark, viscous substance surrounding the specter's form absorbed the impact with no effect whatsoever. Witnessing the failure of her shot, the woman decisively turned and fled. Meanwhile, the 2 elongated specters had closed in alarmingly close. Chen's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the Mark 45. The monsters came too swiftly and urgently. Chen found himself bereft of time to ponder. A singular thought consumed his mind. I cannot die. He adhered to his original plan, firing at the third elongated specter directly in front of him without regard for precision or aim, his finger relentlessly pulling the trigger. With his other hand, he swiftly drew the modified dark blade from his waist, fixating on the chaotic flurry of the fourth specter's assault, and struck with determination. Behind him, A woman who had initially rushed forth to assist now screamed in vain and, witnessing her arrow fail, decisively turned to flee. She had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the elongated specters. Ordinary individuals stood no chance against them, and once targeted, death was inevitable. It was better to preserve one life than to risk both. Her initial intention to help had stemmed from both goodwill and the realization that the man had managed to slay one specter and severely wound another. However, as the danger escalated, she concluded that even the most formidable of men would succumb to death, and her only recourse was to escape. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the anticipated cries of despair did not arise. Peering back from behind a supporting pillar, she was astonished to see that the man not only survived but had turned the tide, ferociously vanquishing the two elongated specters. At that moment, he stood with his bloodied long knife in hand, clutching his bleeding abdomen, advancing step by step toward the specter that had previously lost a leg to an explosion. Resembling a deity of death, powerful and merciless, the woman's astonishment was beyond words, yet with a determined resolve, she ran back towards him. Chen's silhouette was fierce and powerful, yet his face betrayed the agony he endured. His blade had failed to intercept the specter's chaotic assault, leaving a deep gash in his side, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, he held his ground, having withstood the initial wave of ambush. His modified pistol had gravely injured the third elongated specter, and the fourth, thwarted in its attack, was repelled by Chen's dark blade. In midair, devoid of a foothold, it was shot down by Chen. The remaining two heavily wounded specters were dispatched one by one. Amidst the devastation, he emerged as the sole survivor. Absorbing 4 units of energy, he trudged forward towards the Mark 45. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. The woman who had fled returned once more. She was a striking figure, her short hair exuding confidence, clad in a form-fitting outfit adorned with the insignia of an archery academy. Approaching him, her face bore traces of disbelief and astonishment. "How on earth did you achieve that?" "This is not the time for conversation," Chen replied tersely, urgency in his voice. "I need your assistance." He had just engaged the elongated specter, his abdomen wounded, and his body felt as though his very organs had shifted. Had it not been for the enhancements and modifications to his physique, he would have collapsed long ago. The woman immediately grasped the situation and helped Chen, saying, "I understand. With such commotion here, other monsters will undoubtedly arrive soon. I'll take you away." However, she was taken aback when the man, who had just slain 4 gaunt apparitions in less than a minute, raised his arm and pointed towards the Iron Man suit on another display, resolutely stating, "We must take it." "Are you sure?" The woman was astonished. "I am certain," Chen declared with unwavering conviction. 3 minutes later, the third-floor exhibition area was deserted. Several gaunt apparitions were circling from all directions, aimlessly wandering the ravaged battlefield, as if searching for the culprit behind the chaos. Nearby, in the safety passageway on the second-floor landing, Chen pressed his hand against the Mark 45 armor, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. The woman, her expression one of disbelief, remarked, "I must be losing my mind. It's so dangerous, yet I'm helping you move this thing. What purpose does it serve for you?" In truth, she was more astonished by Chen's strength and stamina, despite the blood flowing from his waist. He was still able to lift such a massive armor model. Chen merely shook his head, too preoccupied to speak as he attempted to staunch the bleeding with a method he had once seen online. Observing this, the woman said, "That's truly remarkable. At first, we, the 7 or 8 of us from the archery club, tried to confront those monsters, but it was futile. We all perished. Our arrows couldn't even pierce their strange, dark, fluidic substance. But you managed to kill them so swiftly. Who exactly are you? Are you affiliated with the military?" "I am Iron Man, which is why I need my armor. With it, I shall become even stronger." "Stop joking with me." The woman anxiously glanced at Chen's injuries and asked, "Do you need my help?" "I know a little." Chen shook his head. "The sin of blood on me is too strong. There is no time to tend to my wounds. Where in this building is safe? We must find a relatively secure location. If we are cornered by the monsters in this passage, it would be our end. I was initially hiding in a large clothing store's changing room on the west side of the 3rd floor. After we attempted to fight our way out and were completely wiped out, I was the sole survivor, hiding there. But now it seems we cannot go to the 3rd floor." The woman looked at Chen with a glimmer of hope, asking, "With your strength, perhaps we can leave directly and seek the military." "I must take it with me." Chen gazed at the Mark 45. His injuries and fatigue rendering him unable to conceal his thoughts. The joy in his eyes was nearly palpable. The woman observed this scene, her expression one of bewilderment and incredulity. Even in such dire circumstances, he insisted on carrying the heavy armor with him. Surely, she thought, this man must have some psychological issues. The imposing image of a killing god she had formed in her mind crumbled. revealing what seemed to be a formidable psychological disorder. She pondered for a moment and said, "To be honest, I don't quite understand your tenacity regarding the Iron Man suit. But I am willing to assist you. Of course, my help isn't without expectation. You are quite remarkable, and I hope you will take me along. I am a doctor, a member of an archery club, and my physical fitness is commendable. I assure you I will not be a burden." Her gaze was intense as she looked at Chen. He recalled the earlier situation. "If I were to falter, would you simply turn and flee?" "Yes," she answered with remarkable candor. "But as long as I perceive hope in you, I will not abandon you." Her straightforwardness, bordering on the opportunistic, oddly comforted Chen, rather than immediately suggesting mutual assistance or a willingness to follow him into the fray. He found himself contemplating whether this truly was a partnership akin to climbing a mountain together. His current state was dire. Whether it was maneuvering the suit, seeking refuge, or evading monsters, he felt increasingly powerless. In this world, many harbor a desire to be altruistic, yet people are inherently pragmatic. In times of exhaustion, a more selfish and self-preserving nature often emerges as the most authentic and trustworthy disposition. "Very well, I agree to your terms, but you must heed my instructions. Should you recklessly endanger yourself or create trouble, I will cease to concern myself with you." "I understand. I have a location in mind. A place in the underground supermarket where not even a monster would dare venture." Chapter 21. The darkest of souls in the subterranean supermarket, devoid of any monsters. How could this be? A plethora of supplies lay within, surely a sanctuary for survivors. Yet, how could a place frequented by the living be free from monsters? "Are you certain?" Chen inquired, his brow furrowed in skepticism. The woman replied, "Well, because a singular monster has claimed dominion over the underground supermarket. Thus, other creatures dare not approach." "What does that imply?" Chen's mind began to swirl in confusion. "To be precise, I am not entirely certain myself. Initially, we survivors intended to hold our ground at the Yun City marketplace, as it boasts a variety of provisions. We were indeed within the underground supermarket at that time. However, as outside survivors drew near, they attracted more monsters, and the creature that now occupies the underground supermarket emerged then. Those elongated specters avoided. And it does not actively attack humans. It merely remains within the confines of the supermarket. We were compelled to flee from the monsters, too afraid to share the space with it, which ultimately led us to this predicament. Nevertheless, the monster is not overly aggressive, and since you possess a weapon, I believe it may serve as a suitable refuge for us." Chen was taken aback by the peculiar behavior of the monster that the woman described. Unaware that such a creature existed, one that refrains from attacking other monsters or humans, opting instead for the supermarket. The two of them were like two peas in a pod. Chen harbored no concerns about deceit, and after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. His injuries had only been superficially treated, and if he did not urgently seek a safe haven, his condition would inevitably deteriorate. The safe passage led directly underground. The first basement level of the Yun City marketplace housed small commodities, food stalls, and the commercial hub, while the second basement level served as the underground parking lot. The supermarket itself spanned several hundred square meters. With their Iron Man suit in tow, the two made their way to the supermarket on the first basement level. However, halfway through their journey, the woman let out a soft gasp. For just to their side, a slender specter swayed and approached, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Yet, burdened with such a large Iron Man suit, they had no hope of concealing themselves. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. The woman suggested, "Perhaps we should set the suit down for now." "No," Chen asserted, drawing his gun from his waist. "We move forward. If it dares to approach, I shall eliminate it." Recalling Chen's decisive and ruthless dispatching of four slender specters moments earlier, the woman gritted her teeth and followed him, dragging the suit onward. They drew ever closer to the grand marketplace. At that moment, the slender specter behind them detected their presence, emitting a low howl as it dashed forward, toppling a shopping cart that lay in its path. Just as Chen tensed to fire at it, the creature suddenly halted, its murky eyes scanning the supermarket deeply before it ceased its advance. Could it truly be that it would not enter the supermarket's domain? Chen felt a surge of astonishment. What manner of creature was ensconced within? The power system of the Yun City market had long since failed, plunging the supermarket into darkness. A woman, uncertain of where she had found a flashlight, illuminated the rows of collapsed shelves and the various items strewn across the floor. Chen rested his prized Mark 45 against the side of the cash register, gripping his modified handgun tightly in one hand while pressing against his wound with the other. Stepping cautiously into the depths of the supermarket. Even without the flashlight, he could discern some of his surroundings. "You've been bleeding." The woman, now inside the supermarket, was visibly anxious, glancing around as if fearing that lurking monsters might suddenly emerge to devour them. To her surprise, the peculiar yet formidable man had chosen to venture into the enveloping darkness of the supermarket. "Follow me." Chen had no time for idle chatter. He was never one to deceive himself. He needed to ascertain the true danger posed by the monsters that resided here. He was unwilling to succumb to a needless death caused by unwarranted complacency. The woman, clenching her teeth, kept close behind him, her flashlight scanning the area. Unfortunately, the shelves obstructed her view. To mask her slight unease and fear, she introduced herself. I'm Xiaochuwei. I still don't know your name. Chen. Shu. Chen suddenly raised a finger to his lips. He had heard a distinct sound of chewing emanating from deep within the shelves. The two ceased their conversation, with Chen gripping his handgun in one hand while his other hand instinctively reached for the gravity war hammer at his waist. Xiaochuwei observed his silhouette and the bloody wound at his side, finding the man both formidable and reliable, far superior to the so-called men from their archery club. Alas, he was somewhat eccentric. Soon, however, Xiaochuwei had no time for further musings. They had arrived at the source of the sound. It was the location of a frozen meat display, where a shadowy figure crouched in the corner, ravenously consuming the flesh it had taken from within. The figure lunged towards them, its right shoulder and entire right arm enveloped in a hideous, pitch-black, horn-like skin, its right hand grotesquely sharp and menacing. Attached to this shoulder was a massive black wing that drooped towards the ground. It blended seamlessly with the darkness, the faint chewing sounds rendering it akin to a malevolent spirit from a horror tale. Moreover, it exuded an overwhelming sense of dread and oppressive weight. As if it were a mass of unfathomable darkness, a sensation only slightly less intense than what Chen had felt in the presence of the flesh giant. The woman, who had remained relatively composed in the face of the elongated specter, could not suppress a gasp, retreating a step. What kind of monster is this? In the shadows, the dark figure lifted its head at the sound. It bore a face that was unmistakably that of an ordinary human male. Yet, upon this commonplace visage rested a pair of sharply defined, clear-eyed eyes. In truth, he was only half a monster. The right side of his body displayed an eerie mutation, while the left side remained entirely human, even the dark wing growing in a similar manner. Chen, who was ready to fire at any moment, suddenly recalled his previous encounters with Qiao Zheng and that metallic being. After a moment's contemplation, he gently lowered the muzzle of his gun and cautiously inquired, "Are you a gifted one?" "What is a gifted one?" The other party responded with a look of confusion, followed by a hint of surprise as he asked, "Aren't you afraid of me? You are human. I do not fear you." Xiaochuwei gazed at the unfolding dialogue in astonishment, wishing she could turn and flee. What difference is there between this person and a monster? Such a physique is reminiscent of those creatures, is it not? The half-human, half-monster man regarded Chen, seemingly attempting to discern the veracity of his statement. Then, raising a piece of somewhat foul-smelling frozen beef in his hand, he remarked with self-deprecation, "I consume such things. On what grounds can you claim I am human?" "Because of your eyes. Monsters do not engage with me in this manner, and I have observed them closely. Though they possess a certain level of intelligence, their behavior is more akin to that of beasts, their thoughts bordering on madness. Yet your eyes are clear. That signifies reason." With that, Chen completely lowered his handgun. "Moreover, I have encountered individuals with special abilities, and I believe you belong to that category. The military refers to your kind as gifted ones. Clear. Reason. Observe them closely. You are indeed an odd fellow." The man paused slightly. Then, with a touch of self-mockery, continued, "So, gifted one. Am I, a creature such as this, worthy of such a title? I am Chen. And this is Xiaochuwei. She mentioned that monsters do not enter this supermarket, so we sought refuge here. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. But I advise you not to linger too long. Associating with me is not a favorable circumstance." As the man rose from the shadows, he retreated a step further, his distorted and suppressed form vanishing completely into the darkness, leaving even his face obscured. Having endured much of society's harsh realities, Chen quickly sensed the despair and insecurity lurking beneath this creature's astonishing exterior. The oppression mirrored the darkness that surrounded him. After a brief silence, he inquired, "What is your name?" The monster in the shadows momentarily hesitated, seemingly taken aback by the man's initiative to ask. However, he soon regained his composure. From the depths of that thick darkness, two muffled syllables emerged, reverberating in the heavy gloom. Linimo. Chapter 22. I am undergoing rehabilitation in the depths of the dimly lit supermarket located in the basement of the Yun City Shopping Center. Xiaochuwei gazed into the obscurity and remarked, "Such transformations in one's physique cannot occur spontaneously. Hence, he must continuously consume substantial amounts of protein." As she turned her head, she caught sight of Chen looking at her with surprise. "What is wrong with me? Is there something on my face?" Chen shook his head. "I thought you would be afraid of him. I didn't expect you to start critiquing him so soon. What good would fear do? Although I was initially intimidated, I've discovered that he is rather amiable, and there is a significant disparity between him and a monster." Xiaochuwei smiled lightly. "Perhaps it's because I am studying medicine, I am naturally less sensitive to these matters. Moreover, I can see that he harbors no malice. Rather, he seems somewhat insecure and repressed. I wonder what he has endured. If this continues, he will undoubtedly develop psychological issues. She abruptly paused, recalling that the individual before her also grappled with a psychological disorder, fetishism. Xia Chui had reached her conclusion, observing that Su Chen was seated beside the Mark 45, resting his hand on its exterior as if it might spring to life and flee. His affection for it was almost palpable. A joy surpassing that of being seated next to a voluptuous and compliant bikini-clad beauty on the beach. In this moment, this enigmatic figure appeared surprisingly transparent. Little did Su Chen realize he had become a fetishist. He was not inclined to ponder the psychological dilemmas of a random passerby. Instead, he mused aloud. Why do those elongated shadows not enter this area? Why do they not attack him? I don't know. Xia Chui speculated aimlessly. Perhaps it is because his very transformation has created a form of homogeneity between him and those slender phantoms, leading them to perceive Lin Mo as something akin to themselves, something exceedingly perilous that must be avoided, much like a beast in its territory, deterring those monsters from encroaching. I'm just speculating. How's your injury? Do you truly not require my assistance? Xia Chui inquired with concern, her gaze fixed on Su Chen's side, where a 4-centimeter wound lay. He had merely allowed her to disinfect and perform basic treatment before covering it with gauze, a decidedly inadequate response. Furthermore, the gauze he had chosen was peculiar, black and grimy, likely to provoke an infection. Yet, Su Chen believed the situation might not be as simplistic as Xia Chui suggested. He quickly regained his composure and shook his head. I'm fine. This was the truth. He carried a variety of medicinal supplies, including the gauze, which he had modified. He had infused it with a simple concoction of drugs, transforming it into a black hue. However, when he applied this altered gauze, he was uncertain of its efficacy. Nonetheless, it proved beneficial. After affixing it, he distinctly felt a wave of itchiness coupled with a sensation akin to the regeneration of flesh. Taking advantage of the moment when Xia Chui was distracted, he surreptitiously lifted the bandage to glimpse the flesh regenerating at an astonishing rate, accelerated by the transformative properties of the material. Su Chen estimated that within a mere 12 hours, the wound at his waist would heal completely. After exchanging a few casual words with Xia Chui, both fell into silence. As they were mere acquaintances, each a realist in their own right, with little more to say. Once he confirmed that the gaunt specter would not intrude upon the supermarket, Su Chen consumed a modest meal and indulged in a brief slumber of approximately 5 hours. Upon awakening, he discovered that Xia Chui had also succumbed to sleep against the cash register. Seizing the opportunity, he propped himself up and began to assess the Mark 45 in his hands. Su Chen first acknowledged that with the 8 remaining units of energy, it was impossible to fully modify the entire Mark 45, an expectation he had already anticipated, thus he felt no significant dismay. Furthermore, as the Mark 45 was a wearable model, it could be disassembled into approximately 12 segments at the joints. Estimating that each segment would require at least 3 to 5 units of energy for modification, he reckoned that the total energy needed would exceed 40 units, potentially reaching 50 or 60. However, a more precise calculation could only be achieved through the complete transformation of each component. After contemplating briefly, Su Chen resolved to start with the right arm. Glancing at the slumbering Xia Chui, he decided to retreat into the shadows of a nearby shelf. Clutching the detached forearm of the Mark 45, and began to infuse it with energy, initiating the transformation. Waves of black energy surged from his body, coalescing into a dense, shadowy substance that enveloped the forearm armor. Its structure began to twist and change. This bizarre transformation process lasted for over 20 minutes before gradually concluding. The slightly oversized armor contracted into a more fitted design, presenting a dark hue reminiscent of shadows. Its overall material appeared to have been altered, blending steel, hard plastic, and dark energy into thumb-sized rhombic crystals, densely interlocked to form a more streamlined arm armor tailored to the human structure. Its weight diminished, acquiring a degree of flexibility while seemingly increasing in strength. When Su Chen tested it with the unactivated pitch-black blade, the impact produced a crisp sound. Yet the armor remained unyielding. It is worth noting that the modified dark blade could slice through iron effortlessly. Upon completing the transformation, he found that only 4 units of energy remained, insufficient to modify the entire armor. Su Chen chose not to rush into altering the other forearm, but instead retained these 4 units and returned to Xia Chui's side. He observed that, in the outer perimeter of the supermarket, the previously seen gaunt specter was still lurking, maintaining a consistent distance without truly entering the establishment. Su Chen planned to wait until his injuries healed further before transforming this gaunt specter into energy units. As the early summer sun filtered through, Xia Chui had yet to awaken, while Su Chen sat there, fervently waving his arms. actively absorbing the ambient energy that lingered in the air. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the energy in the underground level seemed to be more concentrated than that above ground. Chen reveled in the rhythmic motions, for he could perceive the visible strands of energy weaving into his being. He found no tedium in this endeavor. Rather, it evoked a nostalgic sensation akin to leveling up in a video game, where even the most worn-out keyboard could not dampen his spirits. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Chuwei stirred from her slumber, her gaze falling upon the peculiar sight of Su Chun in the corner, flailing his arms with a ghostly fervor. Dumbfounded, she inquired, "What are you doing?" Su Chun momentarily paused his antics. He intended to remain here for a while. It was impossible to conceal his training from Xia Chuwei. However, he felt no compulsion to elaborate. Even if he were to speak the truth, he himself would not buy into the notion of a flower-shaking exercise. Thus, he nonchalantly replied, "I'm doing rehabilitation exercises." With that, he ceased further conversation and resumed his quest for energy absorption. Xia Chuwei was taken aback by his response. After 7 years of medical studies, she had never encountered such a rehabilitation exercise, and he appeared to be still nursing an injury. Yet, she refrained from pressing for more details. Their relationship was merely a fleeting encounter. If he chose not to divulge, she would not pry. She found him increasingly peculiar, suspecting some underlying psychological affliction, perhaps of a serious nature. Silently, she shifted her position, distancing herself from Su Chen. Well, one could only hope he harbored no other peculiarities. However, given the state of his injury, any inclination he might possess would likely be rendered powerless. Chapter 23. A fireproof canvas bag. The effects of the modified gauze were astonishing. In merely 11 hours, the wound on Su Chen's side had remarkably healed, with new flesh visibly forming on the surface, resilient to the touch. Yet, he refrained from removing the gauze, wishing to avoid an explanation to Xia Chuwei, even though he could easily have chosen not to offer one. At that moment, Xia Chuwei had ventured into the shadowy depths of the shelves, engaged in some unknown task. While Su Chen remained seated in the corner, his gaze flickering between the elongated specter and the Mark 45 not far away. The poor elongated specter remained blissfully unaware that it had become a target for humanity. During the last great battle, Su Chen had expended an entire magazine. And coupled with prior losses, he was left with only 30-odd rounds despite possessing 2 handguns. One of his modified bone knives had also been lost, and he had merely 4 energy units remaining. He yearned to create something capable of storage. He had just stealthily attempted to modify a convenience bag, infusing it with an energy unit, only to have it transform into a small, black, flexible canvas bag that surprisingly possessed fireproof characteristics. Realizing this, he quickly withdrew. Regretting the waste of an energy unit, he surmised that either his energy was insufficient or the items he chose to modify were of inadequate quality. Furthermore, Su Chen was genuinely curious about the potential outcomes of modifying objects such as stones, cars, or phones. He contemplated the creation of a biological radar, uncertain if he could achieve it with a watch, or perhaps a power bank capable of storing dark energy. However, consecutive failures and the scarcity of energy units precluded him from pursuing these ideas. He had not yet reached a level of safety that allowed for the extravagant use of precious energy units. The failure to modify the storage bag and the intricacy of items like phones meant he quickly dismissed these thoughts, focusing instead on crafting battle armor to enhance his strength, knowing that opportunities for modification would abound in the future. At that moment, Xia Chuwei returned, bringing a hodgepodge of items and depositing them on the ground. After a flurry of activity, she presented Su Chen with an exquisite sandwich filled with ham, fruit slices, and snacks like Wei Long, all generously topped with sauces from the supermarket. "This is," Su Chen began, but Xia Chuwei smiled faintly. "When conditions allow, we must eat well. Regardless of how this world transforms, we must continue to live. When we can live like humans, we ought to embody the essence of humanity." As she spoke, she offered him another sandwich and gestured towards the dark recesses of the supermarket. "You should take one to him." Surprised, Su Chen inquired, "Why don't you go yourself?" "I." Xia Chuwei hesitated, fear evident in her eyes. Amused, Su Chen noted her persistent bravado, as she had confidently analyzed Lin Mo earlier. Yet, beneath that exterior, she remained fearful. He chose not to press further, finishing his portion before picking up the other sandwich and making his way into the darkness. Lin Mo remained within the confines of the freezer area, leaning against the edge of a powerless freezer, silently smoking a cigarette. He was taken aback by Su Chen's arrival and the sandwich he offered. "What is this?" "It's a homemade sandwich made by Xia Chuwei," Su Chen replied. "But it's quite enjoyable." "Thank you." Lin Mo accepted the sandwich and, after a moment's contemplation, offered Su Chen a cigarette. "I don't smoke," Su Chen politely declined. Choosing to sit down alongside Lin Mo, "May I inquire how you acquired such abilities?" "I'm not entirely sure myself." Lin Mo extinguished the cigarette butt in his palm, exhaling a breath. Tentatively, He took a bite of the sandwich. It's good. It was around the 19th when these things began to manifest on me, this monstrous skin. I went to the hospital, but the doctor said I was fine and suggested I observe it at home. Then, on the day of the disaster, someone from a government agency came to my house, wanting to take me away. There was also someone from a research institution claiming I was a special mutated individual, and none of them succeeded in taking me away. Then the monsters appeared. Here, he paused slightly, as if recalling something, and chose to say no more, only adding, "Rest assured, I am not a bad person. I want to attack you. At least not for now." In Lin Mo's eyes, Su Chen and Xia Chuwei were merely two ordinary individuals with no place to hide. Special mutated individual, Su Chen mused over the term, shaking his head. What happened next? After the monsters appeared, how did you end up here? Lin Mo glanced at Su Chen, hesitated, and sighed. Well, it doesn't take her to tell you. When the disaster struck and the monsters attacked, my sole thought was to save my girlfriend. Somehow, that intensified my transformation. In those days, my black skin hadn't grown much, but within just one day, I became like this. Hunger and a certain madness consumed my thoughts, and during that time, the person I desperately wanted to save screamed and ran away, even attempting to call the police to kill me. I turned into a monster. I may have killed her, perhaps even devoured part of her leg, but I can hardly recall. My memories from that time are a chaotic blur. All I remember is an insatiable hunger and madness. Perhaps I truly ate a person, even those monsters. Subsequently, I fought off several monsters to arrive here, and they ceased to attack me. Once my transformation escalates, my sanity may very well slip away. Therefore, I cannot predict when I might lose control again. It would be wise for you not to linger here for too long or engage too closely with me. Keep your distance from this flesh-eating monster. It would be for everyone's good. He paused once more, gazing at the half-eaten sandwich. I do not wish to bring harm to you. Beneath the terrifying and dark exterior lies a timid yet kind heart. Such a person was once merely an ordinary passerby on the streets, born into an unremarkable family, attending commonplace schools, ultimately graduating from an average university, and then securing a mundane job. His future might have entailed marrying an equally unremarkable woman and raising a similarly insignificant child, a life devoid of grand mistakes. However, this calamity transformed everything, rendering him no longer ordinary, a fate perhaps more terrifying for a benign soul than the disaster itself. Su Chen understood the implications of Lin Mo's extensive discourse. After a moment of silence, he replied, I still believe this is merely your innate talent. The loss of rationality may simply be a side effect. Yet, I cannot comprehend the nature of these changes. Nonetheless, I surmise that since you can maintain such clarity now, it indicates that you are fundamentally sound. In moments of madness, I believe you might still be able to exercise self-control. Some individuals succumb to insanity in the face of upheaval, while others, through accumulating adversities, develop a more resolute will. I suspect you belong to the latter. You will not devolve into a monster, for I see clarity in your eyes. Moreover, I shall not depart. Having found this rare sanctuary, I must linger a while longer to accomplish what I set out to do. Should any danger arise, I will need your assistance. And it would not be in vain for Dr. Xia to have provided you with that sandwich. Lin Mo gazed at Su Chen in astonishment. Su Chen nodded at him, fell silent, and returned to the vicinity of the supermarket's checkout counter. Xia Chuwei inquired tentatively, did he eat? Yes, Su Chen affirmed with a nod. Xia Chuwei exhaled, appearing somewhat elated, though it was unclear what she found joy in, as she craned her neck to peer into the darkness. Yet, nothing was visible. The creature in the shadows seemed to have completely merged with the darkness. Suddenly, she noticed that Su Chen had picked up his weapon once more, his gaze shifting towards the safety beyond the supermarket. Hey, a sense of foreboding flickered in Xia Chuwei's mind. What are you planning to do? Hunting the elongated specter. Chapter 24. What kind of person is this? It has been 7 or 8 days since the calamity erupted, and for the first time, Xia Chuwei encountered such a madman. Despite his injuries not yet healed, he was determined to venture out and hunt those terrifying monsters. What was most astonishing was how effortlessly he succeeded. Su Chen's method of dispatching the slender, ghostly figure left her in awe. He first concealed himself, hurling a hammer-like object. Heaven knows how such a hammer could wield such tremendous power. With a single strike, the fearsome specter was sent tumbling to the ground, howling helplessly, unable to rise. Immediately afterward, Su Chen emerged from the shadows like a cheetah, wielding a pitch-black machete. He first severed the ghostly figure's sweeping arm with one swift stroke. Then, with a second slice, a crimson glimmer danced along the blade, effortlessly cleaving through the distorted dark matter of the specter's defenses, decapitating it with the ease of slicing tofu. The entire process was silent and remarkably skillful. In less than 20 seconds, the specter was subdued without a sound. Xia Chuwei could hardly believe her eyes. Previously, the archery range had a dozen people, armed with numerous arrows, and faced with the onslaught of two slender specters, they had been mercilessly slaughtered. Yet here, how could one specter be dispatched so effortlessly? It was akin to an ordinary person earning 200 yuan in a day, spending 100 on a lavish meal. Feeling utterly satisfied, only to witness a wealthy diner at the next table commandeer the entire restaurant, shattering their sense of happiness and worldview in an instant. When Chen returned, wearing an inexplicable expression of satisfaction, Xiaochuwei gazed at him with the curiosity of a child. How did you do that? So proficiently? How many slender specters have you killed? Are you a police officer? A soldier? A mercenary? And what was that luminous glow on your blade just now? Was that some kind of laser weapon? This barrage of questions left Chen momentarily dazed. After contemplating, he chose the only answer he could provide. Well, I've killed probably a dozen or so. I should be quite adept by now. Xiaochuwei's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Had anyone else said this, she would have dismissed it outright, but she knew Chen's words were genuine. And the use of probably suggested he had lost count of how many slender specters he had vanquished. Heavens, what kind of person have I encountered? After a brief respite, Chen hastily consumed half a bag of red dates he had rummaged from the supermarket and stood up, ready to venture out once more. With no other monsters in sight, he intended to hunt down solitary creatures. He inquired, I am going out to hunt slender specters. However, I might leave the Yun City shopping mall. You have two choices. First, you can stay here. I assure you, I will return, as the battle attire I fought so hard to retrieve remains here. Second, you can accompany me. Should I encounter any other survivors outside, you may go with them. Xiaochuwei hesitated for only a moment before responding, I will stay here. Following the other survivors, despite their numbers, did not guarantee safety here. I find it more prudent to remain in this location, awaiting the arrival of the military. After all, even if you were to depart, Lin Mo is unlikely to leave for the time being. Upon hearing this, Chen chose not to elaborate further, arming himself completely. He left a brief instruction to keep an eye on my Mark 45 before turning and stepping into the unfathomable darkness. Once Chen had ventured far, Xiaochuwei regained her composure, murmuring to herself, he just mentioned the battle suit he fought tooth and nail to reclaim. So, he risked his life against 4 monsters on the 3rd floor solely for this Iron Man suit? He must truly adore Iron Man. A sigh escaped her lips. What kind of person is he? Nevertheless, she hurriedly positioned herself beside the Mark 45, her expression wary, concerned that if this apparatus malfunctioned, it might turn against her upon Chen's return. At that moment, Chen was in the underground parking lot on the 2nd basement level, dispatching the 2nd elongated specter. After absorbing its energy, he immediately looked up in another direction, where yet another elongated specter was wailing and approaching. Without hesitation, Chen grasped his gravity hammer and hurled it forth. Due to frequent use, the gravity hammer had already sustained some wear, yet it remained effective. He effortlessly eliminated this elongated specter as well, plunging the 2nd basement into an eerie silence, seemingly devoid of any further monsters. The number of creatures underground appeared to be significantly less than those above ground. Thus, Chen made his way out of the underground parking lot, leaving the main building of the Yun City marketplace. Outside, the plaza was still teeming with numerous monsters, but he refrained from engaging them. Aware that escalating the commotion could attract more creatures, potentially thwarting his return to the supermarket on the 1st basement level, he shifted his steps toward the direction away from the Yun City marketplace, methodically hunting down isolated elongated specters along the way. Emerging from the depths, the distant sound of gunfire from the city became clearer once again. On the streets, the elongated specters remained the predominant presence, either wandering about or infiltrating various buildings, searching through each layer and household for signs of life. Once detected, they would drag their victims out to devour them alive. Gradually, Chen discerned a pattern. Accelerating his pace and hunting the elongated specters, it appeared they could sense the presence of the living in the air, incessantly closing in and narrowing their search area incrementally. A panicked man hid within his home, attempting to soothe his frightened wife and child while brandishing a kitchen knife against the security door. Just outside, mournful wails and heavy footsteps gradually approached. The man's grip on the knife trembled. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you and Mommy, I promise. Suddenly, the footsteps halted, having arrived at the threshold. Mold seeped through the cracks in the door, and the child seemed to inhale some of it, prompting an unexpected sneeze. In that moment, a heavy thud resounded from outside, accompanied by a piercing wail, and then all sound ceased, leaving only the hurried footsteps of what seemed to be a human retreating. The man, trembling with fear, took a considerable time to muster the courage to push open the door and investigate, only to discover the gaunt specter lying pitifully dead at his doorstep, its form rapidly decaying. Who could it be? He rushed to the edge of the balcony, catching sight of a figure darting out from the corridor below, a man clad in a long trench coat. wielding a bizarre black hammer in one hand and a gun in the other, swiftly traversing the garden below before vanishing around the corner. The man stood agape in astonishment. At that moment, their upstairs neighbor hurried down the stairs, eyes wide in disbelief as he took in the scene. What on earth is happening? Wow, old Chen. You managed to take down that monster? I thought we were all doomed. The man shook his head in confusion. It wasn't Timmy. It was a young man in a trench coat, exceptionally skilled. I have no idea how he did it. In mere seconds, he dispatched the creature without uttering a word, then vanished. If I hadn't acted quickly, I might not have even caught a glimpse of him. I still feel as though I'm dreaming. We actually survived. If I ever have the chance, I must express my gratitude to such a selfless individual. At this point, he suddenly realized and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, when the monster came up, you all didn't come to help. But now you choose to show up. Chapter 25. The joy of hot pot. Xia Chui felt surrounded by nothing but oddities. Lin Mo, ensconced in shadows, shunned interaction. Perhaps due to his self-destructive inclinations. While Xia Chui could somewhat fathom his thoughts, Su Chen remained an enigma. He appeared perfectly normal, albeit with his peculiarities, yet recently he had developed an inexplicable obsession with venturing out to slay monsters. Although they were holed up in a supermarket, well stocked with supplies, there were still necessities like medicine and gold that remained in demand. Yet, Su Chen showed no interest in such matters. In a world transformed into chaos, he seemed indifferent to the treasures that everyone else coveted, eschewing the prospect of seeking out the military or other survivors for companionship. Instead, his mind was consumed with the pursuit of monsters, braving perilous risks even with an injury at his waist that had yet to heal. His routine resembled a job, returning each day to rest, eat, and recuperate, only to set out again at the first opportunity. Both Su Chen and Lin Mo were undoubtedly the strangest individuals in the entirety of Unearth City, and fate had conspired to bring them into her life. Xia Chui felt as though she had become peculiar herself. Despite her internal grievances, she recognized that without these two oddities, she would not be seated comfortably in this underground supermarket, surrounded by ample supplies. The gunfire and screams outside persisted without pause. Her safety was assured by Lin Mo and Su Chen. Thus, while she might grumble, she remained grateful. Her contributions were limited. Yet she endeavored to add value by preparing simple meals for them. Noticing Su Chen's clothes, tattered from repeated battles, she even took the risk of ascending to the upper floors to procure a stack of new garments for him. That moment surprised even Su Chen, who looked at the woman before him with a hint of astonishment. There's no need to do that next time. You hardly possess any means of self-defense. It's too dangerous, he remarked. Xia Chui replied candidly, I have no intention of sacrificing myself for you. If I am to benefit from your protection, I must contribute something. Besides, should danger arise, you and Lin Mo might hesitate to abandon me, wouldn't you? Her words struck a chord within Su Chen, prompting him to regard her with renewed interest. Well, thank you, he said. Xia Chui smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Su Chen then leaned back into his usual spot, near the Mark 45. Over the past 3 days, he had successfully upgraded the arms and one leg of the Mark 45 using energy units harvested from hunting solitary, gaunt specters, leaving him with a total of 12 energy units. The process of enhancement had proceeded smoothly, and at this rate, he anticipated completion within a week. However, he had also discovered that there was a limit to the amount of energy units his body could absorb and accommodate. In recent days, he accumulated energy units to an unprecedented 30, only to discover that he could no longer contain them. The 31st energy unit extracted from the slender ghoul would disintegrate within him like water overflowing from a filled vessel. However, after Su Chen modified his battle armor and began using grenades more frequently, he found it difficult to amass such a quantity again. He surmised that this might be the limit of his current capacity, directly related to his modification abilities. Only by transcending this threshold and reaching a higher level could his body store greater amounts of energy units, potentially altering the manner in which he modified items. Perhaps he could gain control over the direction and final outcome of the enhancements. It was akin to the boundless possibilities he felt upon first acquiring this ability, tantalizingly close yet still hindered by some elusive key he could not identify. The Onoval ring bore no instruction manual, and since discovering this, Su Chen had been engrossed in research, yet he had yet to uncover a path to the next level. Perhaps he lacked sufficient accumulation, or there were other issues at play. Unable to find answers, he continued his studies while working on accumulating energy units to prepare for the modification of Mark 45. In truth, he found the eerie calm of the supermarket somewhat peculiar. According to Lin Mo, he had fought through the black-scaled monsters and slender ghouls to reach this place. Despite the chaotic nature of his journey, those monsters seemed to be aware that he had taken refuge here, deliberately avoiding him rather than attacking, a behavior inconsistent with the predatory tendencies he had observed in those creatures over the past few days. Was this due to Lin Mo's unique talent? Or was there a deeper reason behind it? Su Chen could not deduce the answer. While he sensed a hint of danger, he knew he had to remain here. The creation of his armor required a relatively safe and concealed space, and if he were to venture out with such armor, it would be nearly impossible to hide. He would be discovered by monsters within mere steps, forced to abandon the armor and flee. Risk and opportunity are often equivalent. As long as danger had not yet manifested, and the armor creation continued, remaining here was worthwhile. Soon, he ceased overthinking and laid down on a makeshift bed constructed from pillows and bedding scavenged from the supermarket, only to be awakened by a delightful aroma. He blinked awake and followed the scent, discovering Xia Chuwei busily preparing a batch of instant hot pot in the shadows. Noticing Su Chen's approach, she smiled and said, "Look, I used bottled water. This hot pot is edible. It will be ready shortly. I'll go call Lin Mo." The woman sprang up excitedly and dashed into the darkness. After a brief moment, Lin Mo appeared in Su Chen's line of sight, and they settled near the checkout counter. Xia Chuwei playfully distributed a bottle of beer to each of them, while the hot pot was still cooking, adding an assortment of sausages and other ingredients. As the enticing aroma intensified, it was nearly time to eat. As Xia Chuwei gazed at the steaming self-heating hot pot, she remarked with a smile, "In this world, being able to enjoy a hot pot without much concern must make me one of the happiest individuals. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Chen felt a twinge of sentimentality. Having been preoccupied with self-improvement in recent days, he hardly paid attention to his meals, relying on Xia Chuwei for sustenance. While he usually took this for granted, the tantalizing aroma now stirred his appetite. "Thanks to you, I too have found a semblance of happiness." Only Lin Mo remained silent, downing a drink before promptly diving into the feast. In the dim glow of the flashlight, the three of them sat huddled in a disheveled corner of the supermarket, engaging in light-hearted banter that paradoxically enveloped them in a sense of tranquility. As a reincarnated individual, Su Chen had little to contribute, but Xia Chuwei chattered incessantly. Eventually, she broached a topic that piqued Su Chen's interest. The elderly man who had once heroically halted an SUV with his bare hands had actually received treatment at Xia Chuwei's hospital, only to be mysteriously transferred later on. Initially, Lin Mo had maintained a stoic demeanor, whether due to inebriation or the mention of individuals with extraordinary abilities. But he eventually began to share his own past experiences. He recounted moments from his days as a junior employee. Yet he fell silent again when he spoke of his girlfriend and family. Observing this, Su Chen reached out and patted Lin Mo's shoulder, empathizing with the feelings of loss. Though he had been reborn after a fatal accident, he too longed for his family in another world. Xia Chuwei watched this exchange, sensing an unspoken bond among these outcasts. Strangely, it was this very scene that sparked a sense of vitality within her amidst the calamity surrounding them. The disaster had struck, yet life must persist. And not far away, in the shadows of the basement level, a withered figure seemed to flicker and vanish. Chapter 26, Boss, this is a tough nut to crack. On the 5th day since acquiring the Mark 45, Su Chen once again departed from the Cloud City marketplace, embarking on his quest to hunt monsters. Recently, his ammunition had been significantly depleted, leaving him with only 10 rounds. Consequently, the increasingly adept Su Chen preferred to employ the Crimson Blade, energized by dark energy, to deliver the final blow. Additionally, the grenade he had salvaged had been modified with 4 units of energy. However, its appearance remained unchanged, leaving him uncertain about its power. With only this singular grenade at his disposal, he could not conduct a test and would have to wait for a real battle to ascertain its effectiveness. Moreover, Su Chen had observed that in recent days, the black-scaled monsters, particularly the elongated specters, seemed to be consciously retreating and gathering. This brought to mind the monstrous legion he had previously witnessed traversing the streets, possibly preparing for some form of action. However, this development placed Su Chen's hunting endeavors in a stalemate. The aggregation of monsters drastically reduced the number of solitary ones wandering about, compelling him to venture further afield. Eventually reaching the vicinity of the military's engagement zone with the creatures, it appeared that the military had established a foothold on the outskirts of the central district, with troops making slow progress into the heart of the city. The sounds of gunfire had grown increasingly close to the Cloud City marketplace in recent days. Although their advance was sluggish and seemingly hampered by the size and firepower of their forces, they were unable to fully reclaim the area. Instead, the military was segmented into groups scouring the city for survivors. Nevertheless, their presence instilled hope among the remaining inhabitants, who began to desperately converge towards the military's direction. The number of survivors wandering beneath the dark, blood-red sky had notably increased. After advancing approximately a kilometer towards the sounds of artillery, Su Chen dispatched 3 elongated specters. At this point, the gunfire still seemed to be 1 to 2 kilometers away, yet the proximity of the military had indeed invigorated the activities of nearby survivors. While attempting to evade 3 black-scaled monsters roaming the streets, he traversed a dimly lit alley, only to be unexpectedly approached by an individual emerging from the shadows. The person greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother." Chen halted, instinctively raising his blade in caution. The figure was a disheveled middle-aged man who had emerged from the dark corner, approaching him as if he were a familiar acquaintance. "I can't believe you're still alive. This is wonderful. Who is this? An acquaintance of the original body?" Chen pondered for a moment before directly inquiring, "Who are you? Don't you recognize me? I'm Oldly from your unit." The man, referring to himself as Oldly, exclaimed, "It is truly wonderful that you are alive. We should not linger here. I have joined a survivor group, and we are setting out to find the military. Come, follow me." However, Chen hesitated, sensing something amiss. Instantly, he delved into the fragmented memories of the original owner of this body. Although these recollections were incomplete and scattered, the ones that remained surfaced vividly in his mind. His workplace indeed had several individuals named Oldly, yet he did not recognize this peculiar, lewd middle-aged man. It was possible that relevant memories were lost. But observing the man's fervid demeanor reminded Chen of a painful lesson learned during his school days when a teacher had cunningly coaxed him into revealing a childhood book. He refrained from hurrying after the man and instead furrowed his brow, asking, "You claim to be an acquaintance of mine, then what is my name?" "What name? We don't even know each other. Hurry, this place is dangerous. We can discuss everything else later." "You are not my acquaintance," Chen replied, his frown deepening. The man's deceitful tactics were painfully obvious. The lewd middle-aged man paused momentarily, then his expression shifted dramatically as he drew a gleaming dagger from his waist. "Listen, boy. If I'm not your acquaintance now, I will be soon enough. Either hand over everything you possess, or you will meet your end." As he spoke, two more figures emerged from the alleyway, wielding fire axes. Clearly, feigning familiarity was merely a preliminary tactic. If the ruse failed, they would resort to violence without the need for any elaborate performances or scripts. Deceiving Chen was ideal. But even failing, that would merely require more effort on their part. Although Chen possessed a knife, he was outnumbered 3-1. And his lean physique was precisely why the lewd man had targeted him. These three were seasoned in such endeavors, having grown more audacious over time. Emboldened by their previous successes against weaker opponents, they formed a triangular formation, encircling Chen. Yet, in that moment, he suddenly sprang into action. His speed was remarkable, a result of enhanced physical capabilities and practical combat training over recent days. The trio barely caught a glimpse of his shadow before he lunged at one of them. That individual, seemingly no stranger to such encounters, appeared fierce and immediately swung his fire axe. But with a swift motion, Chen's blade glimmered with a crimson light, slicing through the air with the precision of a laser. The axe head was cleaved in two, and with relentless momentum, blood spattered as his strike continued downward. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed into a pool of blood. The lewd middle-aged man and his remaining companion, terror-stricken, turned to flee, only to hear a cold voice behind them. "I dare anyone to run." Their bodies froze in place. The lecherous man never anticipated that the seemingly frail young man before him was, in fact, an unprecedented force. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me, brother. I failed to recognize your might. I was merely following orders." Under the interrogation of Chen, it became evident that this individual was part of a robbery gang, lacking the courage to face the peril of scavenging for supplies. They resorted to hiding, masquerading as acquaintances or claiming to be military personnel in order to deceive unsuspecting survivors passing by. They lured these individuals into a nearby building, and regardless of whether the captives complied, they would ask no questions, executing them outright and seizing their belongings to prevent any future retaliation. Under Chen's menacing demeanor, the sleazy man, with a face of despair, divulged everything he knew. There were 12 members in their gang, with 9 more concealed in another building. Their leader possessed a shotgun salvaged from a corpse. Their initial plan was to abduct more individuals now and later funnel the amassed supplies under the protection of the military, ensuring their safety while living comfortably with ample resources. Upon hearing this, Chen swiftly dispatched another thug wielding an axe, causing the lecherous man to nearly soil himself in terror as he cowered, begging, "Please don't kill me. Just lead the way." Remarkably, Chen spared his life, coldly commanding, "Take me to your leader. If you intended to deceive me, I shall confront him directly." While Chen considered this gang to be scoundrels, he had yet to reach the point of intervening for the sake of justice. At that moment, his intention was to acquire the leader's shotgun, and among the three, the lecherous man was both cowardly and dim-witted, making him an ideal guide. Unbeknownst to the man, Chen's true thoughts lay elsewhere. He was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Chen dared to approach their lair. In his mind, he began to plot, believing that while the young man possessed some strength, his youth would lead him to act out of a misguided sense of justice. He scoffed inwardly, convinced that no matter how formidable Chen might be, a mere knife stood no chance against a firearm. A fleeting glint of malice flickered in the lecherous man's eyes as he quivered and rose to lead the way. Their gang's hideout was situated in a warehouse beneath an office building just across from the alley. The sentry at the entrance, oblivious to the ruse, welcomed them in, believing the lecherous man had successfully ensnared a survivor. Upon entering the warehouse, the lecherous man shouted, stumbling forward in a panic, "Boss, we've encountered a tough one. Quickly, kill this kid." Chen had anticipated the treachery of the lecherous man. With a swift motion, he concealed his hand beneath his coat, grasping the explosive throwing knife strapped to his waist. Chapter 27. Who is he? The warehouse was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, and rather disordered. The 9 members of the robbery gang were scattered throughout the space, with several terrified and ragged women bound in the corners. The shrill cries of a middle-aged lecher instantly startled everyone present. At the far end, a burly man, presumably the leader, emerged wielding a shotgun. Upon witnessing the scene, he paused momentarily, furrowing his brow, yet refrained from firing immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze upon Chen, who was clad in a menacing trench coat. The lecherous man scuttled over, pointing at Chen with a venomous glare, exclaiming, "He has killed both Lao Wu and Chi Go. You bastard. Do you dare act so fierce? Our leader's shotgun is right here. You're bound to meet your end." The lecherous man was acutely aware of the trench-coated figure's astonishing knife skills, although he had been the one to provoke. He believed this man to be a fool for daring to approach in such circumstances. After all, no matter how swift one's blade, it could never outpace a bullet. To his astonishment, however, the leader did not act immediately. He instead inquired, "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Though younger than the lecherous man, the leader appeared to possess greater intellect. A mere glance at Chen convinced him that he was no ordinary individual. The fact that Chen had eliminated 2 of his subordinates filled him with trepidation. Holding a gun with limited ammunition, he understood that it was not to be wasted. This trench-coated man did not appear to be intimidated. Rather, he dared to approach armed with a knife, suggesting he had confidence, perhaps even special abilities. Such individuals, even if shot, could still result in further casualties on their side, and given that Lao Wu and Chi Go were already dead, any additional losses would be a grave miscalculation. The leader pondered these thoughts, revealing a shrewdness surpassing that of the lecherous man. Perhaps the very reason he held the position of leader while the other remained a mere brute. The lecherous man, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, stammered, "Leader. He has killed Chi Go and Lao Wu. We must take him down. I am speaking here. Do not waste breath." The leader barked, sending the lecherous man trembling in fear. Turning to Chen, he asked politely, "What do you wish to be called, brother?" Chen, came the reply. Chen exhibited a hint of apprehension towards the shotgun, seemingly inclined to negotiate. "You intend to rob me, and here I am." As he spoke, he slightly raised his blade, channeling energy that ignited a crimson glow. The bound girls nearby struggled desperately, muffled cries escaping their lips as they gazed at Chen with hope, clearly wishing for his rescue. Indeed, this was a person of extraordinary abilities. The leader was taken aback, relieved he had not acted hastily. He continued, "Brother, since you possess special abilities, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. I apologize on behalf of my gang. Yet you have also taken the lives of 2 of our own. Is that not sufficient?" Chen shook his head, a hint of a chilling smile gracing his lips as he greedily remarked, "No, I find your work rather commendable. I wish to join your ranks." The leader initially appeared taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, the girls huddled in the corner displayed expressions of utter despair. The leader slightly lowered his shotgun, yet remained cautiously distant, exclaiming, "If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier? Ha ha ha. We." His words were abruptly cut short as his body suddenly erupted, flesh and blood scattering, half of him flying away, the shotgun clattering to the ground. Gasps filled the room. It was Chen who had struck. A throwing knife had obliterated the head of the gaunt specter, let alone a mere human body. He had deliberately aimed at the side of the leader that was farthest from the shotgun, effortlessly severing him in 2. Chen had engaged in such lengthy dialogue primarily out of caution for the shotgun in the leader's possession. His battle armor was incomplete, and a single pellet could incapacitate him for at least a day, wasting precious time and energy units. Therefore, he initially feigned an unwillingness to engage, revealing his dagger and abilities to persuade the adversary into believing he lacked long-range offensive capability, which ultimately allowed him to strike successfully. He had no intention of negotiating with such scum. From the moment he arrived, he had resolved to eradicate them entirely and seize the shotgun. Even if he were to negotiate, what he sought was the confidential weapon in their possession, which they would never relinquish. What ensued was a one-sided massacre. As soon as the knife was thrown, Chen surged forward, darting toward the shotgun and swiftly dispatching the nearest middle-aged man who attempted to retrieve it. The remaining individuals, armed only with cold weapons, fell one by one before Chen's relentless assault. Blood splattered as he stood amidst the crimson pool. retrieving a dozen shotgun shells before finally turning his gaze toward the now paralyzed girls. With a sigh, he released them. This band of robbers had amassed a considerable haul. Yet aside from the shotgun, there was little of value to Chen. The excess would only weigh him down. He directed the girls toward the advancing military, instructing them to seek out the troops. As for whether they would successfully reunite with the army, Chen could not say, nor did he intend to intervene. Among the 7 or 8 girls bound by the robbers, some hastily fled, while others, consumed by despair, chose to remain. A few huddled together, timidly expressing their gratitude before departing. Each scene mirrored the essence of this world. Once they had all departed, he too left the warehouse, seeking a place to begin modifying the shotgun. Some of those girls would soon fall victim to monsters on the way. Yet the few who had banded together were fortunate enough to evade the creatures, eventually being discovered by a small search team from the military, who escorted them back to the advancing infantry battalion. Their experiences were reported to the military, swiftly reaching the ears of Battalion Commander Liu Chenwei and his aide, Su Wenhao. In recent days, they had been intentionally gathering any information regarding those with special abilities. The dark, blazing laser knife, the black long coat. It was him again, the one who wields the flames. Upon perusing the report, Liu Chenwei furrowed his brow slightly. Among the survivors who had recently congregated from the vicinity of Yunqing's marketplace, numerous individuals claimed to have encountered this person. Indeed, many of the slender, shadowy specters that had attacked them had met their demise at his hands. Su Wenhao remarked. He is an enigmatic, gifted individual. He neither aligns himself with the military nor appears to relish the company of other survivors. Yet, he seems drawn to areas densely populated by survivors, persistently engaged in either direct or indirect acts of rescue. I contend that he does not seem to be actively rescuing people. Rather, he appears to be deliberately hunting the slender specters. It is merely a coincidence that where there are many survivors, there are also many of those ghastly entities, Liu Chenwei countered, shaking his head. Based on the current circumstances, his maximum capability appears to be the slaying of 2 slender specters, indicating he is at least a Class C gifted individual. Is that truly the case? Who would idly pursue the extermination of such terrifying creatures? Why not join forces with the military? Moreover, at this stage, Class C individuals are already a rarity in terms of combat power. Even among the gifted teams pointed at over there, instances of Class C individuals are scarce. If we could recruit him, that would be. Su Wenhao expressed with growing excitement. But who exactly is he? What manner of person is this? At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached to report, our reconnaissance team has discovered that a large number of monsters are advancing towards us from our 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock positions. Chapter 28. The quirky modified shotgun. The modifications made to the shotgun surpassed Su Chen's expectations. Having expended 8 energy units, the results of the alteration were. Su Chen raised the shotgun in his hand, loaded it with shells, and aimed at a pot of cacti concealed in the corner of the storefront. He pulled the trigger. The shotgun emitted a low hum, followed by a beam of light that enveloped the small flower pot and its cactus. As Su Chen raised the muzzle, the flower pot began to sway and levitate. Was this a gravitational beam shotgun? Although it was not as impressive as Su Chen had envisioned, it was far from disappointing. At the very least, he had acquired the ability to retrieve objects from a distance. After conducting a brief test, he discovered that the shotgun's maximum range was approximately 70 meters. The farther the distance, the beam could sustain its pull for about 13 seconds, with the weight and volume of the objects being affected correspondingly. At optimal range, it could lift items weighing up to 30 kilograms. Su Chen realized that this device possessed some combat potential. He could use it to hurl objects at foes. However, he remained uncertain whether the struggles of living beings would affect its gravitational effect. Time was not on his side for further experimentation. While hiding and testing, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Peering out, he was immediately filled with dread. Outside the storefront, the earth quaked as a horde of black-scaled monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, tearing apart and crushing the abandoned vehicles littering the streets. They swiftly vanished into the distance, followed by the deafening sounds of gunfire, presumably from military forces advancing nearby. These creatures demonstrated an alarming capacity for coordinated warfare. Su Chen was astonished but dared not linger, preparing to make a hasty escape. However, as he stepped from the shadows, he was met with the sight of a black-scaled monster glaring hungrily at him through the glass storefront. This creature had strayed from its battalion, having failed to keep pace with the main forces, and had instead discovered Su Chen hiding in the corner. With a terrifying howl, the creature charged, shattering the glass display with its immense bulk. This marked Su Chen's first direct confrontation with a black-scaled monster. He had witnessed their terrifying prowess from a distance on numerous occasions, and he knew that should its razor-sharp claws graze him, he would either die or be grievously wounded. Without hesitation, as the black-scaled monster lunged at him, Su Chen hurled his gravity hammer. The creature, clearly unperturbed by the projectile, charged forward. smashing through the wooden display stand and snapping its jaws around the hammer as if to throw it aside. But then, a thunderous boom erupted. The hammer, upon striking, generated a concentrated force that abruptly halted the advance of the obsidian-scaled beast, causing its jaw to shatter and a multitude of sharp teeth to scatter. It crashed heavily to the ground, howling in agony, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. The creature writhed violently, its powerful forelimbs, cloaked in dark scales, effortlessly tore apart the rubble scattered around it. Just as Chen lifted his gun to aim at its head, the beast, with an astonishing display of strength, yanked the gravity hammer from its maw, flinging a spray of dark crimson blood into a distant corner. Chen's modified pistol, capable of obliterating the elongated specter's skull with a single shot, merely grazed the creature's scaled hide. As the beast lunged once more, Chen seized the moment. Countless battles with the specter had honed his instincts to perfection. He sidestepped, drew his blade, and infused it with energy. The dark blade erupted in a halo of laser-like flames, striking the creature's descending claws with tremendous force. Utilizing the momentum, he deftly maneuvered the beast past him, sending it crashing into a nearby display case. Its razor-sharp tail swept perilously close, nearly severing Chen's head. Retreating swiftly, Chen raised his modified pistol once more. Squinting as he aimed, the beast's jaw hung ajar, emitting a garbled howl as it reared back, its featureless, scaled visage coldly directed towards Chen. In the fleeting span of less than 2 seconds, he executed a precise shot at close range. The horrific roar transformed into a frenzied wail. As his bullet found its mark in the gaping maw, unprotected by scales, blood erupted forth as its jaw was explosively severed, causing the creature to writhe in agony as it recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Chen charged forward, leaping atop the shattered remains of the counter. From this elevated position, he brought down his blade with force. The crimson laser edge sliced through the darkness, cutting a stunning arc before descending upon the beast's head. A thunderous impact ensued, penetrating several inches, meeting unprecedented resistance. The obsidian-scaled creature retaliated in its death throes, its claws lunging perilously close to Chen. With no avenue for retreat, Chen pressed down the blade, his eyes ablaze with determination, intent on severing the creature's head before it could strike. With a resounding clash, the blade pierced through the dark scales, the beast's flesh offering no resistance to the razor-sharp edge of Chen's weapon. The momentum of its lifted claws propelled them forward, ultimately drooping lifelessly upon Chen's shoulder. Exhaling deeply, Chen finally released the breath he had been holding. One misstep could have cost him his life. He promptly raised his arm to extract the energy units from the carcass of the obsidian-scaled beast. Remarkably, Chen managed to draw forth a full 5 units of energy. Yet, before he could fully immerse himself in excitement, an unsettling sensation compelled him to lift his gaze. There, outside the storefront, 2 more black-scaled monstrosities were drawing near. In that moment, Chen felt an icy chill enveloping him. The gravity hammer had been flung aside, and the modified handgun would likely require at least 2 shots to breach the defenses of the black-scaled beasts. Under such dire circumstances, the time it would take for Chen to pierce through their defenses with either blade or bullet was more than sufficient for him to meet his demise tenfold. A cold dread surged within his heart. Taking a step back, Chen had already devised a plan. Should the 2 black-scaled creatures make a move, he would flee immediately. He had previously inspected the shotgun he had chosen in this very storefront, noting the existence of an exit in the rear. He could utilize the shotgun to create obstacles, thereby hindering the advance of the 2 beasts. Surely, that would afford him a chance to escape. Chen felt no shame in fleeing. Survival was far superior to death. Once his battle suit was complete, he would not fear the black-scaled monsters in the slightest. However, to Chen's astonishment, after a tense standoff, the 2 creatures refrained from launching an attack. It was as if they had suddenly heard some mysterious summons, for they abruptly turned their heads and gazed in the direction from which the black-scaled monstrosities had marched, toward the cacophony of gunfire, before swiftly departing without a backward glance. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Though relieved, a sense of unease settled in his heart. A coordinated, legion-like operation of such monsters posed a far greater threat than those that roamed independently, hunting like wild beasts. Yet, their displayed intelligence seemed rather limited. What force was guiding them? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen recalled the earlier encounter at the Tianjing Hotel, where he had pursued the elongated specter. The creature, on the brink of death, had uttered words that echoed like a curse. I descend from the divine. Your demise is inevitable. Chapter 29. You block my path. The sky over the central urban area was illuminated. The sounds of gunfire echoed from the battlefield a kilometer away. Chen reorganized himself and stepped out of the storefront. His original plan was to proceed gradually, intending to retreat today for some rest before re-emerging, but the unfolding events compelled him to reconsider. In the wake of the catastrophe, the number of monsters was alarmingly few. 7 or 8 days prior, the predominant form was the elongated shadowy specters, However, at this moment, the black-scaled creatures were rapidly multiplying, advancing like a legion against humanity. The world was descending into madness, deteriorating at an astonishing pace, and Chen, too, had to hasten his strength. Without his combat suit, he could only engage the black-scaled monsters on equal footing. Facing two at once would leave him no choice but to flee. Chen did not wish to run for eternity, nor could he, thus he resolved to become formidable swiftly. Gripping his gravity warhammer, which bore several cracks, he daringly began to stride towards the battlefield. The clash between the army and the black-scaled monsters presented the optimal opportunity for him to accumulate energy units. Naturally, given the overwhelming number of black-scaled monsters, his charge would be futile. Instead, he aimed to find stragglers or those injured in combat on the periphery of the battlefield. After taking a couple of steps, Chen suddenly turned his head sharply, as if sensing a cold gaze fixed upon him from behind. Yet, there was nothing there. And that sensation vanished in an instant. Hesitating briefly, he decided to continue running, weaving through several turns to approach the battlefield. The military had a battalion stationed along the main thoroughfare of the central urban area, employing a strategy of dispersing squads to search for survivors, bringing them back while steadily advancing. However, they appeared to lack sufficient manpower, as survivors could not retreat further and were compelled to trail behind the military, a mass even larger than the soldiers themselves. Without a doubt, they became prime targets for the monsters. In addition to the black-scaled creatures Chen observed, there was a horde of elongated specters engaged in fierce combat with the military. The army was clearly at a disadvantage, as the formidable defenses of the black-scaled monsters and the regenerative abilities of the elongated specters, combined with their bizarre dark material, rendered conventional ammunition ineffectual, especially in large-scale engagements. With the overwhelming number of monsters and the need to protect survivors, precise targeting to eliminate critical threats was impossible. As Chen drew closer, he found the military being overrun by the swarm of monsters, scattering into dozens of groups, leading masses of survivors in a frantic escape. The cacophony of shouts, wails, and gunfire was deafening, and in the center of the battlefield, a tank and an infantry fighting vehicle were besieging a flesh-and-blood giant that Chen had previously encountered. With a single shot, the giant was blown apart, yet it possessed an astonishing vitality. The severed flesh rapidly regenerated as it voraciously consumed both humans and monsters alike, embodying a terrifying and ferocious deity of war beneath the heavy artillery fire. The entire battlefield lay in chaos, with survivors scattering in all directions, their anguished cries reverberating through the streets. Monstrous entities howled as they pursued, while thick smoke billowed into the air, engulfing burning houses and streets. Initially, the military endeavored to safeguard the survivors as much as possible, but as the fleeing throngs dispersed under the onslaught of the monsters, a mere dozen groups transformed into a multitude of fleeing bands. The army, overwhelmed, prioritized the protection of those nearest, survivors, and key personnel alike. Many survivors, in their desperate bid for survival, raced ahead, aware that evading the pursuing monsters was crucial, yet equally important was outpacing their fellow companions. Amidst the carnage and gunfire, the battlefield mirrored a microcosm of the world itself. Some, in their desperation to survive, pushed their companions toward the monsters, while others selflessly shielded their comrades, urging them to escape first. Soldiers screamed in anguish, imploring their comrades to join them in death as they charged toward the beast with grenades in hand, while officers collapsed in despair, abandoning the fight and weeping uncontrollably. Even Chen, amidst this tumult, dared not approach the central conflict. He lingered at the periphery, preying upon the slender, ghostly figures pursuing the survivors or the severely injured black-scaled monsters left in the wake of explosions. The former were plentiful, while the latter were scarce. Chen, astute and somewhat cunning, refrained from venturing into areas dense with monsters or humans, opting instead to remain on the fringes, collecting heads. Though this too was perilous, as the risk of being targeted by a horde of monsters loomed, his energy points steadily accumulated. At times, as he bore witness to the horrific scenes unfolding, a sense of sorrow welled within him. Yet, he felt powerless. Amidst the throngs of monsters, any attempt to rescue others could lead to his own demise. Compassion is innate to all, yet Chen recognized himself as a mere pawn. He would assist within his means, but never act foolishly beyond his capabilities. In that moment, he spotted a black-scaled monster, one leg blasted off and half of its body disfigured, relentlessly pursuing a group of desperate survivors. The creature was gradually pulling away from the main horde of monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Chen surged forward, determined to intercept the fleeing survivors and swiftly eliminate the half-destroyed black-scaled beast. With monsters littering the ground, speed was essential. Hesitation could invite trouble should reinforcements arrive. However, to his astonishment, just as he prepared to strike, he was abruptly obstructed by a hapless throng of fleeing individuals. "Run! There is a monster behind us!" cried a woman in panic. Su Chen barely registered her words as he aimed to slip past them and strike down the monster. Just then, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Upon focusing, Su Chen recognized the speaker as Xiao Zheng, the luminous talent he had encountered earlier. Xiao Zheng, astonished at the sight of him, quickly grasped Su Chen's arm, urging him, "Brother, hurry. That monster is far more formidable than the slender, ghostly figures." Taken aback by Xiao Zheng's sudden appearance and insistence, Su Chen halted, realizing the black-scaled monster was drawing closer, its cries echoing ominously. Unable to contain his frustration, he retorted, "You're blocking my path." Startled by Su Chen, Xiao Zheng exclaimed anxiously, "No, there's a monster over there. My abilities are insufficient to penetrate its defenses. Although we have had our disagreements in the past, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have seen it. Release me, and I shall eliminate it." Su Chen's words carried an undeniable authority, imbued with a fierce determination. Instinctively, Xiao Zheng relinquished his grip, and Su Chen, brandishing the dark, slender blade, dashed at high speed toward the severely injured black-scaled creature, which was hindered in its movements due to a severed leg. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Xiao Zheng was immediately engulfed by regret. He was acutely aware of the creature's formidable defenses and lethal capabilities. In his estimation, even though the military had inflicted damage upon the beast, there was no conceivable way Su Chen could contend with it, especially without heavy weaponry. Breaching its defenses was an impossibility. Was this individual merely seeking to reclaim his pride after being mocked for boasting about vanquishing 6 slender specters? Was he truly willing to throw himself into the jaws of death? Anxiously, Xiao Zheng began to pace back and forth in distress. As he watched Su Chen charge toward the black-scaled monster, he felt compelled to refrain from intervening further. Instead, he retreated in the opposite direction, calling out urgently, "Brother, come back. That is not a foe you can defeat. You cannot hope to best it. Do not act rashly out of spite." Chapter 30. Dare you take another step forward? Xiao Zheng's anxiety was genuine, yet in the next moment, it transformed into sheer astonishment. For the entity that had been torn asunder was not Su Chen, but rather the terrifying black-scaled monster. A lively black-scaled beast could undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Su Chen, yet a severely injured one could not. With fluidity akin to flowing water, Su Chen swung his hammer, fired his weapon, and brandished his blade. He first severed the forelimb that had come to block him, utterly shattering the creature's balance, and then seized the opportunity to deliver a swift counterattack, cleaving its head cleanly in two. Blackish red blood spattered forth, leaving the fleeing survivors utterly dumbfounded. Unable to fathom how this ragged man in a tattered trench coat could annihilate the once mighty black-scaled monster in a single blow, even Xiao Zheng was rendered speechless. He initially felt exhilarated, only to soon realize a burning sensation creeping across his cheeks. The man had not been boasting. If he could slay the black-scaled monster in one strike, then dispatching 6 slender phantoms would surely be a trivial task. He was, in fact, the greatest fool. Unable to breach the defenses of the black-scaled creature, relying on the military's assistance even to confront the slender phantoms. The thought of having previously boasted about his own slaying of a slender phantom while claiming to protect this very individual made Xiao Zheng's face flush crimson to the roots of his neck. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, a blazing bus careened forward, prompting the crowd to scatter. The bus crashed and overturned on the narrow fork in the road, effectively dividing Su Chen from the rest of the survivors. The monster's roars grew ever closer, and Xiao Zheng clenched his teeth, fleeing alongside the other survivors down a nearer path. Meanwhile, Su Chen withdrew, brandishing his fiery blade, once again melding into the chaos around him. He refrained from engaging in prolonged conflict, opting instead to eliminate isolated monsters. Even so, he found himself in perilous situations, nearly succumbing to the encirclement of black-scaled creatures on several occasions. During this turmoil, Su Chen encountered a small military unit, seemingly composed of scientific personnel. The commanding officer, upon catching sight of Su Chen's blazing blade, appeared to have an epiphany, urgently shouting, as if announcing their identity. However, Su Chen paid him no mind and turned away, recognizing that the officer was likely attempting to enlist his aid in evacuating the survivors. What a farce. In such a scenario, being dragged into the main battlefield by the military would spell certain doom. Su Chen did not lack the desire to save others, he simply lacked the capability. The lesson of not taking on responsibilities beyond one's means was one he had learned long ago upon entering society, and it remained the most vital lesson. The officer was none other than Su Wenhao, who gazed at Su Chen's rapidly receding figure with disappointment etched across his face. A soldier exclaimed in urgency, "Deputy camp leader, we must retreat at once." Su Wenhao stamped his foot, declaring, "That man is likely the one with the blazing blade. He seems even stronger than we estimated. If we could gain his assistance, we might yet turn the tide and rescue more survivors." Amidst the turmoil, their unit merged with a throng of fleeing individuals. The tumultuous chaos provided Su Chen with immense assistance. The battlefield was devoid of any fixed positions. having accumulated the maximum 30 energy units. Su Chen did not linger, but promptly retreated. Notably, he salvaged a functional grenade launcher and a dozen scattered 40mm grenades from a burning military vehicle. Previously, Su Chen had contemplated acquiring a heavy machine gun or an RPG. However, the military's main forces, equipped with heavy firepower, were fiercely engaged with the horde of monsters and the seemingly invincible flesh giants in the core war zone. Su Chen had no desire to recklessly plunge into that battleground. Thus he abandoned that notion. With time pressing and the situation chaotic, Su Chen had achieved his objective and had no opportunity for on-the-spot modifications. He quickly withdrew. Utilizing the enhanced speed of his strength and physique, he procured a bicycle and sped away, his movements resembling a fleeting shadow. The survivors, witnessing him dart past on the bicycle, were left agape in astonishment. Was that truly a bicycle? The motion of his legs was almost a blur. No time for chatter, quick, run. The monsters are closing in. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, his fleeting presence had already made quite an impression on numerous survivors, leaving them profoundly affected. The blazing laser sword, the terrifying firepower of his handgun, and his fluid, lethal technique against the monsters had rapidly elevated his reputation among them. However, whether this fame would spread depended on the ability of those who witnessed Su Chen's prowess to survive the ensuing pursuit. Meanwhile, Su Chen had swiftly pedaled away. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to ride a bicycle recklessly through the city, as it would render him a live target for the monsters. Yet now, it seemed that the creatures in that direction were drawn away, leaving the streets distant from the battlefield eerily vacant of monsters. It was only as Su Chen approached the Yun City marketplace that he encountered monsters again, albeit in significantly reduced numbers. Even in the vicinity of the marketplace, where numerous monsters had previously roamed, their presence appeared markedly diminished. However, Su Chen discarded the bicycle as he neared the area, opting instead for stealth to evade the monsters. Making his way back to the underground supermarket. With his energy units amassed, Su Chen's immediate priority was to forge armor, rather than engage in reckless confrontations with monsters. To his astonishment, he discovered numerous figures moving about in the dimly lit first basement level. These were survivors. They seemed to be those who had been hiding nearby, emboldened to venture here in search of supplies due to the reduced monster presence around the Yun City marketplace. Even within the supermarket where he sought refuge, there were a dozen survivors congregated on the outer side, clearly divided into several groups. Some were ravenously consuming food salvaged from the supermarket, while Su Chen frowned at the sight of another group of 3 individuals who had encircled Xia Chuwei, closing in on her in the very area where she and Su Chen had been active. Su Chen's expression darkened as he approached them. The first basement was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flashlights that barely reached the vicinity of the checkout counter. The individuals exchanged glances, completely oblivious to Su Chen's silent approach. Yet he could hear their conversation. Rest assured, we harbor no interest in you. Relinquish that peculiar battle suit beneath you, boss. That item is undoubtedly valuable. It might very well be equipment produced from the world of those monsters. Over the past few days, Su Chen has relentlessly modified it. Of the 12 components of the Mark 45, 9 have been completed. The overall armor has transformed beyond recognition from the Iron Man suit, taking on a shadowy, profound appearance that conforms seamlessly to the human form, embodying both lightness and a dreamlike technological three-dimensionality. The 3 survivors, possessing a modicum of discernment, immediately coveted this suit upon sight, particularly noting that it was occupied solely by a frail woman like Xia Chuwei, which ignited their greed. What they remain oblivious to is that this battle suit is far from complete. It is not yet functional, and even if they were to forcibly wear it, it would be utterly inoperable. Although its weight has significantly decreased post-modification and it fits more snugly, it still exceeds the capacity of an ordinary individual to bear. Only Su Chen, enhanced by energy units, can utilize it. A normal person attempting to don it would find themselves struggling to move, reduced to the pace of a turtle. They had yet to notice the advancing Su Chen, who was steadily closing in. Meanwhile, Xia Chuwei clenched her jaw, shaking her head vehemently, asserting, "This does not belong to me. It is my friend's, and I will not surrender it to you." Xia Chuwei is no fool. She has not overlooked the transformations of the Mark 45 in recent days. While she remains ignorant of how Su Chen accomplished this, she is acutely aware that his need for the suit must be of great significance, and thus, she cannot simply hand it over to others. Among the 3, the bald-headed one, referred to as the boss, revealed a menacing expression as he drew a spring knife from his waist, coldly declaring, "Little girl, don't test my patience. Do you believe I want to deal with you and your belongings simultaneously?" Xia Chuwei defiantly shook her head, countering, "I have trained in Taekwondo. You may come and try." "Try? By all means, let us see if I don't handle you." The bald-headed man sneered, but then he suddenly sensed a chilling presence. Instinctively, He glanced toward the unfathomable darkness within the depths of the supermarket, yet found nothing amiss. Instead, a penetrating voice echoed ominously from outside the supermarket. If you dare take another step forward, you shall die? Chapter 31. Forged Armor. The bald man, enraged, turned at the sound, eager to confront the audacity of the source. However, with just a glance, his curse faltered. In the darkness, flames flickered like flowing light, illuminating a figure of unparalleled sharpness. Despite Su Chen's attire being tattered from the chaos of battle, the blazing knife he wielded was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the three men. Most crucially, Su Chen had just emerged from a hellish battlefield, his gaze fierce and brimming with murderous intent. The bald man's expression shifted rapidly. Weighing the cold menace in Su Chen's words, he hesitated for but a second before kneeling, imploring, "My apologies, brother and sister. We failed to recognize your might and acted rashly. Please spare us, spare us." Though not entirely cowed by Su Chen, the bald man understood the gravity of the threat in his words. He genuinely feared that a moment of anger could lead to their demise. The days preceding the apocalypse had been manageable, but recently, despite the army's continual efforts, the number of monsters had surged and resources dwindled. Particularly concerning were the peculiar molds carried by the elongated specters, which severely contaminated food supplies. In recent days, many had resorted to violence over sustenance, and conflicts had become alarmingly commonplace, with murder increasingly seen as an ordinary occurrence. Having narrowly escaped the pursuit of monsters, he did not wish to die foolishly at the hands of his own recklessness. As the bald leader knelt, his two subordinates followed suit without hesitation, repeatedly offering their apologies. Nearby, some survivors noticed the unfolding situation and, upon seeing the fiery blade in Su Chen's grasp, retreated further. Xia Chuwei, momentarily stunned, had been in the marketplace of Cloud City since the disaster struck. After encountering the peculiar Su Chen and Lin Mo, she had not truly experienced the brutality and despair of their reality, making it difficult for her to comprehend the bald leader's behavior at that moment. Su Chen took a deep breath and coldly commanded, "Leave." To his surprise, the three men rejoiced, scrambling away in a panic, with the bald leader even expressing his gratitude. Once they had retreated to a distant corner, Xia Chuwei, still in a daze, glanced at Su Chen and then regained her composure. "You have been gone for quite some time. These people have recently come from outside. There are loud gunshots. What has happened?" "The army is engaged in battle with the monsters," Su Chen replied, crouching down to inspect the Mark 45. Is the situation all right?" Xia Chuwei asked anxiously. "Not very optimistic. The troops have been scattered," Su Chen stated matter-of-factly. He glanced towards the other survivors, contemplated for a moment, then removed a handgun from his waist, loaded a few bullets into the magazine, and handed it to her. Pointing to the Mark 45 on the ground, he added, "I need to take this to an unoccupied area to handle some matters. You should keep the gun for protection. There's no need to worry. The black-scaled monsters shouldn't find you in the short term." Though Xia Chuwei could not fully harness the enhanced power of the modified handgun, she could still use it as a standard firearm. As Su Chen recalled the moment when the other party valiantly clung to their battle suit yet still entrusted the gun to her, he smiled at Xia Chuwei, who displayed a tense and anxious expression upon hearing that the troops had been scattered. "Rest assured, as long as it isn't too perilous, I shall deliberate carefully before deciding whether to abandon you," he said. "You can handle this gun, right?" "Yes." The typically resilient Xia Chuwei revealed a rare hint of trepidation, taking Su Chen's jest to heart. "You promised me earlier that if I helped you carry this thing, you would do your utmost to protect me. Have no worries. As long as I possess the capability, I shall honor my commitment." With that assurance, Su Chen hoisted the M45 and prepared to seek a secluded spot in the supermarket for modifications. The expansive supermarkets beneath the megastore were vast, and the survivors dared not venture too deeply into the shadows, making it relatively easy to find a discreet location. Xia Chuwei glanced at his tattered clothing and the bloodstains that clung to him, unable to restrain herself. "Shouldn't you change your clothes and eat something? You've been out for nearly 15 hours. "No, I had some chocolate earlier," Su Chen replied, and then, with the M45 in hand, he stepped into the darkness. The situation was dire. The black-scaled monstrosities had vanquished the military, and the reverse tide had begun to gather survivors, indicating that this place might no longer remain tranquil. The modifications to the battle suit would require time, and he needed to make the most of every second. Strangely, despite having traveled tirelessly for over 10 hours without rest, Su Chen felt an inexplicable surge of energy, as if he were invigorated, even experiencing a sensation akin to being electrified, ready to unleash formidable power at any moment. Xia Chuwei observed Su Chen's retreating figure, curious about how he had transformed the M45 into such a formidable weapon. Yet, she refrained from asking, respecting his silence. Upon stepping into the darkness, Su Chen spotted Lin Mo amidst the shelves. His imposing figure was shrouded in shadows, and they exchanged a silent gaze. Thank goodness he returned. Had it been a second later, I might have had to break out. He remained reluctant for his monstrous state to be revealed to others. The three of them had not exchanged many words, perhaps only gathering during the simple yet peculiar meals that Xia Chuwei prepared. Yet, a remarkable bond was quietly forming among them. Despite their differences, they shared a certain resemblance, allowing their brief interactions to draw their relationships closer. Su Chen chuckled and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Perhaps others will not fear you. With you here amidst the chaos of monstrous onslaughts, I find a sense of reassurance. This was indeed the truth, as Su Chen thought to himself. Lin Mo appeared quite formidable, and he seemed amiable. Should a monster intrude, he would have an ally to withstand the assault. You are also a gifted individual, yet you rely on me for comfort. You don't intend to treat me as a mere enforcer, do you? Su Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. How could that possibly be? Lin Mo cast a glance at him. The outside was bustling with people, while he remained inside. Should anything arise, his hearing had been significantly heightened. With that, he melted into the darkness, his form vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Su Chen uttered no further words. Instead, he clutched his Mark 45 and hastened to the other side, arriving at the seafood section of the supermarket, reeking with decay. The food here had long spoiled. Even the gluttonous Lin Mo would not venture to dine here, and survivors would certainly avoid it. It was, however, the perfect sanctuary for Su Chen to modify his battle suit. Finding an ideal spot, Su Chen set down the suit, disassembled it, and commenced his meticulous modifications on the remaining 3 modules. Time slipped by. Half an hour. 2 full hours passed. And Su Chen expended 13 energy units to complete the transformation of the last 3 components. Yet, upon the completion of the entire suit's modifications, with all 12 modules transformed into intricate, unique, diamond-shaped structures densely interlocked, they began to emit slender strands of dark energy, connecting with one another and levitating before Su Chen. Spontaneously assembling, the entire armor appeared to come alive, with thumb-sized diamond structural units shifting and coupling towards a more cohesive and fluid form. However, this spontaneous process progressed exceedingly slowly, showing signs of stagnation as the tightly coupled diamond armor structures ominously threatened to disintegrate. After a brief moment, Su Chen realized the dire situation. It lacked the energy support. He pressed his hand against the autonomously suspended suit and instantly felt a pull. The armor was demanding dark energy from him to complete this final step. Chapter 32. The armor is complete. The pitch-black battle suit was entwined with wisps of dark energy, suspended in the abyss. Should a regular person witness this spectacle, they would surely be struck with terror. Su Chen had no time for hesitation. He promptly followed the suit's demands, swiftly channeling energy units into it. Yet, this armor, which arose seemingly from thin air, resembled an insatiable abyss. One energy unit was poured in without any noticeable change. It continued to beckon for more. 2, 3, 5. Gradually, Su Chen experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he and the armor had become one. Through the continuous exchange of energy, his consciousness began to sink, his awareness of the external world involuntarily diminishing. In contrast, he could distinctly feel the energy he was expending merging with the armor itself, like threads weaving tirelessly through the significantly transformed Mark 45, repetitively and diligently. Su Chen began to comprehend that his previous modifications, although methodical, had merely accomplished an overall enhancement of the Mark 45. It was akin to constructing a wall. What he had done thus far was merely prepare the bricks, stacking them together in a semblance of a wall. However, without mortar, they remained disjointed, easily toppled with a mere push. Only with the addition of mortar could they form a cohesive wall. Initially, this process was slow, but upon realizing this, Su Chen began to consciously guide its progression, hastening the traversal of energy units throughout the armor, strengthening the connections between every component and module. During this process, his entire being seemed to immerse itself within, and he even caught a glimpse of a second-tier door. Yet, he sensed he still lacked a crucial element to truly push it open and access the next level of ability. To Su Chen's astonishment, upon consuming the 10th energy unit, the armor before him suddenly disassembled with a resounding whoosh, wisps of black energy floating, and the entire suit fragmenting into tiny, thumb-sized diamond-shaped units that spread out in midair, still persistently demanding energy from him. Simultaneously, it released tendrils of dark energy that danced in the air, seemingly seeking something. In an instant, Su Chen reacted, tossing in the grenade launcher at hand. The moment it made contact with the black energy tendrils, it was instantly engulfed. However, some of the energy tendrils still floated in the air. After a brief moment of hesitation, he threw in the shotgun, which too was enveloped and consumed by the armor. A thought crossed his mind, and he attempted to toss in his dagger, but this time it was rejected, as if reaching its limit, and was mercilessly expelled. At last, Just as Chen expended his 16th energy unit, leaving him with a mere solitary remnant, the diamond-shaped minimal units coalesced once more, enveloping his arm and transforming into a sleek, formidable suit of pitch-black armor. This exquisite armor, which fit him like a second skin, even concealed his visage beneath a somber black mask. The transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. The vestiges of Mark 45 had vanished, replaced by an aura of ominous lethality. Imbued with the essence of authentic apocalyptic technology, Chen observed that on the rear side of each of his legs, there resided compact devices reminiscent of rocket boosters, intricately deconstructed yet fashioned from the same material as the armor itself. However, he pondered, what would fuel these contraptions? A thought sparked within him as he glanced at the supermarket's lofty dome. He immediately channeled his remaining energy unit into the dark battle attire, swiftly directing it towards the rocket boosters affixed to his feet. With a resounding hum, flames erupted, and Chen was propelled skyward, nearly colliding with the ceiling. Fortunately, he regained control just in time, but the sensation of flight left him somewhat disoriented, almost crashing into a display laden with spoiled fish. Yet, a thrill coursed through him. Had he truly taken flight? However, his exhilaration was short-lived. He soon realized that this single unit of dark energy had been depleted by a quarter in mere seconds of flight, leaving the remaining 3/4 seemingly stored within the armor, akin to a charging mechanism. This apparatus appeared to consume energy far more voraciously than he had anticipated. Raising his left arm, he focused his thoughts, prompting the energy within the obsidian armor to shift instantaneously. The diamond-shaped segments at his left hand morphed like a transforming robot, retracting to reveal a dark barrel beneath his arm. This was the grenade launcher that had been seamlessly integrated into the armor, now perfectly fused with it. Chen attempted to extend his arm into the darkness, eager to test its capabilities, yet as energy surged forth, nothing transpired. Although this hand cannon did not require physical ammunition, it seemed that a single shot demanded an entire unit of energy, an expense beyond Chen's current means. Conversely, the armor on his right hand had morphed into a grappling shotgun, perhaps due to its prior modifications before integration. Its form had been nearly entirely dismantled and assimilated into the suit. Now, Chen merely needed to raise his arm towards an object, harnessing the energy within the armor, and his fingers would instantly emit a tethering beam, enveloping the target in a manner reminiscent of a sorcerer's hand. The final manifestation of this cold, ebony battle attire exceeded Chen's expectations. The enhancement of this item far surpassed the trivial modifications he had previously accomplished with just 1 or 2 energy units. Moreover, upon infusing energy units, the entire ensemble appeared to grow lighter. Nevertheless, it consumed energy at an alarming rate. Even in moments of inactivity, energy would relentlessly dissipate. Thus, with his energy units in such dire straits, Chen could not afford further experimentation, yet he discovered another remarkable function hidden within. The battle suit could retract completely. The diamond-shaped units contracted, overlapped, transformed, and reassembled into a large black backpack. This operation consumed the last remnants of energy, and a drained Chen awkwardly realized he had no power left to reactivate the armor. He surmised that the high energy consumption of the jet black suit might be linked to its inferior material and the limited energy points he had invested. Akin to a budget air conditioner, which typically consumes more energy than a more efficient variable frequency model of the same capacity. However, this was the pinnacle of Chen's capabilities at this stage. A better foundational base and more dark energy were beyond his reach. Although he had yet to test the suit's durability and true combat potential, he speculated that it would not be lacking. With this armor, he had essentially secured a means of survival in this world. At that moment, he emerged from his prior immersion in the crafting of the armor, only to be met with a cacophony outside the supermarket. Furrowing his brow, he checked the time on his watch. In truth, he also desired to modify his watch and phone, for the precision of such devices was undisputed. However, any modifications to the phone might yield items lacking combat utility, rendering them unhelpful for his current needs. Thus, with his energy units perpetually insufficient, Chen had to temporarily set aside this plan. To his astonishment, he realized that this transformation had consumed a full 7 hours. A wave of apprehension washed over Chen as he recalled how deeply engrossed he had become in the process, almost merging with the armor itself. Especially when he touched the second-tier door, he felt as though he had plunged into a realm of dark energy. While he had successfully forged the battle suit, it was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, had he not been in a safe location, amidst the monstrous chaos outside. He might not have even realized how his demise would have unfolded. A sense of vigilance settled within him, armed with this experience. He knew he must be more cautious next time. Just then, Chen suddenly heard footsteps and saw a light approaching from the depths of the dark supermarket. Chapter 33. You are the Fiery One. To Chen's surprise, he encountered 2 young soldiers from the federal Huaxia region. The duo was meticulously searching the supermarket. Upon spotting Su Chen, who was concealed amidst a pile of foul-smelling dead fish, they evidently misinterpreted the situation. One soldier called out, "Survivor? Please come out. This area is secure. The military is taking control here. Step out, and we will ensure your safety." The military has arrived? Su Chen did not hesitate. He emerged with his backpack, recalling the presence of his Miao knife and war hammer, while another modified pistol was tucked at the back of his waist. Had the military retreated from the front line to this place? The soldiers exchanged glances at the sight of Su Chen's weapons, perceiving him as merely another frightened survivor, and reassured him, "It's all right. You're safe now. You can discard those cold weapons. They are of no use against the monsters and will only become a burden." Su Chen paused for a moment, glancing at the Miao knife that had severed countless monster heads, and shook his head. "No, I feel safer with them." One soldier sighed, while the other, noticing Su Chen's tattered clothing, remarked, "This supermarket is now under our control. Supplies will be distributed uniformly, so please refrain from tampering with them." Realizing that the military had established a perimeter and isolated the supermarket area, allowing him to forge armor without disturbance, Su Chen inquired, "Which unit are you from? How many personnel do you have? Are you here to evacuate us?" This question rendered the two soldiers momentarily silent, their expressions revealing a hint of despondency. After a brief pause, one soldier explained that they were from the mixed battalion that had been previously decimated, now with just over 50 soldiers remaining. A small contingent was stationed below, while the majority had taken positions upstairs, holding their ground against the encroaching monsters from all directions. The soldier offered a semblance of reassurance, stating, "Rest assured, we have supplies, and we will defend this position to ensure your safety until reinforcements arrive." Su Chen nodded slightly, opting for silence as he absorbed the cacophony of voices and gunfire echoing from above, quietly moving forward. As the three traversed the supermarket, the noise intensified as they approached the checkout area and the basement exit. Upon finally emerging from the dimly lit aisles, the brightness enveloped Su Chen. Military personnel had set up several floodlights, illuminating approximately 1/3 of the basement area. Indeed, the supermarket had been cordoned off, with 7 or 8 soldiers and a man resembling an officer blocking the checkout area. Beyond that, a throng of survivors filled the basement, and upon closer inspection, Su Chen discerned a sea of heads, at least several hundred individuals. In just a span of 7 hours, such a multitude had gathered, undoubtedly fleeing from the chaos of the battlefield. With ample supplies and a suitable environment for defense, it was clear that the military intended to hold this position tenaciously, waiting for resources, as evidenced by their swift control of the supermarket. The survivors, whether civilians or military personnel, appeared disheveled and weary. Among the survivors, some were listless, their faces etched with despair, while others stood defiantly at the supermarket's entrance, vociferously challenging the military personnel. "The supplies are right there, and we are starving. Why are we not allowed to enter and retrieve them? Let us in. Let us in. The monsters are approaching. Do you want us to flee on empty stomachs?" Meanwhile, some injured and ill individuals huddled in the shadows, gazing at the scene with a mixture of confusion and anguish. The military presence was woefully inadequate, barely managing the situation. The mere presence of firearms discouraged any overt acts of defiance. From within the supermarket emerged Su Chen, clad in tattered clothing, instantly drawing the attention of the survivors, many of whom spat in his direction. "Isn't he a survivor too? Why is he allowed inside? Is there a disparity in treatment?" Most absurdly, amidst the throng, Su Chen heard a voice calling out, "Boss, over here. Boss, over here." Following the sound, he recognized the trio led by the bald man, who were enthusiastically beckoning the radiant Xia Chu Wei, who appeared both helpless and delighted, trying to communicate something. Though her voice was barely audible, the bald trio had evidently come to the conclusion that if they could not defeat Su Chen, they should instead align themselves with him. Recognizing his formidable presence, observing this scene, the two soldiers accompanying Su Chen furrowed their brows, reassessing him. Initially, they had assumed he was merely an ordinary survivor hiding in the supermarket, but with others now referring to him as boss. It seemed likely that this ragged young man had stealthily infiltrated the area to pilfer supplies, having merely feigned vulnerability. This precedent could not be allowed to set. The soldiers felt a twinge of annoyance. They had just consoled him, hoping to provide a glimmer of hope, only to discover he might be a thief, a deceiver. One soldier swiftly grasped Su Chen's arm as he approached the crowd, his expression turning stern. "We are all in this together. Did you come in to steal supplies? I need to inspect your backpack." At this, Su Chen frowned, instinctively brushing aside the soldier's outstretched hand. "What nonsense is this? The attire I wear is military grade. How can it be inspected? I did not steal anything. Whether you have stolen or not will be determined by inspection." "We must check," the soldier insisted, extending his hand once more. Given the rising tension among the crowd, if someone were to abscond with supplies, it would incite chaos, compromising their ability to maintain order. Su Chen understood this rationale, yet revealing his battle attire would complicate matters further, and the soldier's demeanor irked him. He still held a modicum of respect for these soldiers, but their current lack of civility was disheartening. Moreover, he noticed an officer in the vicinity who had been scrutinizing him intently since earlier. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the military ranks. "Wait, do not offend him." It was the officer speaking. Upon hearing the command from his superior, the two soldiers instinctively halted, taken aback by the choice of words. The officer was none other than Su Wenhao. When Su Chen had just exited, Su Wenhao had observed his tattered clothing and the narrow, shadowy machete, which struck him as familiar. The more he looked, the more it resonated with him, until he finally realized. The individual before him was none other than the elusive Flamewalker, whom he and his battalion leader, Liu Chenai, had been desperately searching for. At the very least, he possessed a C-grade talent. Countless monsters had fallen to his blade, and he had indirectly or directly saved innumerable lives. Although Liu Chenai had always suspected that the individual might not be saving people, but rather hunting the slender, ghostly figures, Su Wenhao believed that no one could be so idle as to act without purpose. This Flamewalker was undoubtedly a valiant hero of the apocalypse, traversing the world to rescue those in need. Thus, witnessing his two soldiers treating the man as a mere thief and attempting to forcibly search his belongings, Su Wenhao felt a surge of urgency. He wished to recruit this remarkable individual, and any misunderstanding at this juncture would be detrimental. He quickly intervened, sternly dismissing his soldiers, and approached Su Chen with a fervent gleam in his eyes, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "You are the Flamewalker." Su Chen, with a perplexed expression, wondered. What an odd and exaggerated title. Chapter 34. We are all sacrifices. Upon the utterance of Su Wenhao's words, the other warriors were taken aback, and the two young soldiers who had accompanied Su Chen displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. They had been with Su Wenhao during the retreat to this location and had caught a fleeting glimpse of the battlefield. During their descent, Su Wenhao had briefly recounted the tale of a certain individual who had vanquished numerous slender, ghostly figures and rescued countless souls. They held him in high regard. However, the stark contrast between the figure before them and the adept, gifted individual described by the vice camp leader was simply too pronounced. Clad in tattered attire, apart from an unusual calmness that set him apart from the typical panicked individual, he bore no resemblance to a master or a formidable warrior. Yet, observing the vice camp leader's fervent and animated demeanor, the two soldiers could not help but concede that Su Chen indeed bore a striking resemblance to the formidable talent they had encountered on the battlefield during their previous catastrophic defeat. As this realization dawned upon them, a wave of embarrassment washed over the two soldiers. The one they had doubted, the one who had relentlessly slain slender ghostly figures and rescued innumerable lives, had been unjustly suspected of being a thief. The ebony long knife he wielded was undoubtedly his signature weapon, the tool of his trade for vanquishing those spectral foes. They had previously implored him to discard that seemingly useless cold weapon. Flowing fire? Su Chen exclaimed, utterly perplexed, especially at the excitement radiating from the soldiers directed at him, evoking a sensation akin to being regarded as a mere trophy. He retorted with a question, "What on earth are you talking about?" Su Wenhao's exuberance was driven by his desire to recruit Su Chen. What Su Chen was unaware of was that a multitude of survivors had converged here, having fled from the relentless pursuit of monsters. As time passed, their numbers swelled, predominantly consisting of ordinary survivors, with scarcely any combat-capable soldiers among them. Although Su Wenhao had remained taciturn, opting to fortify their position and protect everyone, he had keenly sensed the ominous atmosphere thickening around them. He speculated that the monsters might harbor a deeper motive, intentionally driving ordinary survivors together. Thus, he was eager to gather all available strength around him. Just as he prepared to articulate his thoughts, a commotion erupted among the survivors and warriors, interrupting him. The crowd of survivors gathered outside the supermarket suddenly recoiled in terror, retreating a considerable distance while pointing towards the interior, their voices trembling with fear. "Monsters! There are monsters inside!" Su Wenhao's countenance changed instantly as he turned to investigate the source of the commotion. In the depths of the supermarket's shadows, two soldiers crouched with rifles in hand, cautiously retreating from the overlapping shadows of collapsed shelves, their faces etched with vigilance. They shouted into the darkness, commanding whatever lay within to remain still and raise its hands, urging it to emerge slowly into the light, while simultaneously reporting to their camp leader, "We have a situation." The direction of their firearms pointed towards a dark, ominous figure that was gradually stepping forth from the depths of the supermarket. That figure was Lin Mo, who had taken refuge within the store and had been discovered by the searching soldiers, now rendered alert by the terrifying circumstances surrounding him. As soon as he emerged under the spotlight, a wave of panic swept through the already terrified survivors, who had been rendered cowardly by the monstrous onslaught. None dared to approach the supermarket any longer. However, taking advantage of this chaos, Xia Chuwei surged forward, pushing her way through the crowd, anxiously explaining, "He is not a monster. He is human. He is one of those so-called gifted individuals." At that moment, Su Chen interjected, "I can assure you, he is not a monster. He is indeed gifted." As he drew nearer, Su Chen recognized the officer before him, who regarded him with the same intensity as one would look at a cherished flower. This was the same individual who had attempted to reach out to him during the previous debacle. Realizing this connection, Su Chen began to comprehend the implications of the term flame bearer, though he felt an odd sense of embarrassment akin to calling out for Ultraman during a playful moment. Nevertheless, he quickly spoke up. In Su Wenhao's eyes, Xia Chuwei was merely an ordinary survivor whose words held little weight. However, he was well aware of Su Chen's reputation. And given Su Chen's fearless nature as a lone hero who constantly rescued others, he was inclined to believe him, albeit with a cautious demeanor. He turned to Lin Mo and asked, "Are you also one of the gifted?" Lin Mo had been exhibiting a cooperative demeanor, raising his hands in surrender. He wished to avoid any conflict, and though the shouts of monster had stirred some agitation within him, he felt a surge of gratitude towards those who came to his aid and refrained from any rash actions. He replied, "I am human. My name is Lin Mo, and my federal identification card is in the left pocket of my pants. You may verify it." At that moment, a fresh commotion erupted as more survivors surged down from the entrance on the -1 level and several escalators. The sounds of gunfire from above grew increasingly chaotic. Su Wenhao, concerned, glanced in that direction but remained focused on the immediate situation. He signaled to a soldier, who approached to verify Lin Mo's identification. Noticing that Lin Mo displayed no hostile intent, Su Wenhao finally felt reassured and commanded several soldiers to lower their vigilance, saying, "I apologize. During these extraordinary times, we must remain cautious." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Su Wenhao immediately set about calming the survivors. Although they were somewhat willing to trust the military's judgment, they still hesitated to approach Lin Mo, losing their earlier resolve to storm the supermarket. In a sense, this inadvertently aided Su Wenhao. Su Chen made it clear that he and Xia Chuwei were allies, ensuring she remained within the supermarket's confines. As for the bald-headed leader and his companions, they muttered something that convinced the soldiers they were allies of Su Chen, allowing them entry, a testament to the military's lack of personnel. The bald-headed leader sidled up to Su Chen, ingratiatingly stating, "Brother, I know of your prowess, but one must always have a few hands for menial tasks, right?" Su Chen regarded him with a thoughtful glance, feeling a shift within, yet he neither dismissed him nor agreed. The bald-headed leader, elated, obediently positioned himself behind Su Chen along with his two subordinates. If it were to be said that he previously sought to ingratiate himself with the gifted, now he genuinely desired to associate with Su Chen. The military personnel recognized him and treated him with utmost respect. Such a formidable ally was indeed rare. The bald leader understood a crucial principle. Lacking ability is not terrifying. What is truly daunting is being devoid of talent, yet failing to align oneself with someone capable. However, his greatest concern was that the three of them might prove entirely unhelpful to Su Chen, rendering his flattery utterly futile. In this era, only those of value could be embraced by the powerful. At present, Su Chen did not reject them, which brought a sigh of relief to the bald leader. At least this formidable talent deemed them useful. That was sufficient. What the bald leader remained unaware of was that Su Wenhao, hailing from a military background, treated Su Chen with courtesy not only due to Su Chen's own prowess, but also because the military was critically short-staffed and desperately needed strong allies. Upon confirming that Lin Mo was also gifted, Su Wenhao promptly summoned him as well, clearly harboring intentions to recruit these seemingly formidable talents into the military. At this moment, identification cards surprisingly proved to be of miraculous significance. Of course, this was also due to Lin Mo's appearance remaining unaltered, allowing for identification verification. Su Chen was indeed curious about why so many survivors had congregated here. However, none had the chance to speak, as chaos erupted among the crowd of survivors outside. A few soldiers, accompanied by a group of researchers, parted the throng of survivors and approached the supermarket. Before they could arrive, one elderly professor among the researchers, waving his tablet, exclaimed with a mix of excitement and urgency, "We have analyzed the situation. They intend to conduct a sacrificial ceremony here. We are the offerings." Chapter 35. The Divine Sacrifice. The elderly professor appeared overly agitated, entirely disregarding the repercussions of publicly stating such matters. Fortunately, his voice was not particularly loud due to his advanced age, resulting in merely a minor disturbance. However, Su Wenhao's expression darkened. With the military's recent defeat and their retreat to this location, the absence of mobile phones and the internet paradoxically facilitated the rapid spread of rumors. It would not be long before this information permeated among all survivors. At this juncture, Su Wenhao could no longer afford to ponder the implications. Fearing that his worst apprehensions might materialize, he hastily welcomed the old professor and his team, inquiring, "Professor Chen, what is the meaning of this? What offerings? What sacrifices?" Meanwhile, Su Chen remained silent, acutely aware that the situation was decidedly amiss. The military was severely understaffed, with only a handful present underground, and the number of soldiers stationed outside was scarcely sufficient. In contrast, survivors were flooding in, exponentially outnumbering the military personnel. The stark deficiency in military numbers suggested that the influx of survivors was not orchestrated by the overwhelmed military. Given what Su Chen had witnessed on the battlefield, chaotic retreat and scattering of survivors, how could it be that, within less than 10 hours, they had so fortuitously congregated here? Moreover, this Professor Chen, emerging from seemingly nowhere, boldly proclaimed that they were all mere sacrifices. The notion of sacrifice immediately reminded Su Chen of the gaunt specter he had encountered at the Tianjing Hotel, who had invoked the name of a certain deity. Professor Chen seemed to realize his indiscretion and quickly composed himself. While showing Su Wenhao a plethora of incomprehensible data, he continued, "We are positioned directly beneath the spatial rift above us. When we arrived here, did you not mention that the light seemed to brighten? That was not merely your eyes adjusting to the environmental changes. It was a genuine alteration in the luminosity of our surroundings. The spatial rift above us is undergoing a violent energy reaction. Although this phenomenon is currently confined to the blood-red rift in the Cloud City marketplace, its frequency and wavelength changes are strikingly consistent with the observations we made prior to dusk. Moreover, while the energy response is gradually approaching the peak recorded in our data, it has yet to reach the critical threshold. It seems to lack a certain essential support to ascend to its pinnacle. Just moments ago, a multitude of gaunt specters breached our lines, disregarding the soldiers stationed outside, and made their way to the rooftop to perform some form of arrangement, triggering a large-scale disturbance of dark energy. Combining this information with our previous data, we have conclusively determined that these creatures seek to harness the dark energy from us. Their sacrifices, through the act of offering, to facilitate the anticipated energy peak of the blood-red rift above. This, in turn, would fulfill their sacrificial objectives and precipitate changes that remain beyond our current understanding. Furthermore, when considering the analysis of the creature's divine beliefs, their peculiar behavior of driving survivors together without slaughtering them suggests a singular possibility. They intend to offer us humans to the deity they both fear and revere. Su Wenhao was utterly perplexed. "Professor Chen, spare me the convoluted explanations. Please be straightforward with me. What exactly is going on? What are the implications? What actions should we take? What do they intend to achieve by sacrificing us?" Professor Chen's words indeed clarified Su Chen's confusion. It turned out that a significant number of survivors had been intentionally driven here, and this Cloud City marketplace had morphed into an altar for the monsters. Su Chen's gaze remained fixed on Professor Chen, who evidently possessed crucial information regarding the cataclysm in these creatures, knowledge he had long sought to comprehend. Su Chen had always been eager to unravel the mysteries plaguing this world. Living in a perpetual state of flight from monsters was unsustainable. Only by growing stronger and acquiring more knowledge could one hope to endure. Moreover, Professor Chen had insights into dark energy, space, and the monsters, which might offer Su Chen the inspiration he needed to ascend to the next level. He had previously sensed the doorway to this second tier and believed that breaking through could lead to astonishing transformations in his abilities. With his battle armor complete, ascending to this next tier had become an urgent priority for Su Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Chen furrowed his brow and said, "Very well. Let me put it this way. Those monsters have gathered so many individuals with the intent of sacrificing us. Remaining here is nearly tantamount to a death sentence. Furthermore, their sacrificial rituals are not merely meaningless acts. They aim to achieve specific objectives, potentially summoning their deities. However, if my assumptions are correct, sufficient dark energy is pivotal for these monsters to complete their sacrificial rites. As humans, we inherently possess a meager amount of dark energy, extremely sparse by nature. Therefore, they need to amass a substantial number of individuals to fulfill their requirements, and the overwhelming quantity and gruesome nature of the sacrifices align perfectly with their frenzied, sinister beliefs. Fortunately, the situation has not yet reached its direst point. The dark energy of individual ordinary humans is indeed scant, but when accumulated, it can sustain the sacrificial process. Nevertheless, for the monsters to commence their ritual, they must first identify a primary sacrificial offering with ample dark energy reserves, specifically, a powerful, gifted individual. Only then can they initiate their bizarre sacrificial ceremony, after which we, the ordinary offerings, would play our part. Currently, the gifted individuals collaborating with us outside are insufficiently powerful. We would require at least one or two from the sea level or above designated by the command. Thus, I believe we may have some time yet. The sacrificial ritual will not commence imminently. While the monsters remain unaware that we have discerned their intentions, Deputy Camp Leader Sue, is there a chance for you to find an opportunity to break free? Moreover, if feasible, I would greatly appreciate it if you could dispatch a few individuals to assist me in installing several sensors and cameras. I am eager to discern their true intentions. Although this so-called sacrifice is indeed a sacrifice, it is evident that the extraction of energy must involve the dark energy technology possessed by these creatures, which could prove immensely beneficial to us. Even if we cannot directly observe the technology, perhaps we can uncover the actual entities that manipulate these monsters from behind the scenes. The concept of deities is, in essence, a mere fabrication, a blind reverence of ignorant civilizations and lesser beings. If we can delve deeper into this matter, we may unravel the true nature of the gods that lie behind these creatures. As Professor Chen spoke, his words grew increasingly fervent. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Su Wenhao's peculiar expression, who was turning to his companions and murmuring, individuals of Class C and above, gifted ones? Professor Chen promptly shifted his attention to the two individuals he had nearly overlooked. The tattered-clothed Su Chun had been dismissed as an ordinary passerby, but the sight of Lin Mo, a being part human, part monster, instantly darkened his expression. Gifted ones? Both Lin Mo and Su Chun had clearly overheard the dialogue between Professor Chun and Su Wenhao. They were not fools and quickly grasped the implications. Lin Mo's countenance soured as he remarked, "About 7 or 8 days ago, I was here, and both the black-scaled monster and the elongated specter were aware of my presence, yet have never attacked me. It must be true. I am the primary sacrifice." Su Chen's expression also darkened, a sensation of having stepped into a trap washing over him. Yet, it was he who had resolutely chosen to remain here. Without the respite of these past days, he would not have had the invaluable opportunity to forge his battle armor. Danger and opportunity are two sides of the same coin, and this world is fundamentally just. He could accept the current predicament. His battle armor was complete, allowing him both offensive and defensive capabilities. He was no longer the timid Su Chun who scurried about in flesh. Moreover, Su Chun had an inkling that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he may not be as significant as Lin Mo in the eyes of the monsters, but he had surely been marked as one of the sacrifices. Otherwise, he would not have been able to traverse the markets of Cloud City so effortlessly these past few days. However, it is likely that the orchestrator of this sacrificial ritual had not anticipated that with each of his comings and goings, his combat prowess had been quietly undergoing a transformation. Consequently, Su Chun felt a surprising calmness. On one hand, it was due to the tempering he had undergone amidst blood and fire. On the other, his battle armor was complete, offering him both offense and defense. Unless the streets were overrun by countless black-scaled monsters, he could hardly believe he would be unable to break free. Professor Chen was a person whose emotions were vividly displayed on his face. Upon hearing this, his complexion turned pale as he exclaimed, "It's over." According to our calculations, the number of ordinary individuals required for the sacrifice is sufficient, and the primary offering is here. The ritual of sacrifice is likely to commence imminently. We cannot escape. Nevertheless, perhaps this presents an opportunity to witness their true intentions and the techniques for extracting dark energy. We may be able to glean some fragments of data and observational results. Su Wenhao also bore a somber expression. Although he lacked the extensive knowledge of Professor Chen, he had long sensed that something was amiss. The number of monsters was overwhelming. Black-scaled creatures and elongated phantoms combined approached 200. In contrast, his ragtag group numbered no more than 50, lacking heavy weaponry, and they had been herded to this location. Su Wenhao raised his head to gaze at the throng of survivors, now engulfed in chaos and rumor, and clenched his fists in despair. Had they possessed sufficient forces, he would have certainly disrupted this sinister sacrificial ceremony. However, now, their very survival seemed an insurmountable challenge. Still, Su Wenhao endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts and firmly grasped the dazed Professor Chen. "Professor Chen, there must still be a chance. You are an expert in the study of these creatures and dark energy. Think quickly. Can you analyze the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of these monsters and devise a strategy? My comrades and I are prepared to fight to the death." Chapter 36. The Monsters Approach. Professor Chen, in a moment of dazed contemplation, finally spoke. Whether it is the black-scaled monstrosity or the elongated specter, they possess a certain degree of intelligence, albeit limited and chaotic in thought. They are incapable of executing such intricate maneuvers, nor can they employ the technique of extracting dark energy to fuel the crimson rifts in the sky. There must be another entity or creature orchestrating their actions, akin to a swarm of bees. If we could locate it and eliminate it, perhaps the threat posed by the black-scaled monstrosities and the elongated specters would significantly diminish. Su Wenhao, with a bitter smile, remarked, previously, we could scarcely muster an entire battalion to track it down. Now, with merely over 50 warriors at my disposal, how could we possibly behead it? Professor Chen lowered his head, seemingly lamenting a lost cause, and said despondently, I have no further solutions. Meanwhile, the chaos on the first basement floor intensified. They listened to the faint gunfire emanating from above and began to voice entirely negative sentiments and information, influencing one another, spiraling into greater panic and tension. We are all destined to become the monster's sacrifices. It is as the professor stated. This is not the final line of defense. We are doomed. What can we do? You are the military. When you restrained us, you had the upper hand. Now devise a plan. Su Wenhao clenched his jaw, observing the multitude of survivors gathered in the dimly lit subterranean level. He understood that there were even more survivors above, totaling at least 500 to 700 individuals. He could not bear to witness so many innocent lives awaiting their grim fate. Professor Chen had no better alternatives, and the military reinforcements were nowhere in sight. They were left with but one choice. Professor Chen looked at Su Wenhao and inquired, Deputy Commander Su, what do you intend to do? Let us stake the lives of our 50-odd brethren and fight our way through with all our might. We will rescue as many as we can. Su Wenhao's fists tightened, his eyes a crimson hue, seemingly resolved to risk everything. No matter what, we cannot perish here. We must do everything in our power to thwart the monster's sacrificial ritual. The situation in Yuanliao City cannot deteriorate further. This is our duty, regardless of the odds. We must make the attempt. Professor Chen, you and your team prepare swiftly. Gather your equipment and data. We will prioritize your safety. We are no match for the multitude of monsters here, but if we can escape successfully, the sacrifices will flee, and thus the monster's ritual cannot proceed. At that moment, Su Chen interjected, how many monsters are outside? The black-scaled creatures and the elongated specters. Together, they surely exceed 100, perhaps even 200. However, they have maintained a loosely knit semi-encirclement, consistently driving survivors inward. Their attacks on us have been sparse. Otherwise, we would not have endured this long. We are utterly incapable of confronting those monsters. Our only option is to follow their push into this refuge, to avoid being slaughtered immediately. Su Wenhao let out a bitter smile and said, therefore, Mr. Su and Mr. Lin, since you are the sacrificial offerings, you must possess formidable talents. I, along with these survivors, require your assistance, especially since Professor Chen and the others must not perish here. Do you have any heavy weaponry at your disposal? Tanks? Armored vehicles? At this moment, Lin Mo also spoke up, evidently intent on offering his aid. He felt a twinge of guilt, believing that his presence had attracted the monsters and instigated all this chaos. Yet, he was aware that even had he relocated sooner, the monsters would have remained undeterred in their intentions, merely shifting the location of the sacrifice and the offerings. Moreover, should he attempt to flee, those monsters that had previously ignored him might then obstruct his escape. We have nothing left. Su Wenhao's expression darkened. Earlier, when we were besieged by the black-scaled monstrosities, our company commander sacrificed himself to protect me and Professor Chen during our breakout, while the main force fought valiantly. We were lightly equipped and lack heavy weaponry now. Without heavy weaponry, a single black-scaled monster could decimate dozens of infantry, with merely over 50 of them remaining. They were unqualified to even fight back. Charging out would merely be a death sentence. Of course, none voiced these thoughts, yet it was universally understood. Professor Chen and his research team appeared ashen, and even the soldiers guarding these experts bore grim expressions tinged with resolve. Deputy Commander, let us confront those monsters. We fear not death. We shall fight with all our might. Even if it means collective suicide outside, we refuse to become fodder for the monster sacrifices. We must complete our mission and ensure the safety of Professor Chen and the survivors. These warriors had all encountered the black-scaled monsters firsthand and were acutely aware of the vast chasm separating the two sides in this moment. Despite the fear evident on a few faces, the majority spoke with fervor, truly prepared to risk everything. At this juncture, the life of Professor Chen, who possessed extensive research on the monsters, was far more significant than that of an ordinary individual. Lin Mo observed the scene, gritting his teeth. I might be of assistance. I may have personally slain a black-scaled monster, and since this incident is partly my doing, I am willing to contribute. His words elicited astonishment among the crowd. When disaster struck, many gifted individuals emerged, yet few had actually slain a black-scaled monster. Su Chen regarded Lin Mo with renewed interest. Recalling Lin Mo's mention of a related incident, it was highly probable that he had consumed the out-of-control black-scaled monster. Professor Chen looked at Lin Mo in surprise and sighed. No wonder you are a sacrificial offering. Having slain a black-scaled monster, you must be at least a B-level talent. However, a flicker of hope surged within Su Wenhao as he turned to Su Chen. He understood that while Su Chen might not be a match for the black-scaled monsters, he was still a formidable talent. With the assistance of these two gifted individuals, and given the current situation of the black-scaled monsters being dispersed, there might be a chance to protect Professor Chen and secure their escape. Suddenly, Su Chen inquired, "Do you have any machine guns left? I would like one. I find myself in dire need of a black-scaled monstrosity or several elongated specters, as well as a modicum of time." He had remained silent for a considerable period, weighing his options. If they were to encircle the foes, it could be said there were over 100 creatures. However, the actual number he would have to confront at any given moment would likely be no more than a dozen, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility to fight his way through. Having previously battled the black-scaled monsters, he was acutely aware of their formidable nature. Yet now, clad in his battle armor, the efficacy of which remained untested, he conservatively estimated that facing 3 black-scaled monstrosities head-on would pose no insurmountable challenge. Should he manage to modify a heavy machine gun, it was conceivable that he could carve a bloody path all on his own. However, he was presently lacking the energy required to utilize his battle suit, let alone the power to enhance the machine gun. This posed a significant dilemma. Determined, Su Chen resolved to act, not only to protect Professor Chen and glean information from him, but also to thwart the monster's ritual from achieving fruition. The haunting words, "I, the deity, descend," echoed vividly in his mind. If some unfathomable god or horrific creature were indeed to arrive, would he be able to survive? It was akin to a frog being slowly boiled alive. Inaction would only lead to a grim fate. The world was evidently deteriorating, and burying one's head in the sand like an ostrich would not prolong life. Su Chen was not one to await fate passively. Regardless of the outcome, he would strive with all his might. Su Wenhao was taken aback, perplexed by Su Chen's intent to wield a heavy machine gun at such a juncture. Yet before he could inquire further, a cacophony erupted from the already chaotic crowd on the lower level, escalating into greater turmoil and haunting screams. Monsters! The black-scaled creatures had breached their defenses. Under the harsh glare of the floodlights, he beheld the throng recoiling in terror as several horrific black-scaled beasts descended upon them from the escalator, wreaking havoc among the populace, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Strangely, they did not kill immediately, nor did they consume their victims as before. Instead, they severed the legs of the survivors, causing a profusion of blood to flow without delivering instant death, rendering escape nearly impossible. Blood splattered across the floodlights, casting the entire lower level in a grim crimson hue, reminiscent of a hellish scene. The farthest floodlight was even destroyed, plunging the area into darkness, as the screams of humanity echoed, spreading panic and despair. Chapter 37, We Will Break Through. Professor Chen's complexion suddenly turned ashen. It is over. Their ritual has commenced. A few warriors, initially heading towards the martial law supermarket, hurriedly ran over with their weapons. However, they were but a handful, only slightly outnumbering the invading black-scaled monsters. Charging forward seemed akin to moths flying into a flame. Yet they displayed no hesitation. The leading warrior glanced back at Su Wenhao and declared, "Deputy Commander, I will hold them off. You and Professor Chen must devise a plan." Su Wenhao's expression darkened as he seized Professor Chen, yearning to inquire if there were any alternative options. If not, he would have to fight valiantly to the death, but such an act would be futile. It would not ensure Professor Chen's survival. What would it matter if they all perished in battle? On the other side, upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen felt a weight in his heart and swiftly altered his strategy for modifying the heavy machine gun. The original plan remained unchanged, advance directly, facing no more than a dozen black-scaled monsters at most. However, given the size of the black-scaled beasts, even if a dozen charged, he would not confront more than 7 at a time. Beyond that, they would crowd each other, diminishing the threat significantly. Thus, Su Chen calmly assessed that if he engaged the enemy directly, reinforced by his battle armor, he might withstand 3 to 5 black-scaled monsters. The modification of the heavy machine gun had failed, necessitating assistance to fend off the additional 2 to 4 creatures. Nevertheless, the armor had yet to undergo practical combat testing. Perhaps its capabilities were greater than anticipated. In the midst of this crisis, Su Chen weighed his options and turned to Lin Mo beside him, asking, "If 2 to 4 black-scaled monsters were to assault you simultaneously, could you withstand them?" Although Lin Mo had claimed to have slain a black-scaled monster before, Su Chen was uncertain of his true limits. Lin Mo exuded an overwhelming aura, having been chosen as a primary sacrifice by the monsters, indicating his strength was no trivial matter. Perhaps he could indeed fend off more black-scaled beasts. Lin Mo had previously expressed his willingness to engage. So it would be prudent for them to join forces. 1 plus 1 could yield greater than 2. Perhaps, I possess greater strength, and my recovery far exceeds that of the average person. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, asking, "Why do you inquire?" Su Chen's gaze was cold and resolute as he replied, "Together, we may pierce through their ranks. Carve a bloody path." Lin Mo was taken aback. Although he knew Su Chen was likely a gifted individual who had been hunting monsters, he had not anticipated such boldness and valor. To charge forth and declare an intention to cut through the black-scaled monsters was a revelation. At that moment, Lin Mo felt a surge of audacity. If Su Chen was willing to risk everything, why should he not dare to fight as well? Though Lin Mo was merely an ordinary man, previously an inconspicuous figure in society, he possessed his own thoughts, courage, and intellect. In times like these, both authority and reason seemed to fade, revealing a fearless spirit within him. Lin Mo suddenly recalled the words Su Chen had previously spoken to him. "Your eyes are clear." The recent moment he shared with Xia Chu Wei, where they spoke on his behalf, unexpectedly brought forth a rare smile. He remarked, "I do not know, nor have I ever tried, but I believe I can make an attempt. Everything I cherished is already lost. I have long ceased to fear death. My only dread is transforming into a monster. I desire to live or die with clarity. You and Xia Chu Wei are my friends, regardless of the outcome. I am willing to fight alongside you. Even in death, I would deem it worthwhile." He clenched his distorted right fist, a monstrous sight. "However, while my strength can suppress the black-scaled creatures, my ability to kill is insufficient to penetrate their hardened scales, making it difficult to achieve a fatal strike. I can slice through their scales," Su Chen replied without hesitation, suggesting, "Let us divide our roles. You will suppress them, and I will deliver the killing blow. Together, we can form a strategic angle and coordinate our efforts. We will adapt to the situation as it unfolds." Lin Mo nodded, aware of the urgency of their predicament. Though a sense of anxiety lingered within him, this moment was solely about preparing for battle. Su Wenhao watched this scene in a daze, both exhilarated and moved. "Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, my warriors and I are willing to fight alongside you, to the death." Yet, Su Chen shook his head, stating, "Deputy Commander Su, as long as the black-scaled creatures outside, as you described, do not converge into an overwhelming force, Lin Mo and I may be able to carve out an opening. You and your men need not serve as the primary assault. It suffices for you to secure as many survivors as possible from the rear." Upon hearing this, Su Wenhao, Professor Chen, and the assembled warriors and researchers were astounded. Even if the creatures outside did not completely encircle them, breaking through might only entail facing a dozen or 20 monsters. However, if they failed to swiftly strike through, they could soon find themselves confronted by hundreds of black-scaled beasts. This required the ability to eliminate the black-scaled creatures in an instant. Without military support, it was already astonishingly rare for anyone capable of dispatching the slender, ghostly figures, let alone the black-scaled monsters. Who did they think they were? Previously, Su Wenhao had assumed that Su Chen and Lin Mo intended to cooperate with the military. But from the current perspective, it appeared that they were relying solely on their own strength to forge a bloody path to freedom. What a jest! Even the most skilled teams of gifted individuals would hesitate to claim they could escape from the clutches of the black-scaled creatures. Su Chen did not wait for the astonished Su Wenhao's response. Hearing the anguished cries echoing from the lower level, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Time was of the essence. He immediately pointed toward the bewildered Xia Chu Wei and spoke rapidly. "However, our combat capabilities are limited. Even if we manage to break through, it is unlikely we can safeguard the multitude of survivors here. We must rescue as many as possible. This is our duty. Yet, Lin Mo and I have 2 conditions. First, you must ensure her safety, allowing her to remain with Professor Chen and the others. Second, Professor Chen, if we manage to escape today, I implore you to share everything you know about these creatures. Lacking heavy weaponry and armored vehicles, the assistance that a mere 50 warriors could provide is undeniably limited. In such circumstances, aligning with the military could prove to be more of a burden than a boon. It would be wiser to maintain a distance, preserving their lives to safeguard others, such as Xia Chu Wei and Professor Chen. Thus, the plan conceived by Su Chen was to merge forces with the military, allowing them to establish a rear guard, while he and Lin Mo would cut a bloody path through the chaos. Although the number of survivors was dwindling rapidly, Su Chen harbored intentions to thwart the monster's sacrificial offerings. However, he recognized that even if they managed to break free, only a scant few among the survivors would endure. Neither the military nor Su Chen possessed the capacity to shelter everyone, making widespread fatalities an unavoidable reality. Survival would hinge solely on the protection of the head, which afforded the greatest chance of enduring. Given that death was inevitable, recklessly charging forth would only lead to a deeper predicament. Therefore, meticulous planning and division of labor were imperative. As an ordinary individual, Chen was reluctant to engage in futile efforts. Consequently, he articulated his demands clearly, insisting on the protection of Xia Chuwei and seeking a promise from Professor Chen and Deputy Commander Su. Xia Chuwei gasped, touched by the realization that Su Chen still remembered his promise. Even amidst the crisis, he had not forgotten to ensure her safety. Lin Mo remained silent. Yet Su Chen's requests resonated with him, as he too cherished his bond with Xia Chuwei and the hope of returning to a normal life. The first underground level was engulfed in blood and screams. While Su Wenhao considered the audacity of Su Chen and Lin Mo's plan, he found himself with no alternative. Venturing out might lead to death, but remaining here was certainly fatal. Should the monster's sacrificial ritual succeed, it would spell disaster for the broader situation in Unearth City. If the military could consolidate their efforts, perhaps more survivors could be saved, which, from this perspective, could be considered a positive outcome. In this dire moment, one could only treat a dying horse as if it were alive. Time was of the essence, and every second saw someone horrifically dragged away by the monsters. Without hesitation, Su Wenhao declared, "I promise you." Professor Chen, too, felt a surge of panic. Although he remained skeptical about the capabilities of Su Chen and Lin Mo, he cast aside his reservations regarding secrecy and quickly nodded in agreement. With that, Su Chen fell silent, stepping forward with gravity, harnessing the dark energy he had accumulated. The diamond-patterned armor of his backpack unfurled, enveloping him in a shroud of ominous power. With a pitch-black knife drawn, he appeared as a dark-armored deity emerging from the depths of hell. In the next moment, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings and locked eyes with Lin Mo. His voice icy and resolute. "We shall carve our way out." Chapter 38. It was him. Xiao Zheng exhaled heavily, his gaze fixated on the encroaching throng of black-scaled monsters outside the Yun City marketplace, his expression one of utter despair. The sky above was increasingly marred by a crimson rift, an ominous crack that spread across the heavens, casting an eerie red hue over the marketplace, as if it were about to bleed. At this moment, the silhouettes of the black-scaled creatures loomed ominously from all directions, their terrifying shadows swaying between the buildings from hundreds of meters away, while those much closer, within mere 10 meters, showed no urgency to attack. Instead, they left a gap, herding a multitude of bewildered survivors into this deadly encirclement. Xiao Zheng had found himself among these survivors, initially fleeing in a chaotic throng. However, upon encountering the black-scaled beasts, his girlfriend had seized an opportunity to abandon him, and he was subsequently driven to this location along with other survivors. Owing to his prior connections with the military, his identity as an evolved individual had already been revealed, and he was swiftly integrated into a team of evolved individuals by Su Wenhao, who had painted a hopeful picture of holding this position until the military would arrive. Yet, the current situation was unmistakably dire. It was evident that the monsters were preparing something dreadful, while the scant 30 soldiers outside were wholly inadequate for defense. Prior to this, numerous gaunt specters had already infiltrated the marketplace, yet they did not charge directly underground but instead vanished onto the rooftop for reasons unknown. The military was stretched too thin, with insufficient personnel to guard the entrances leading to the underground level. Just moments ago, beneath the increasingly luminous blood-red sky, 5 black-scaled monsters launched a sudden assault. Their attempt to intercept failed catastrophically, resulting in the immediate deaths of 6 or 7 soldiers, alongside 3 evolved individuals, 1 dead and another grievously injured. Only Xiao Zheng, fortunate due to his ranged abilities, managed to escape with his life. Among the 5 monsters, 3 penetrated into the underground level, their anguished screams piercing through even to the exterior of the marketplace. There was no way to hold the line against such a multitude of monsters, which exhibited a clear sense of organization. On the human side, only a ragtag group of battered infantry and a handful of military vehicles remained. It seemed they could barely maintain some semblance of defense, but only because the creatures had yet to launch a full-scale assault. Once the hundreds of black-scaled monsters surged forth, it would be the end. Xiao Zheng was not inherently timid, yet in this dire circumstance, he found himself engulfed by profound despair and helplessness. No matter how he struggled, hope was utterly elusive. Just recently, a purported D-class evolved individual, while suited for battle and capable of independently dispatching the gaunt specters, had been overwhelmed by 2 black-scaled monsters, meeting a gruesome end. This was not combat, it was a hunt, a massacre. They, the humans, were but a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, and for reasons unknown, the black-scaled monsters had yet to strike with full force. It is laughable that he takes pride in his awakened talent, which, aside from granting him a fleeting sense of superiority among ordinary people, does nothing to save his life. A pervasive sense of despair spreads, accompanied by the echoes of anguished cries. The scattered soldiers stationed outside wear pallid expressions, gripped by anxiety. Yet they are unable to break away to lend support below, remaining ever vigilant against the monstrous threats beyond. Joe even notices a young soldier beside him, his hands trembling as they clutched his rifle. Silently sighing within, Joe suddenly recalls his girlfriend, taken aback by her abrupt departure. He feels a tumult of disappointment and sorrow. And, for reasons he cannot fathom, he thinks of a man he had encountered twice, who claimed to have slain 6 elongated phantoms. Would that man prove more useful in such dire circumstances? A true asset to the military? No. Although he had indeed vanquished a severely injured black-scaled beast, he remains merely human, destined to perish in this grim scenario, merely a question of timing. Damn those monsters. At that moment, for reasons unknown, he suddenly hears the cacophony behind him in the Yun City marketplace transform into a chaotic uproar. It dawns on him that the sounds emanate from the exit of the underground parking lot on the second basement level, where a group of soldier assistants is stationed. Joe focuses his gaze to see 2 black-scaled creatures advancing toward that direction, howling as they break through their encirclement like bolts of dark lightning. Charging toward the source of the commotion, the soldiers in that vicinity, pale with fear, vow to hold their ground, firing their weapons with fervor. Yet their bullets do little to impede the advance of the 2 black-scaled beasts, merely sparking against their impenetrable armor. It becomes evident that those 2 creatures are inexorably closing in on the position at the underground parking lot exit. The 5-soldier team is suddenly on the brink of collapse. Joe's complexion shifts dramatically as he prepares to act. Regardless of the outcome, he refuses to await death passively. To die alongside the soldiers would not render his status as an awakened being meaningless. However, before he and the soldiers could provide their fire support, they were astonished to witness a shadowy figure, resembling a monster, suddenly surge forth from the exit of the second basement level. Moving with a terrifying speed that rivaled that of the black-scaled creatures, colliding head-on with one of the elongated phantoms. With a tremendous force, this monstrous figure pinned the black-scaled beast to the ground, which writhed desperately. But that was not the end. Hot on its heels emerged a second sleek figure clad in black armor, advancing in an even more terrifying manner, skimming the ground as if propelled by flight. Reaching the subdued black-scaled creature's side with alarming swiftness. In a flash, it wielded a pitch-black long knife, and a fiery brilliance surged along its edge as if alive. Before delivering a swift, lethal stroke, the head of the black-scaled monster was swiftly severed, decisively vanquished in a joint effort, while another black-scaled creature barely halted its forward momentum. Just beginning to comprehend the situation, the figure clad in a sleek, dark battle attire cast not a glance at the fallen corpse, immediately directing the blade toward the other black-scaled monster. Such a ferocious and efficient execution of a foe, conducted in a manner akin to close combat, left all those stationed along the defensive perimeter of Cloud City's marketplace utterly astounded. Countless warriors were overwhelmed by a singular thought. Who are these 2 figures? Only Qiao Zheng remained fixated on the blazing long knife held by the figure in the streamlined attire, utterly astonished, exclaiming, "It is he." At that moment, a fragmented signal from Deputy Camp Leader Su, severely disrupted, finally arrived. 2 individuals, our side, endowed with extraordinary talents, prepare to break through. Chapter 39, The Duelists. The lights flicker to life in the parking lot of the second basement level. Beneath the Yun City marketplace lies a plethora of abandoned vehicles, now proving to be of great utility, as the military adeptly and swiftly commandeers them. As Chen decapitates the second elongated specter, he raises his left hand, observing wisps of black and white energy being forcibly extracted from the body of the obsidian-scaled monstrosity, flowing into his wrist. He then lifts his gaze, scanning the exit, and beholds the advancing horde of black-scaled creatures. The sheer force with which the offerings have surged forth seems to have taken them by surprise, as the throng of monsters converges upon their position. In truth, Chen and Lin Mo have lingered in the first basement level for an extended period, without an abundance of dark energy within Chen's being. Activating his battle armor is akin to attempting to run a machine without power. Consequently, the elimination of the 3 black-scaled beasts took significantly longer, resulting in their delay. Now, as they emerge, Chen notices the transformation in the sky. The blood-red lightning becomes increasingly brilliant, a certain obscure yet immense aura reverberating through the air. The black-scaled creatures seem to respond to an unseen call, no longer encircling, but instead launching a charge. They cannot stand idly by while their chief offering is permitted to escape. Chen looks to Lin Mo, who stands amidst the remains of the black-scaled monsters. Returning his gaze, on either side, soldiers stationed along the Yun City marketplace front advance through the flames, while 3 operational vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns rumble across the terrain. Further back, the cacophony of engines echoes from the parking lot's depths. as several cargo trucks and the public transport vehicles of Yun City, headlights ablaze, surge forth. Leading the charge is a vehicle headed by Su Wenhao, carrying Professor Chen, Xia Chu Wei, and others, while the bald leader, seemingly oblivious to the circumstances, sits beside Xia Chu Wei, his demeanor one of fierce loyalty. However, at this moment, Su Chen cannot afford to indulge in such displays of allegiance. As the military reaches the designated position, he and Lin Mo leap into action. Two shadowy figures dart ahead of the entire convoy, momentarily crossing the battlefield with remarkable speed. Throughout their path, the energies of 5 black-scaled monsters have been absorbed by Su Chen, each yielding no less than 5 units of energy, an impressive total of 25 units. This bounty enables him to suffuse his battle armor with energy, showcasing its formidable prowess despite the high consumption rate. Su Chen realizes that under the war state, with his armor brimming with energy, its defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. Should any part come under assault, the energy can swiftly concentrate there, mitigating the impact and safeguarding the armor's integrity. Furthermore, the abundant energy greatly amplifies the armor's operational functionalities. Naturally, the total expenditure for the armor's full operation is immense. In a full-force engagement, a unit of energy can be depleted in mere seconds. Yet, Su Chen remains unfazed, intent on honing his skills through battle. The military convoy gradually spread out in the rear, while Su Chen and Lin Mo, like lightning, charged forth, engaging in a fierce battle with the vanguard of the black-scaled monsters converging from all directions. Although the black-scaled monsters were also contracting their formation, they formed a circular encirclement, effectively sealing off the expansive Cloud City marketplace. Thus, regardless of the direction Su Chen chose to break through, the monsters' positions varied in proximity, making it impossible for them to converge instantaneously, and this presented Su Chen with a golden opportunity. Whoever had deemed him and Lin Mo as the primary sacrifices could not have anticipated that Su Chen would suddenly wield such a formidable weapon, drastically augmenting his strength. Yet, time was of the essence. The black-scaled monsters moved with astonishing speed, and they had to launch relentless attacks to swiftly carve a path through the encirclement. Therefore, from the outset, Su Chen and Lin Mo's approach was relentless: attack, attack, and attack again. Inside the lead bus, Su Wenhao watched in shock as the scene unfolded before him. Su Chen and Lin Mo adopted an offensive strategy, penetrating the military formation and immediately confronting a dozen black-scaled monsters, their silhouettes nearly swallowed by the encircling horde. However, they displayed remarkable resilience. As Lin Mo had professed, his recovery and strength were astonishing. His highly mutated right hand could effortlessly hurl a black-scaled monster aside, and the mutated area possessed incredible defensive capabilities. Su Chen witnessed a black-scaled monster's claw strike Lin Mo's dark arm, merely breaking the skin. Meanwhile, Su Chen's weapon was terrifyingly powerful. The left-hand cannon of his battle suit unleashed tremendous force, capable of shattering the head of a black-scaled monster encased in its armored scales, while his right hand wielded a flame blade capable of cleaving through the creature's body. The synergy between Lin Mo and him resembled a merciless killing machine, with Lin Mo suppressing the monsters while Su Chen executed swift, lethal strikes with terrifying efficiency. In the heat of battle, Su Chen felt invigorated, while Lin Mo appeared exhilarated and uplifted. He was a deeply conflicted individual, previously mired in despair and self-reproach. Now, being able to contribute, fighting side by side, and being accepted by others as someone needed brought him joy. Amidst the chaos, their roles were distinctly defined. Lacking Su Chen's combat experience and kill capability, Lin Mo relied on his sheer strength and the formidable intensity of his mutated form. When multiple black-scaled monsters surged forward, he stood firm like a shield at Su Chen's back. When fewer approached, he directly engaged, allowing Su Chen to deliver lethal blows. Su Chen, clad in his battle suit, employed a versatile combat strategy capable of withstanding the black-scaled monster's assaults. His left-hand cannon, modified from a grenade launcher, now harnessed pure dark energy. With a single shot, it could tear through the monster's tough scales, obliterating their flesh and bodies. As the energy rapidly depleting, it simultaneously replenished at an impressive rate. The ability to fly, coupled with the enhancements provided by the combat suit, allowed Su Chen to match Lin Mo's formidable physique. In the face of simultaneous assaults from 7 or 8 monsters, the two fought back-to-back, alternating between coordinated strikes and independent maneuvers. They swiftly developed a profound synergy, charging forth with a ferocity that surpassed even the black-scaled beasts. Weaving through the chaos and leaving a trail of shattered corpses in their wake, they truly became an unstoppable force, cutting through the ranks of the monsters. While the convoy behind them surged forward, survivors and military personnel aboard the trailing vehicles looked on in astonishment, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Particularly those soldiers and researchers who had previously doubted Su Chen and his companion were now overwhelmed with excitement, many expressing sheer joy at the prospect of escape. The two figures on the battlefield appeared as champions amidst the carnage, managing to withstand the onslaught of numerous black-scaled monsters. This was the essence of forming a formidable unit. Professor Chen's gaze was ablaze with fervor as he fixated on the two figures, who darted across the battlefield like gods of slaughter. He exclaimed fervently, "These individuals are undoubtedly not at the C level, nor even the B level. They possess abilities that are at least A level. The only one I have previously encountered with such prowess is rotten wood from the command center. What is astonishing is that they have not undergone any of our military's research or assistance, yet have achieved this level of skill. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. And that Mr. Su, his combat suit is extraordinary. It exhibits a blend of technological and dark energy elements that is beyond comprehension. I have never heard of anything like it. That suit is remarkably peculiar. I maintain that this grand display, with so many black-scaled monsters, was not devised to confront us, but rather to suppress these two prime subjects. However, it seems the entity controlling these black-scaled monsters miscalculated. They could not have anticipated such strength." Another researcher remarked in astonishment. "Could that combat suit be some new equipment? How did he come by it?" The researcher pondered. Professor Chen shook his head. "Perhaps he possesses a unique talent? I cannot say. I have dedicated my life to studying dark energy, gravity, and space, yet I have never encountered such an advanced fusion of dark energy and technology in a battle suit." The bald leader and his companions were utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation, yet their only thought was to cling tightly to this powerful ally, willing to do whatever it took. In the back of a military vehicle, Xiao silently observed the unfolding scene, his heart equally shaken, even harboring a tinge of envy. He had thought that hunting a wounded black-scaled monster would be the pinnacle of the fiery-bladed warrior's capabilities. Yet the sight of these two champions tearing through the battlefield shattered his previous notions. The terrifying black-scaled monsters, before these two, appeared as mere beasts. Talented individuals could indeed fight independently of the military. They could stand alone, exhibiting such might. Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and longing in his heart. At that moment, however, Su Wenhao had no time to contemplate the battlefield ahead, for a portion of the black-scaled monsters, along with the slender specters that had long congregated in the Yun City marketplace, were launching an attack from the flanks and rear of their convoy. Chapter 40. Withered shadows confronted by monsters attacking from both flanks and the rear, Su Wenhao found himself devoid of any viable response. His manpower and firepower were woefully insufficient, leaving him with no choice but to safeguard the head of the convoy. As a soldier, Su Wenhao harbored dreams of protecting everyone. Yet he was acutely aware of the impossibility of such an endeavor. Even with Su Chun and Lin Mo displaying astonishing combat prowess, the salvation of all remained unattainable. The sheer number of individuals transformed the convoy into a serpentine mass. In this dire situation, sacrifices had to be made. He could only preserve the lives of the most vital and deserving individuals. Otherwise, attempting to save everyone would likely result in a catastrophic loss, rendering all prior efforts futile. Consequently, Su Wenhao engaged in limited disruptions against the monsters on the flanks and rear, while fervently defending the forefront of the convoy, particularly the group led by Professor Chen. The survivors at the back and sides became mere bait and human shields, succumbing to the monstrous onslaught that overturned vehicles and unleashed cries of despair. Yet, the elongated shadows emerging from the rear did not truly extinguish the lives of those within the vehicles. Instead, they halted the convoy and dragged away the battered vehicles or grievously injured, yet living individuals back toward the ominous altar of the Cloud City marketplace. Those unfortunate souls, filled with despair and anguish, were gradually pulled back into that nightmarish sacrificial hell. Outside the Cloud City marketplace, where flames flickered ominously, horrifying specters dragged the remnants of humanity or the wrecked vehicles, advancing step by step toward the blood-soaked fissures enveloping the marketplace. More vehicles and people could only strive desperately toward the forefront, their cries of hopelessness and despair resonating across the land. Su Wenhao cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Even a valiant warrior must make painful decisions. He was powerless to alter the course of fate. Ahead, amidst the chaotic battlefield, Su Chun and Lin Mo once again rose with fierce determination, triumphantly toppling the last few black-scaled beasts that stood in their path. They had already traversed half a street, nearing the opposite end, where the ranks of black-scaled monsters had failed to consolidate effectively. The flanking monsters had not yet fully arrived at the front, and they were on the verge of breaking through. Scattered remnants of elongated shadows and black-scaled creatures lingered on the street ahead. Further along lay a bifurcation, with an aged cylindrical building dividing the two paths. If they could reach that structure, they would be able to escape the encirclement entirely. In this brief moment of respite, Chen brandished his blazing blade, casting a glance ahead before turning with concern toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's condition appeared dire. He was drenched in blood, and more alarmingly, a hint of crimson was subtly emerging within the depths of his pupils, his breaths growing increasingly labored, akin to a wild beast. Lin Mo, sensing Chen's gaze, suddenly pointed forward, exclaiming, "Wait, do you see that?" Following his gesture, Chen looked ahead to spot a figure on the rooftop of the cylindrical building, its presence unknown until now. This figure, emaciated and skeletal, was draped in a heavy black cloak, its head slightly raised. Despite the distance between them, Chen could distinctly feel its gaze upon him, an intent, meaningful stare that was unlike that of the other monsters. At that moment, a sense of urgency emanated from the portable Bluetooth communicator they carried. As Professor Chen's anxious voice pierced through the air, the withered cloaked figure is emitting a peculiar electromagnetic wave that envelopes the entire area, resonating even with the blood-red rift in the sky. It is highly likely that it serves as the orchestrator of this sacrifice. A high-ranking entity within the pantheon of the malevolent civilization, a pivotal command layer within the biological hierarchy of these monsters. If we have the opportunity, we must capture it. It may possess extensive knowledge, and even bringing back its corpse would suffice. Chen's gaze darkened, his heart stirred. However, he harbored concerns that their rash assault might sever their connection with the trailing convoy. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly interjected, "I believe it is feasible. We can take the initiative, eliminate it, or capture it directly." Chen regarded him in astonishment. The crimson glint deep within Lin Mo's eyes intensified, and he took a deep breath, stating, "Did Professor Chen not mention that by killing the commander, the orderly pattern of these creatures would collapse, significantly diminishing our peril? If we slay it, I may not be able to endure for long." He chuckled bitterly, adding, "My resolve may not be as formidable as I had imagined." Chen glanced at him, swiftly elevating his altitude while brandishing the blazing spear with grandiosity, declaring, "In that case, I shall take the lead while you provide cover. Together, we shall decisively secure our victory. We must capture it and inquire about the true nature of these beings." At this juncture, Chen hesitated slightly, offering a smile, "If you feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to withdraw. I am capable of managing the ensuing matters. As long as both of us remain alive, we have triumphed. After all, we do not fight for the sacrifice of anyone. We must endure, comprehend the chaotic state of this world, and strive to live comfortably." Lin Mo appeared momentarily taken aback before slowly nodding, suddenly exclaiming, "I apologize. Had I not been targeted? Without you, there would be other offerings." He continued, "You have already proven your prowess. Abandon the mentality of being a mere bystander and display some spirit. Look at how Professor Chen is practically drooling over you." Chen jested lightly. Lin Mo, somewhat dumbfounded, replied, "Why do I feel that he is drooling over you?" However, Chen responded earnestly, "There is no need for apologies. I must express my gratitude. Without you, how could I have gained the time I needed?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen fell silent, unleashing the energy coursing through him as the dark, diamond-shaped battle armor shimmered with a cold light. He then shot forth like an arrow, charging towards the withered silhouette atop the cylindrical building. The monsters continued their relentless pursuit, and time was of the essence. They could not afford to deliberate any longer. They had to act immediately, or they would be trapped here, unable to escape. Lin Mo observed Chen's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips as the blood-red hue in his eyes seemed to fade. He swiftly activated his right wing, flying low to follow closely behind. Yet, it was evident that his form had begun to waver. His combat prowess remained formidable, but the intensifying battle exacerbated his mutation, which had previously incited chaos and madness. However, he was also quite obedient to Chen's commands, swaying at the rear to maintain a safe distance, refraining from taking the lead to avoid complete chaos. Serving as a cover and auxiliary force, he endeavored to keep his composure and clarity. As they forged ahead, they charged directly towards the withered figure atop the cylindrical building. Any scattered black-scaled monsters or elongated phantoms that dared to obstruct their path were swiftly eliminated. With unstoppable momentum, Lin Mo trailed behind while Chen advanced ahead, and they reached the base of the cylindrical building. Chen, pressing against the old structure, surged forward and leaped into the air. In the instant he approached the withered figure, he raised his left hand, and the diamond-shaped battle armor shifted, revealing the ominous barrel of the hand cannon, which discharged a thunderous blast. Though Chen intended to capture a live specimen, he did not hold back at that moment, for he was uncertain of the withered figure's capabilities, which could potentially be formidable. To spare his strength would be akin to courting death. However, to Chen's astonishment, the shot struck what seemed to be an illusion, distorting the form of the withered figure before crashing into the rooftop of the cylindrical building, creating a substantial crater. With dust swirling around, the withered figure slowly raised its head, revealing a visage that was eerily humanoid, a terrifying countenance akin to a skeletal frame. With sunken eye sockets that bore pure black eyes, fixating on Chen nearby and Lin Mo at a distance. After a moment, it spoke in a hoarse, mocking tone, uttering human language. Incredible. So swiftly, two of the first kind have emerged. I miscalculated you. You concealed yourself too well. Alas, what a pity. Chapter 41. Confrontation. Before Chen could fully comprehend the implications of the phrase that echoed in his mind, a resounding rumble shattered the air. The towering structure before him collapsed with a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust soaring into the sky, engulfing the withered figure that had lingered there, leaving no trace behind. Emerging from the remnants of the building was a towering crimson giant, a monstrous entity that had concealed itself for an unknown duration. In that very moment, it breached the crumbling edifice, roaring forth amidst the swirling dust, its terrifying fleshly form soaring like a living projectile, colliding with Chen and propelling both into the adjacent 7-story building, instantly reducing it by half. Its immense size belied its stealth, having lain in wait, shrouded by the shadows of the structure, silently biding its time for this precise moment to strike. Chen realized that this creature might have been poised to ambush the fleeing Lin Mo, having likely concealed itself for days. Yet, even with this revelation, the sudden onslaught caught Chen utterly unprepared. The creature's sheer bulk and speed overwhelmed him, and he was struck with the force of a cannonball, hurtling into the 7-story building. Dust billowed into the atmosphere as debris cascaded down. The ground trembled beneath the chaos, and shadowy figures shrieked in terror as they evaded the onslaught. In an instant, Chen's form vanished, overshadowed by the colossal crimson giant, which appeared to pin something beneath its massive hand amidst the rubble. It then raised its other colossal fist, crashing down onto the fractured remains of the 7-story structure with a deafening impact. One punch followed another, the building lamenting under the assault. Dust swirled, and the walls crumbled as if made of mere paper. Could that individual still be alive? Could they survive and triumph in this battle together? A chilling roar pierced the darkened sky as Lin Mo, his eyes ablaze with fury, beheld the scene. One of his eyes transformed into a piercing blood red, the mutation on the right side of his body escalating rapidly. His human pupils morphed into a predatory linear form, and he surged forward like lightning, frantically launching himself at the blood-soaked giant. In the rear, the appearance of the monstrous entity cast a pall over the warriors who had just managed to escape the encirclement, their expressions freezing in shock. Those soldiers, having previously faced the insurmountable horror of the flesh giant on the battlefield, knew that only by dismembering its form could it be vanquished, an impossible feat. Mr. Su was likely doomed. Such was the grim thought shared by all in that moment. Su Wenhao felt a chill envelop his heart. The loss of such a powerful individual would indeed be a devastating blow. Yet, with the meager strength at his disposal, he was no match for the blood-soaked giant. Should it advance, all their efforts to escape would be in vain, at the very least. Professor Chen and the others could not perish here. The communication with Chen had long been severed, prompting Su Wenhao to urgently dispatch 3 commands to the frenzied Lin Mo, instructing him to withdraw immediately. They had no capacity to assist. The thought of Mr. Lin encountering peril was unbearable. Abandon the rescue, Lin Mo. I command you to retreat at once. Abandon the rescue. Lin Mo, do you wish to perish as well? Xia Chu Wei, understanding the gravity of the situation, recognized that this was indeed the most prudent choice. The military's retreat would not alter the outcome, and she could do nothing but clench her fists tightly, her eyes swelling with profound helplessness and sorrow. The bald leader trembled in fear. Professor Chen wore an expression of deep sorrow and regret. The dark energy battlesuit he wears is exceptionally unique and advanced, yet Lin Mo appeared to be on the brink of madness, utterly disregarding Su Wenhao's urgent communications. His blood-red eyes shone fiercely as he tore off the communicator and accelerated relentlessly, like a dark bolt of lightning piercing through the swirling dust, propelling forward with unparalleled kinetic energy, crashing into the enormous, fleshly giant, momentarily staggering it. The scene was awe-inspiring. The colossal blood and flesh giant was unexpectedly jolted, staggering to the side as it shifted its massive form in a grotesque manner, stabilizing itself. In an instant, it reached out, swatting Lin Mo away as if he were a mere fly. The dark figure flew backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the opposite street, toppling a dilapidated SUV and sliding down the roadway for quite a distance. This was sufficient. In that brief moment, it was ample for everyone involved. For the military, the emergence of the fleshly monster caused the black-scaled creature and the elongated specter to instinctively retreat. Seizing this opportunity, they hastened away from the junction of the tower block. Su Wenhao, witnessing the preceding events, was equally shaken. The ferocity of these 2 gifted individuals was unprecedented in his experience. Yet this was merely the beginning. They would draw the attention of the fleshly giant, while Su Wenhao vowed to honor his promise. He silently pledged that as long as he survived, he would ensure the safety of the woman whom Mr. Su and Mr. Lin sought to protect. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the scene took a sudden turn. Approximately a second after the fleshly giant was dislodged by Lin Mo, amidst the swirling dust and debris of the half-demolished seven-story building, a burst of fiery red light erupted. This radiance, akin to the first light of creation, initially flickered slowly before accelerating dramatically, cleaving through the layers of smoke and dust. Following this, a dark figure wielding a blade twirled midair, delivering a powerful strike upon the monstrous, tumor-like head of the fleshly giant. The sound of flesh being severed filled the air. The head of the flesh and blood giant was gruesomely torn open, with a gaping wound measuring nearly a meter in length. It raised its hands erratically, attempting to grasp at the shadowy figure, which moved with astonishing swiftness, refusing to linger. After cleaving through the giant's cranium, the figure hurled forth a dark, grenade-like object into the depths within. Following this, it ascended once more, retreating swiftly. However, it appeared that a malfunction had occurred with its propulsion system, causing it to plummet at an angle, landing precariously at the edge of the battlefield. Then, with a resounding explosion, a deafening roar erupted. Crimson fireworks burst forth in an instant, showering blood and flesh across the landscape. As if a rain of sanguine droplets descended from the heavens. Su Chen, struggling to maintain his footing on the ground, turned his head just in time to witness the head of the giant, along with nearly a third of its upper body, being violently shredded by the modified grenade's power. The colossal form toppled at an angle, crashing down like a landslide upon the adjacent structures. Beneath the blood-red, shadowy sky, the smoke billowed and churned, lingering in a relentless haze. Chapter 42. Please, don't kill me. Su Chen exhaled heavily, his battle suit severely tattered, revealing a portion of his body. Blood streaming from his wounds. One of the rocket boosters on his suit had disintegrated. He had just experienced the chilling proximity of death. The initial collision had been manageable. After all, the opponent's massive size contrasted with his own smaller frame, allowing him to adjust his position accordingly. His body's enhancements had already equipped him with the agility to respond swiftly. However, the two subsequent punches had proven life-threatening. In an attempt to shield himself from the first punch, he had channeled energy from his suit, depleting a dozen energy units in an instant. The second punch landed with devastating force, with the suit's structure absorbing the impact. To Su Chen's astonishment, rather than shattering outright, the suit reached its breaking point, fracturing into the smallest diamond-shaped shards, still tethered to the main body by countless strands of energy. As long as he possessed sufficient energy, he could reconstruct and repair it. Yet, the second blow had nearly obliterated his arms and chest plate, leaving his hands drenched in blood. Though the enhancements and cushioning had mitigated the damage, the sight of his injuries was alarming. If a third punch were to strike without the suit and energy buffer, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Despite this, Su Chen resolutely clung to his dagger with one hand, unwilling to relinquish it. He understood that, should a glimmer of opportunity arise, the weapon in his grasp could turn the tide of battle. Fortunately, Lin Mo charged in, providing him with a moment to breathe. Without hesitation, Su Chen seized this fleeting chance to counterattack, drawing out a grenade he had recently modified, powered by 5 energy units. Its explosive force exceeded his expectations, comparable to an RPG, launching the upper half of the flesh and blood giant into the air. The emergence of the flesh and blood giant had its advantages. Even under the control of an unknown entity, the surrounding black-scaled monsters and elongated specters instinctively maintained their distance, as if fearing the creature. This created a clear space, with only a couple of unfortunate beings trapped beneath the rubble, struggling to escape. Within Su Chen's body remained 3 energy units. Although his battle suit was in tatters and his body was soaked in blood, he was not entirely out of options. The few restricted black-scaled monsters and the flesh and blood giant were potential sources of replenishment. However, he did not rush into this endeavor. Instead, he immediately shifted his gaze to locate Lin Mo. Lin Mo's figure had been thrown into the street to the left of the cylindrical building, moving in the opposite direction of the military's advance, a distance of more than 20 meters from Su Chen, who was near the building. As Su Chen focused his attention, he saw Lin Mo staggering to his feet. At first glance, Su Chen noticed a pair of frenzied, blood-red eyes. A portion of Lin Mo's body had undergone a transformation, consumed by an inescapable darkness. Su Chen's heart raced, and he instinctively took a step forward. It seemed as though Lin Mo wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, only a beast-like growl emerged. For a fleeting moment, Su Chen felt an unsettling illusion that Lin Mo might charge at them in an attack. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, merely casting a profound glance at Su Chen. The final vestige of rationality in his blood-red eyes was visibly waning, and with great effort, he turned his head away. Then, he unfurled the massive wings behind him and shot towards the distant end of the street without looking back. From afar, a howl reverberated through the encompassing darkness. Linimo? Su Chen was about to give chase. However, his propulsion device was damaged and his armor was compromised, making it a Herculean task just to take flight, let alone pursue. He felt a tumult of urgency and helplessness, cursing Lin Mo in his heart for being a fool. Everyone was here, why leave? Even if he lost control, there would be a way. At the very least, there was still a professor present. What would he do alone? Yet, Su Chen had no opportunity to voice these thoughts, merely watching as the single-minded Lin Mo, clinging to the last remnants of his sanity, soared further and further away, gradually disappearing from view. At that moment, another voice pierced through the air. Be careful. It was Su Wenhao, who had nearly passed this street, jumping out of his vehicle to warn him. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, the encounter between him and Lin Mo, which had left the flesh-and-blood giant severely wounded, had profoundly shocked Su Wenhao and the other warriors. The very act of staggering the flesh-and-blood giant was nothing short of extraordinary, and Mr. Su had withstood the creature's heavy blows without succumbing. Su Wenhao had even witnessed that monstrosity crush a light armored vehicle with two of its fists. Were these two individuals monsters? Not only had they pierced through the black-scaled creature, but they were now also grappling with the flesh-and-blood giant without faltering. Although the battle unfolded in the blink of an eye, lasting no more than a few seconds, for these warriors and survivors, that brief interval had altered their previous understanding of the monsters and the apocalypse. Humanity could indeed confront monsters. Those with innate abilities could possess such power. Professor Chen, with a face full of incredulity, found himself once more engulfed in confusion regarding the weapon wielded by Su Chen. He furrowed his brow deeply, unable to comprehend. What had he just employed? Its appearance resembled our standard grenades, yet how could its potency be so formidable? While the flesh-and-blood giant appeared to lack strong defenses, its flesh was exceedingly dense. Even an explosion within its body should not. With Su Chen still alive, Su Wenhao immediately changed his mind. He could not abandon Su Chen, and he needed to warn him that the flesh-and-blood giant was still alive. Su Chen's communicator had long since malfunctioned, and even his helmet was in tatters, rendering him unable to receive any signals. Su Wenhao had to rush down to convey the warning. Su Chen was indeed aware of the giant's tenacity for survival, having observed it from a distance before. Yet he had never anticipated that something could have its head blown off and still remain alive, with half of its chest cavity intact. Fortunately, Su Wenhao's warning prompted him to turn his head, and indeed, he saw the arm of the toppled flesh-and-blood giant slowly begin to move again. However, perhaps due to its injuries, its movements were excruciatingly slow, as if it were an ancient, malevolent, undead entity. As Su Chen witnessed this scene, his expression shifted dramatically. He glanced at Su Wenhao, who was returning in a military jeep to retrieve him, as the deputy battalion commander shouted, "Hurry over. This creature is peculiar. It can only be eradicated by completely dismantling its body or annihilating its cellular activity." Upon hearing these words, Su Chen instantly devised several methods to dismantle it. Yet he clearly lacked the necessary energy and time. Escaping the encirclement had already achieved its objective. He was not at the stage of recklessly confronting a monstrous behemoth. Comparatively, he yearned to bring Lin Mo back. However, Lin had spiraled out of control, intent on fleeing from them, and with the flesh giant still alive. He could not pursue him now. He would have to wait for another opportunity. Nonetheless, he could not simply depart. He possessed merely 3 units of energy, likely insufficient even to restore his battlesuit's form. Retreat was feasible, but he had to withdraw with energy units in tow. Su Chen's gaze turned icy as he scanned the few black-scaled monsters struggling to crawl out from the rubble, and he immediately charged forward with his blade drawn. Thus, to Su Wenhao's utter horror, he witnessed the flesh giant revive once more, yet Su Chen did not flee. Instead, he brandished his flaming long knife and advanced toward it. Before Su Chen could close in on his target, the giant's sheer size rendered it impossible for Su Wenhao to misinterpret his intentions. He naturally assumed that Su Chen had gone mad, intent on engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the flesh giant, determined to eliminate the threat. Even he felt a flicker of admiration. This person was exceedingly ruthless. Covered in blood and unable to fly, he still resolutely aimed to eradicate the menace. Such tenacity was rare even within the ranks of the current military. However, after admiration came a prickling dread and a tinge of regret. He immediately urged the soldiers beside him to hasten after Su Chen, stretching his neck to shout into the vehicle's loudspeaker. "It's extremely difficult to kill. Fall back quickly, or we'll be in trouble when other monsters catch up. Don't kill it. Please, just retreat." As the words escaped his lips, Su Wenhao was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. When had he begun to deter others from slaying those creatures? Who, in fact, was on the weaker side?